चल बोल
बोला क्या नाही तू
काय बोलला पाहिजे मी बोलतो थांब बोल सर्वांना जय महाराष्ट्र. हा एक मारवाडी आहे, इकडे दुकान आहे याचं. लक्षात आलं काय? त्यांनी स्टेटस टाकला होता की मराठी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये राहू. याचं काय करायचं आम्ही? इथे सांग, इथे बोल लहान पकडायचं सांगायचं.
चुकी झाली आहे, मी ती कधीच करणार नाही असं काय.
आणि तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना जाहीर सांगतो इकडे सगळ्या लोकांना की अशी जी लोक आहेत ना घ्यायचं बंद करा. लोक इकडे येऊन कमवत आहेत, इथे बाहेरच्या देशातून बाहेरच्या जिल्ह्यातून येऊन इकडे कमवतात, महाराष्ट्रामध्ये कमवतात आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये.
All right, our colleague Satyaprakash is now joining us live from Mumbai. Satyaprakash, we understand that a police complaint has been filed in the case. What more do we know? Have any arrests been made?
देखिए, मुंबई पुलिस ने मामला दर्ज कर लिया, लेकिन जिस तरह से घटना हुई, बिकरौली का ये मारवाड़ी दुकानदार है और दुकानदार ने जो मारने का वजह है कि जो पोस्ट लगाया था, सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट लगाया था कि जो मीरा रोड में घटना हुई थी, एक मारवाड़ी दुकानदार को मारा गया था. इसके बाद मारवाड़ी लोगों ने वहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट किया था और मोर्चा निकाला था. कहीं कहीं उसके बाद वही पोस्ट किया था और कहा था कि हमने दिखा दिया कि मारवाड़ी में कितना एकता है. इसके बाद मन से कार्यकर्ता पहुँचते हैं और दुकानदार को बाहर बुलाते हैं. मारवाड़ी जो दुकानदार है उसको बाहर बुलाते हैं, उसको पहले मारते हैं, फिर सड़क पे घुमाते हैं और काफ़ी देर तक ये हंगामा चलता रहा. तो कहीं कहीं जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी बना मराठी का मुद्दा है और जिस तरह से राज ठाकरे के पार्टी मन से कार्यकर्ता लगातार कहीं कहीं हिंदी भाषी जो राजस्थानी के लोग हैं उनको टारगेट कर रहे हैं. अगर मराठी नहीं आ रहा तो उनको टारगेट किया जा रहा. और ये जो मारवाड़ी दुकानदार है, जिस तरह से उसने एक सोशल मीडिया पर पोस्ट किया था कि हम मारवाड़ी लोगों ने दिखा दिया, उसके बाद मन से कार्यकर्ताओं ने पहुँचे और पिटाई किए और इसके बाद उसको सड़क पर घुमाए. फिलहाल पुलिस का कहना कि हमने मामला दर्ज कर लिया, मामले की जाँच कर रहे हैं. जी.
All right, any reactions there coming in from the shopkeepers there?
देखिए, दुकानदार कहना है कि हमारा.
All right, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Right now, we are joined in by Shaina Ainsi. Very good morning, Shaina Ainsi, and thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Ma'am, how would you react to this incident that has come to light? Because the M&S workers have a history of using violence in the name of Marathi pride, and this is not an isolated incident. So, what do you think should be done? What legal, political action really needs to be taken to stop this pattern of intimidation?
Look, clearly, this is nothing but political opportunism. The timing is suspect, the motive is suspect. The renewed so-called focus on Marathi language, where has it been all these years? It has been the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Eknath Shinde that has shown sincerity and intentions towards the cause. Here you have the Shiv Sena that is devoid and defunct of its ideology, the Manse that is trying to stay relevant at a time when it has been irrelevant in the state for years, and this sudden kind of aggressive push for Marathi identity is only before elections. We strongly condemn anybody who is taking law into their hands. Encourage people to learn, speak the language. Yes, our Marathi Asmita, our Marathi language must come number one. But to regain your lost political ground, are you going to pick and selectively pick innocent citizens? Is this your sincerity of intention? And please don't forget, Adarnya Hindu Hriday Samrat Balasaheb Thackeray was known for his stand on Hindutva and Marathi pride. But when you choose to align with the Congress and other parties, what are you suggesting? There is an ideological shift. The alliance that one is seeing in recent times of the Mahavinash Agadi has not only moved away from Balasaheb Thackeray's original ideology, but the questions are that of authenticity and commitment. Is this the way to reclaim lost relevance? And let me please say in conclusion that the Thackeray's may talk about the surname, but people have moved beyond voting for Thackeray's and Gandhi's. People are interested in genuine cultural concern, especially given the context of, the current scenario where innocent people have been just picked randomly and beaten up. And I'm glad that Devendra Fadnavis and Eknathji Shinde have announced their cancellation of the DR, because that shows you genuine commitment. The implementation of a Marathi-centric committee, which is being led by Dr. Narendra Jadhav, is a step to take all stakeholders in the right direction. This is proactiveness, not what you are doing to innocent shopkeepers, assaulting them, making them walk barefoot, humiliating them in public. And please understand that our decision was to withdraw the Hindi mandate, reflecting not just our commitment to the Marathi interest, but also that in a state such as ours, where people have given you so much, you must take a balanced approach. And then that can happen through expert consultation with all stakeholders.
Right.
So just this kind of gardi does not work. This is the time for politics of performance. Otherwise, you will perish.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us for more on this story. All right, Krishna Egre is also now joining us on the phone line. Very good morning, sir, and thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how do you look at these repeated incidents that are, that the MNS workers are carrying out? And the worst part is there seems to be no leadership, there's just leniency towards these MNS workers. Do you think the top leadership is actually emboldening such behavior?
Don't think so. The MNS workers have been even directed by the MNS chief Raj Thackeray ji not to indulge in such activities unless it is, someone is reacting back to you. But this seems to be an unprovoked reaction on part of the MNS workers again. And like Devendra Fadnavis ji said that the people who have done this, they have already been identified on video. And I'm sure that the police will take charge of the situation and cases will be registered against the workers.
Sir, but this is not the first incident that has happened in Maharashtra. Time and again, there have been multiple incidents like this. So what does it really show? What is the message really going out to the people there?
Even the MNS has to realize that Mumbai is a cosmopolitan city. We are very clear that Marathi is the priority. Everyone should speak Marathi. Everyone should know Marathi. Everyone should learn Marathi. But to hit helpless people and thrash them around and taking law into their own hands is creating a bad picture for the MNS itself. And I think that even the non-Marathi voters which they have are looking at this, and also people from other states are looking at this. And therefore, I think that like the Chief Minister said, these workers who have been identified, cases will be lodged against them.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV, sir. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Odisha, where at least 8 opposition parties have called for a statewide bandh today to protest against the state government and demanding justice for a 20-year-old college student who died earlier this week after attempting a self-immolation over alleged inaction on her sexual harassment complaint. And this incident happened in Odisha's Balasore. And at the moment, the statewide bandh is going on. All shops are closed. Public vehicles are off roads right now as opposition parties are carrying out protests. So those visuals are there from Odisha, where statewide bandh and the protest is happening. Remember, the Congress and the other opposition parties are taking part in this bandh. There are 8 opposition parties that have come together to protest. The Congress has also demanded the resignation of the state's chief minister. Opposition leaders are also calling for a strict judicial investigation of the incident. Remember, the 20-year-old student of the Fakir Mohan College in Balasore self-immolated last week. This after she was facing sexual harassment by her college's head of the department. And despite lodging a formal complaint and seeking help, her pleas were ignored. Let's get all the updates. Right now we are joined in by our colleague Chandrakant. All right, Chandrakant, what details do we have about the bandh that is going on? We understand that the protests are going on the roads and there are no vehicles. What is the update?
देखिए, जिस तरह का कल उड़ीसा में बीजू जनता दल की तरफ से पूरे उड़ीसा के बालासोर और भुवनेश्वर दोनों जगहों पे बंद किया गया था, उसी तरह पे आज कांग्रेस ने पूरा उड़ीसा में बंद कराया है। आज सुबह सुबह हम देखते हैं कि जिस तरह पूरा उड़ीसा में भुवनेश्वर के बारे में बोलो या अदर सिटी से वहाँ भी बंद हुआ है। और हम है उड़ीसा के बालासोर में, जहाँ ये घटना घटा था 12 तारीख को, जो स्टूडेंट था, लड़की था, जिसने आत्महत्या करने की कोशिश की थी और उसके बाद उसका देहांत हुआ था। और अभी हम है उड़ीसा के बालासोर में, ये नेशनल हाईवे 16 पे, और इधर भी आप देख सकते हैं गाड़ी वाड़ी ये सब नहीं चल रहा है अभी। ये यहाँ भी जो वेस्ट बंगाल के तरफ से बालासोर या उड़ीसा के तरफ गाड़ी आ रहा है, वो भी लगभग कहीं 1-2 चल रहा है, नहीं तो पूरा बंद है। ये पूरा प्रभाव पड़ा है जिस तरह का ये माहौल घटा, इसका नतीजा अभी तक उड़ीसा में भुगत रहा है। क्योंकि जिस तरह आज उड़ीसा में कांग्रेस ने पूरा बहुत अलग अलग जगहों पे बंद करवाया है, दुकान, स्कूल, कॉलेज और दुकान भी बहुत अलग चीज बंद कराया है, जैसे स्कूल हो, कॉलेज हो, ऐसे कि जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस है वो भी बंद हुआ है। उस तरह का भुवनेश्वर में देखे तो भुवनेश्वर में भी वो स्मार्ट सिटी बहुत तरह का प्रभावित हुआ है। उड़ीसा में भी बहुत सारे लोग प्रभावित हुए हैं, जैसे कि ये नेशनल हाईवे 16 है, यहाँ पे भी जो गाड़ी आ रहा है वेस्ट बंगाल की तरफ से, उनको भी रोका जा रहा है। ये गाड़ी को उड़ीसा के अंदर आने भी नहीं दिया जा रहा है। इस तरह का उड़ीसा में प्रभाव पड़ा है। जिस तरह का वो घटना घटी थी, जिस तरह का जो स्टूडेंट था, उसका एचओडी ने उसको सेक्सुअली हरासमेंट का अभियोग लाया था वो स्टूडेंट ने, और जिसका फैसला नहीं हुआ, उसके बाद जो लड़की था उसने प्रिंसिपल से बात किया और उसके आके प्रिंसिपल के चैम्बर के बाहर आत्महत्या किया था। उसी के बाद से ही ये सारे घटना घटे। जिस तरह का ये प्रिंसिपल हो या उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट जिस तरह का इसको एक्शन नहीं लिया, उसी को ही माहौल बनाकर, उसी को ही मुद्दा बनाकर वो भी विरोधी पूरे सरकार को घेर रहे हैं। जिस तरह का कल बीजू जनता दल पूरा सरकार को घेरा था, असेंबली को घेरा था, उसी तरह का आज भी हम देख रहे हैं उड़ीसा में उसी तरह का माहौल है। सुबह सुबह जिस तरह का रेलवे स्टेशन है, रेलवे स्टेशन पर ट्रेन जो आ रहा था उनको भी रोका जा रहा था। इस तरह का पूरा माहौल अभी उड़ीसा में राजनीतिक सिचुएशन पूरा गड़बड़ हो चुका है। इस तरह का विरोधी अभी
All right, so we can see those visuals are there, and of course behind our reporter, empty streets, Odisha observing a bandh. Thank you so much, Chandrakant, for those details there. And viewers, time now to move and let's take a look at the other news from across the nation in Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Railway police removed opposition party workers from the railway tracks in Puri as they protested against the state government over the death of a student of Fakir Mohan College by self-immolation. Heavy rains have lashed parts of Kerala. Water logging is seen in several parts of Kuttiyedi following heavy rainfall. NDRF and SDRF teams have been deployed for rescue and relief operations. Actor Rania Rao has been sentenced to jail in the Sandalwood gold smuggling case. Rania Rao and 2 other accused have been barred from seeking bail in the case. She was arrested in March this year. The Federation of Indian Pilots expressed concern regarding the preliminary findings of the Air India crash report, and they expressed dissatisfaction with the inclusion of pilot representatives. Big breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where AIADMK General Secretary P. Palaniswamy has ruled out any possibility of a coalition government in Tamil Nadu. Now, EPS also took a direct swipe at Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, calling the Stalin's outreach campaign nothing but a political gimmick. Now, his remarks come ahead of the 2026 state polls, sharpening the political tone in the state. So, EPS ruling out any possibility of a coalition government in the state. Remember, the state is going to poll the next year, and ahead of that, the political heat really increasing in the state. And this after Amit Shah had said that our alliance will win. And he was talking about an alliance with the AIA-DMK, but AIA-DMK General Secretary is saying that there will be no coalition government in Tamil Nadu, and the party has been insisting that it will get the majority on its own. All right, let's get an update from Sharda, who's joining us live from Chennai. Sharda, ahead of the assembly elections, we can see the two partners, BJP and the AIA-DMK, speaking in different tones, because Amit Shah had earlier said that our alliance will win, but this is a different story as far as AIA-DMK General Secretary is concerned.
Month when the BJP and AIDMK came into alliance, the Home Minister Amit Shah stated that it would be a coalition government under the head of Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, who is the AIDMK General Secretary. But over time, when the BJP leader continued to state that Tamil Nadu will be having a coalition government if they win in the 2026 elections, the AIDMK factor is not taking it well, and at every single meeting possible, the General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy has been constantly telling that it would be a government formed under the AIADMK, and BJP would be an ally with it. However, now Edappadi K. Palaniswamy campaign mostly have what the DMK has been doing wrong in the last 4 years, and how the AIADMK along with the BJP under the India alliance would be coming to power in 2026.
Right, so Amit Shah saying about the coalition government in Tamil Nadu, but AIDMK saying something else. So time to take a break, and coming up ahead, Nitish Kumar announces free electricity for Bihar consumers ahead of the assembly election. Also coming up ahead, NCERT issues formal statement amid the ongoing debate over its Class 8th history textbook. Says chapter included to help students understand sensitive historical phases in the right context. Details on those big stories and much more after a short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Indian hypersonic cruise missile. There is great news.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Donald Trump has defended his statement giving a 50-day ultimatum to Russia to end the war with Ukraine. Trump had earlier warned Russia of 100% tariffs if a deal wasn't struck with Ukraine.
And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means.
Russia did not take to Trump's warning kindly. Kremlin has called Trump's statement quite serious, and that Putin will respond to it only if necessary.
Заявления президента США весьма серьезные. Что-то в них адресовано лично президенту Путину. Нам, безусловно, нужно время для анализа сказанного в Вашингтоне. И если и когда президент Путин посчитает необходимым, он это обязательно прокомментирует.
Nevertheless, Donald Trump has defended his statement and also revealed if he plans to send long-range weapons to Ukraine.
You've given Russia 50 days. What happens now? Do you talk to Vladimir Putin?
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad.
Well, what happens should Zelensky get more aggressive?
Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Should Zelensky target Moscow? Should Zelensky target Moscow, sir? Should Zelensky target Moscow or deeper into Russia?
No, he shouldn't target Moscow.
Is that why you gave him more weapons, though?
Long-range missiles to Ukraine as well, and that you have to about 50 days.
No, we're not looking to do that.
Mr. President, why are you giving Mr. Putin 50 additional days to prosecute this war against?
Oh, I don't think 50 days is...
Let's have a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at 10:30 a.m. Hooliganism is back on streets of Mumbai. MNS cadres beat up a Marwari shopkeeper for allegedly making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. ED raids premises linked to Changur Baba amid religious conversion allegations. Kiran Rijij's advice to Rahul Gandhi over his foreign policy remarks reiterates Pakistan language attack. Nitish Kumar announces free electricity for Bihar consumers ahead of the assembly elections. NCERT issues formal statement amid the ongoing debate over its new Class 8 history textbook, says chapter included to help students understand sensitive historical phases in the right context. Starting this edition with some breaking news coming in a major boost to India's air defense capabilities. The Indian Army has successfully tested the indigenous Akash Prime system at an altitude of over 15,000 feet in Ladakh. The high altitude trials were conducted by Army air defense units along with the DRDO officials. The surface-to-air missile scored 2 direct hits on fast-moving aerial targets in rare-field high-altitude conditions. Akash Prime will now be the 3rd and the 4th regiments of the Akash system in Army. The defense officials say that the system also proved its effectiveness during Operation Sindoor, countering Pakistani attacks using Chinese jets and Turkish drones. All right, Deepak, my colleague, is joining me live from the newsroom on that. Deepak, talk to us about how these missile systems are going to be a major boost to the air defense system in India.
That's right, Tanisha. Like you clearly mentioned, this is a major boost to our air defense arsenal. And let me talk about the features of the Akash Prime surface-to-air missile system. It has supersonic missiles, and what we understand is that the warhead of this particular arsenal can carry about 60 kilograms of high explosive pre-fragmented warhead, and the launch platform is from a mobile platform, which is a surface platform, and the target type that it can engage is aircraft, drones, cruise missiles, and the technology, as far as this system is concerned, it is equipped with a Rajendra radar for target tracking, and this is an indigenously made radar for this particular system. And the special features of Akash Prime is that it has a new seeker technology for more accurate
homing, and it has improved performance in low temperature and high altitude environments. It has upgraded control systems for precision in complex terrains like in Ladakh, and that's why they used Ladakh as the testing ground to test it in such complex terrains. And what we understand more is that it is developed by the Defense Research and Development Organization, which is DRDO, and it is being operated by the Indian Army and Air Force. And what we also should know is that this high-stakes trial, Tanisha, saw 2 direct hits, smashing fast-moving target aircraft in the tough Himalayan atmosphere. And the message is loud and clear. Whether it's icy terrain, high altitude or incoming threats, India is ready, and Akash Prime is the latest in its arsenal.
Absolutely, Deepa. Thank you very much for getting us those details. We quickly move across to some other stories that we're tracking. The annual Amarnath Yatra was suspended today from both Pahalgam and the Baltal base camps following continuous rainfall. Here's the latest on the resumption of the Yatra and what the situation is like on ground.
With the chants of Bam Bam Bhole, the pilgrims of Baba Barfani are all set to pay pilgrimage at the holy cave. But due to landslides and the heavy rains that have taken place, the Yatra has not left from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. And outside the Bhagwati Nagar base camp, you will see that the pilgrims of Baba Barfani, they have thronged in large numbers to pay obeisance. आपका नाम?
हरिओम.
कहाँ से आए?
सर मैं राजस्थान से हूँ.
आज बाबा बर्फानी के दर्शनों के लिए यात्रा नहीं गई, उत्साह में कोई कमी?
उत्साह सर भरपूर भरा हुआ है सर, और हम यही चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से यात्रा चालू हो, और हम यहाँ इंतजार कर रहे हैं, आज होल्ड करेंगे और जल्दी से जल्दी यात्रा चालू हो ताकि यात्री परेशान ना हो.
जल्द से जल्द यात्रा चालू हो. आप बताइए उत्साह कैसा है?
उत्साह भरपूर है सर, भरपूर है. बस बाबा बर्फानी जी के दर्शन का इंतजार है कि कब जल्दी से जल्दी.
कहाँ से आए?
ये बागेश्वर एमपी से.
लगातार जो है लोगों से बात करते हैं. आपका नाम?
प्रकाश कुमार के.
चाची, क्या उत्साह कैसा है, क्योंकि आज यात्रा जा नहीं पाई?
कल बोल रहे हैं जाने के लिए, कल उम्मीद लगा के रखा हूँ.
कल की उम्मीद है. आप क्या कह रहे हैं?
कोई बात नहीं, हमें प्रशासन की मदद करनी चाहिए.
अभी कोई दुख तो नहीं है कि आज जा नहीं पाए?
कोई दुख नहीं है.
कल
यात्रा शुरू हो जाएगी 2 बजे से.
कल शुरू हो जाएगी 2 बजे से. They are what they are saying, and now the large number of pilgrims that have come here, they are here at the Bhagwati Nagar base camp with the chants of Baba Bhole. The adequate security arrangements have also been put in place. Reason being the security concerns that always lies there. The Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the security wing and also the third eye, the CRPF deployment, everything has been done to ensure that this pilgrimage is smooth. Though the yatra could not leave from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu today, but they are hopeful that it will be leaving tomorrow, and there is not even an iota of the morale down for the pilgrims as they hope to see Baba Barfani tomorrow in Kashmir. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
All right, breaking news now coming in from Bangladesh, where we learned that at least 4 people were killed and dozens injured in day-long running battles between law forces and Awami League followers in Bangladesh's Gopalganj. Tensions were already high in Gopalganj, the home district of the ousted leader Sheikh Hasina, over the National Citizens Party pre-scheduled rally at the Paura Park in the town. So Bangladesh is still continuing to be on the edge. There was an attack on the NCP rally venue. 4 have been killed as violence have gripped Gopalganj. We learned that tensions are already high in Gopalganj, the home district of the ousted leader Sheikh Hasina, and this was over National Citizens Party pre-scheduled rally at Paura Park in the town. Since morning, there were activists and supporters of the AL armed with local weapons took position in the Gopalganj road in Ulpur area of Sadar Upzilya, blocking several roads by felling trees. They also set fire to a government vehicle and smashed another one. Meanwhile, we have Prashanta Shil, political analyst, joining from Bangladesh. Prashanta, what was the trigger after which the violence broke out? 4 people, we learn, have already been killed in the violence. Talk to us about what actually triggered the violence.
Yes, you know that yesterday in Gopalganj, you said rightly from here the main base for the Awami League. Awami League is, you know, that the ousted former Prime Minister of Sheikh Hasina. So, and you have the significance of Gopalganj is there is a hometown, and also you know that he's a father of nations in Bangladesh, and also the father of Sheikh Hasina. This is Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. and his graveyard is here. So we see in social media platform that is variously talking about that from social media from the NCP's leader, who is the Students' Party in the present newly reformed the Party of Bangladesh. The Students' Party called is the NCP, that's the National Citizen Party. So there's some leader announced in Facebook that they destroy the graveyard of the Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. So it's a very hearting, touching message for the normal supporter and general supporter from the Bangladesh Awami League. You know that we see in the after 1 month ago there is an destroying the 32 Nong from apartment from the Bangabandhus. There is some historical evidence from this apartment. So that is this house is very important from the significant from the Bangladesh Awami League, and also we see that in the present time, and also talking about especially in the Gopalganj. Gopalganj is a very sophisticated area from the in Bangladesh Awami League, and we see that there is a heinous attack, some clash between the newly reformed party from NCP versus Awami League supporters. You know that is some general people are presenting and attending this that kind of clash and anti-clash group, and we see that there is some tragic history from in our country. There is a clash between the law enforcement.
Yes, Prashanta. Prashanta, thank you very much for getting us those details. I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you short on that note because we're getting in a breaking news that's coming in, and this is about how the Wall Street Journal has targeted the pilots. A cockpit recording of the dialogue between two pilots of the Air India flight that crashed last month indicates the captain cut the flow of the fuel to plane's engines. The Wall Street Journal has reported this. The newspaper also cited that people familiar with the United States officials' early assessment of the evidence uncovered in the investigation into the June 12th crash in Ahmedabad, India, that killed 260 people. So the Wall Street Journal essentially going out, Western media speculating on the focuses on the pilot error despite government asking to desist. It is the Wall Street Journal who has blamed the pilot. The Western media going ahead blaming the Indian pilots. AI 171 crash probe gets murkier, where speculation or a hit job is what Western media is at it again. The new Wall Street Journal report has targeted the pilot. They have said, and I quote, a cockpit recording of dialogue between the two pilots of Air India flight that crashed last month indicates the captain cut the flow of the fuel to the plane's engines. Abhishek Kapoor, senior executive editor, is joining us on the phone line on that. Abhishek, what is the Western media really trying to do after targeting the Indian pilots?
Well, you see, this is a classic case of Rashomon effect, as it is called, where a sliver of information is used to varying interpretations or your motivated interpretations. The latter most likely in the case of Western media, because the reason why I say this is more likely a case of motivated reporting is because even before the report was out, an insinuation had begun that this was due to pilot error, that this was because of the fuel control switch not in its right place, or that it was moved. Now, how could a Western media platform put a conjecture that the switch was not at the right place? In fact, the switch was at the right place, only that the report says that from run, it had gone to shut off, and then from shut off, the pilot had moved it back to run. Now, all these details obviously were not available beforehand, and yet media speculation began first in Air Current magazine, which I believe is a focused aviation magazine, and then, of course, the Wall Street Journal, which has followed it up with this report now, which has come out, which sort of even more vocally tries to put onus on pilot error. And in fact, it actually says that the captain perhaps changed the levers of the fuel control switch from run to shut off. Now, the AAIB report does not mention which pilot said what. It only says pilot A said to pilot B, are the switches, did you shut down the lever fuel control switch, to which the other pilot says no. Now, despite the fact that the report is not identifying any pilot, the Wall Street Journal pushes the envelope. Now, remember, the initial probe report is just that, initial probe report. And for this kind of interpretation spin to be given, I think, as I said, this is a classic case of Rashomon effect, with most likely a motivated campaign being the objective to tarnish the pilot and to get the airline and, of course, the company of the aircraft, Boeing, completely off the hook even before the final probe report is out, because that's going to take time. And so coloring of the investigation of the probe has already begun, is something which we can sense from this series of reports that are really emerging in the Western media, which are sort of preempting the probe. They preempted the probe, the initial probe report, and now they seem to be trying to influence the investigation going forward.
Absolutely, Abhishek. One more question before I let you go. The prejudice that the Western media is forming about the Indian pilots, the speculation that they are giving out that it was the pilot's fault because of which AI-171 crashed. Do you think this matter will be taken up by the Indian government, keeping in mind how the Western media is casting doubts on our pilots?
Well, ideally, the government should, in the sense that the government has come out with the Minister of Civil Aviation, his deputy, and others, making it clear that no speculation should be indulged in, that no conclusions should be drawn, because this is absolutely initial primary report to meet the mandate of global standards of civil aviation. And so this kind of conjecture and, giving a slant or suggestion to what is absolutely preliminary finding is absolutely uncalled for. So I think in that sense, the government can really, they cannot pull up, because it's after all media freedom, they cannot pull up anyone, but at least make a statement that these reports are speculative and they do not help the cause of truth, and they do not help the cause of an honest, transparent and efficient investigation.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Remains to be seen on what action will the government of India take as far as the propaganda of the Western media is concerned. We move on to the other stories that we are tracking. The Baloch Liberation Army, the BLA, has claimed responsibility for 2 deadly attacks on Pakistani military forces, killing 29 personnel in Kalat and Quetta. In the first incident, the BLA's Fateh squad ambushed a military bus on Kalat-Quetta highway, eliminating 27 army people. The second attack involved an IED blast in Quetta's Hazarganji area, killing 2 more. The BLA stated that the attacks were part of their ongoing armed resistance against what they call the occupying Pakistan army, and urged civilians to maintain distance from military personnel to avoid any collateral damage. Latest visuals on your screen show how the Baloch Liberation Army has claimed responsibility for the 2 deadly attacks that they carried out, and this was on a military bus which carried Pakistani army people. There are heavy damages that have already been inflicted. Moving on, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has launched a sharp attack on Rahul Gandhi, accusing him of speaking the language of Pakistan over his criticism of Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy. The BJP says Rahul's comments undermine India globally, while the Congress defends them as legitimate political dissent. Watch this detailed report on the fresh war of words that has erupted between Kiran Rijiju and Rahul Gandhi.
A major political flashpoint erupts yet again, this time over foreign policy. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has accused Congress leader Rahul Gandhi of echoing Pakistan's narrative while criticizing Prime Minister Modi's global diplomacy. Rijiju claims that Rahul's recent remarks not only target the government but also question India's international standing. He says such criticism, especially on foreign soil, helps India's adversaries and mirrors Pakistan's tone.
विदेश पॉलिसी को लेकर के आप प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं, देश को एकजुट होने का जगह में आप देश के प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ बोलते हैं, इससे देश का क्या फ़ायदा हो गया? अपोजिशन का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि देश को गाली देना है। अपोजिशन का भी रोल होता है देश के लिए अच्छा काम करने का, सरकार को साथ दे। घर का अंदर में जो भी झगड़ा होना है पार्लियामेंट में बहस होगा, लेकिन जब विदेश नीति का बात होता है तो फिर हम दो मत नहीं होना चाहिए। हमने कभी भी जब कांग्रेस सरकार में थे विदेश नीति को लेकर के हम अलग से प्रधानमंत्री का हमला नहीं करते थे, इंटरनली जो बात होते थे घर में बात करते हैं। इसलिए ये जिस तरीके से राहुल गांधी विदेश नीति पर पाकिस्तान के भाषा बोल करके गुमराह करने का कोशिश करता है, ये देश को नुकसान होता है। हम तो उनको यही सुझाव देंगे कि आप लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, तालमेल में काम करें, लेकिन देश विरोधी बात बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए।
Congress meanwhile has hit back hard. The party says Questioning foreign policy failures is not anti-national but a democratic right. The political crossfire continues, but what remains paramount is India's global image and national interest. As leaders voice their views, the responsibility to uphold the dignity of the nation both at home and abroad remains above all.
Moving on to some other stories that are making international headlines. Israel has launched a fresh military attack on the Syrian capital Damascus, thereby issuing a fresh escalation. Remember, 3 people have already been dead, 4 have been injured. A military headquarters in Syria have been hit. And we learn that Netanyahu has also issued a statement in this regard. Let's listen into what he had to say.
قصف ثاني دمروه
بله هیوی دار دمات باش به از یک سردی من آبد متا
مهاجمة قوات
אחיי אזרחי ישראל הדרוזים, המצב בסווידה, המצב בדרום מערב סוריה הוא חמור מאוד. צה"ל פועל, חיל האוויר פועל, כוחות אחרים פועלים. אנחנו פועלים כדי להציל את אחינו הדרוזים וכדי לחסל את כנופיות המשטר. ועכשיו יש לי בקשה אחת מכם. אתם אזרחי ישראל, אל תעברו את הגבול. אתם מסכנים את חייכם, אתם יכולים להירצח, אתם יכולים להיחטף, ואתם פוגעים במאמצים של צה"ל. ולכן אני מבקש מכם, חזרו לבתיכם, תנו לצה"ל לפעול.
The Secretary General unequivocally condemns all violence against civilians, including reports of arbitrarily killings and acts that fan the flames of sectarian tensions and robs the people of Syria of their opportunity for peace and for reconciliation after 14 years. The Secretary General further condemns Israel's escalatory airstrikes on Suwaida, Dara, and in the center of the Syrian capital, Damascus, as well as reports of Israeli Defense Forces' redeployment of forces in the Golan. He calls for an immediate cessation of all violations of Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity and for respect of the 1974 disengagement of forces.
It's time for us to slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you all the details of how the MNS's hooliganism is back on streets in Maharashtra. And also after the break is NCRT's fresh statement that they have issued on their new chapter that has created a huge controversy.
मैं तेनू क्या सी कि अब हमें सेकंड इनकम बिल्ड कर लेनी चाहिए और तुमने वापस म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाल दिए।
ये फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स है।
मतलब
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स मतलब चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट विच इन्वेस्टमेंट मतलब रेगुलर इनकम विच वी कैन विड्रॉ फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम।
मतलब म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Donald Trump has defended his statement giving a 50-day ultimatum to Russia to end the war with Ukraine. Trump had earlier warned Russia of 100% tariffs if a deal wasn't struck with Ukraine.
And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs, you know.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Indian hypersonic cruise missile. There is great news for the Indian people. India's DRDO has just perfected, has just made an extended technology, long duration hypersonic cruise missile. Quite a mouthful, but it is going to be a fistful for our enemies, the enemies of this country. It is the ET-LDHCM missile, okay, extended technology, long duration, hypersonic cruise missile. Everybody knows about the BrahMos now. In Operation Sindoor, the supersonic. BrahMos is supersonic. This new missile is hypersonic. And with this, India has entered a select league of countries like Russia, China, America, India. Even America is yet to perfect its cruise missile. India, even Iran, it is said, has these hypersonic cruise missiles, right? And they are unstoppable. In Ukraine, Russia, whenever Russia has fired the hypersonic cruise missile, no defense system, not the Patriot, nor the third American Patriot systems, Israeli very high level defense system have been able to stop hypersonic missiles. They are unstoppable. And therefore, India has entered a very select league. These missiles are, going to be very, very accurate. Why? We have demonstrated that. We have the Navik, the Indian constellation of 12 satellites which are up there. Low Earth orbit satellites, polar orbit satellites, geosynchronous orbit satellites which cover the area 3,000 kilometers all around India's land and sea frontiers. And with the help of them, India has got 1 meter level of accuracy. In fact, in Operation Sindoor, the BrahMos cruise missiles had hit and blasted the Pakistani air base at Noor Khan between Rawalpindi and Islamabad. There was a command and control deeply buried, deeply hardened target bunker where all the C4I computers of Pakistan, their computer consoles for monitoring the air battle and their entire staff who were running the air battle for Pakistan were located there. It had a 5 to 6 feet, layer of concrete, cement, etc. on top and all around. Even a nuclear bomb could not have taken it down. India's BrahMos cruise missile took it out. How? It had a vent, air conditioning vent, 45 centimeters. Our satellites located that vent. And then our BrahMos cruise missile hit through that vent and went inside the bunker and blew up. That is the accuracy of the BrahMos. This is going to be replicated by the hypersonic cruise missile, which has 1,500 kilometer range. The BrahMos presently has 400 kilometer range. The next generation BrahMos NG will have 800 kilometers range, but this hypersonic cruise missile has 1,500 kilometer range to start with. It has a speed of 8 Mach, 8 times the speed of sound, or 11.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to be part of a nation-first movement. Republic's Nationalist Collective is hosting a dynamic conclave on July 19th, and we are inviting passionate nationalists like you to join the conversation, meet Arnab Goswami and engage with like-minded individuals who believe in putting the nation first. Don't miss the opportunity to be part of a day-long discussion on shaping the future of our great nation. Secure your spot now and be part of the movement that really matters. Write to us at nationalistcollective@republicworld.com to reserve your seats. Let's get started with the headlines at 11 a.m. Report published in Wall Street Journal targets pilot for Ahmedabad plane crash. Karnataka government blames RCB for Bengaluru stampede. Status report out. 10-year-old girl kidnapped and allegedly raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. Nitish Kumar announces free electricity for Bihar consumers ahead of assembly polls. Hooliganism is back on the streets of Mumbai. MNS cadres beat up Marwari shopkeeper for allegedly making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Republic has accessed the stampede status report. The Karnataka government's report to the High Court on Bengaluru stampede squarely blames organizers, DNA and RCB for multiple murderous lapses, and the report says no proper police permission was sought for the June 4th parade. Still, RCB went ahead, even posting on social media, inviting lakhs of fans. Over 3 lakh people turned up, leading to massive crowding and chaos. A last-minute announcement about entry passes caused a lot of panic. Mismanagement at the gates by RCB, DNA and KCA triggered a stampede, injuring 7 policemen. And despite denial of police permission, the cops were the ones who held the line in the last moment, and they mobilized around 3,000 police personnel to avoid unrest, but it was too late. And the magisterial probe has now detailed the FIRs, the police action, and also the compensation for victims that were announced. And what we understand, viewers, is that this report has highlighted several lapses lapses on the part of RCB. RCB broke every single rule in the book. There was no permission, there was no plan. Social media of the RCB was misleading the crowd. The gates of the stadium stayed shut because the capacity of the stadium was only 35,000, but the turnout of crowd was around 3 lakh individuals right outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. The passes, the announcement came very late because earlier in the day, RCB had announced free entry for all RCB fans for the victory parade, for the victory celebrations. But it was only at 3:14 p.m. on that fateful day that RCB put out a post saying, grab your passes before it's too late. But guess what, RCB? It's too late, and fans were made to pay the price for the kind of love they showed for the team that secured a historic victory. But this victory has also been marred by the deadly stampede. Aishwarya is joining us live from the newsroom. Aishwarya, the status report is out. Tell us what the report details. Several lapses have come to the fore, and the police that was made the scapegoat was actually the ones who held the line in the 11th hour.
After the Karnataka High Court, ordered that this report be made public. Remember, the Karnataka government had said, the details of this report should be kept in secret. However, the Karnataka High Court made it very clear that there is no reason that why the findings of this report should not be made public, and that is how the report has now been made public. And this report, directly puts the onus on Royal Challengers Bangalore. And it said that it invited people for the victory parade to the Chinnaswamy Stadium unilaterally. So that is the word that the report is using, unilaterally, and without any consultation or permission from the city police. So the onus is being put on the RCB itself, not on the police, because it says that the victory parade, as far as the victory parade is concerned, the people were asked to come. And that is what the Royal Challengers Bangalore had asked for, not the city police. And they did it unilaterally, without any consultation, without any permission. And it said that the RCB management contacted police on 3rd of June. And that is the day when RCB had already won the trophy. And it informed the cops. It did not ask permission. It informed the cops about this victory parade. And the report said that this was in nature of when you are not asking for permission, but just intimidating people. You are just intimating that this will be happening. So that is the question that the report is saying, that, why did the RCB not take permission? And rather, it was just informing the police that we are doing this event. So a lot of lapses have been mentioned as far as the RCB is concerned. No application in the prescribed format was asked before, was submitted for any licensing authority for organizing this victory parade.
That's right, Aishwarya, and the reason why the Karnataka government wanted the status report to be in a sealed envelope is to avoid major embarrassment. They blamed the police blatantly for this entire chaos, but the real perpetrators mentioned in the status report are the organizers who vanished at the time of chaos, and the Karnataka government wanted to avoid embarrassment because they jumped the gun, they blamed the police, they suspended the former Bengaluru Commissioner Dayanand in a preemptive measure. But the status report goes on to show that it was the police who held the line during the chaos, because the police, which completely, denied permission for the event, was made to mobilize massive deployment in the last hour. And also, what we understand is that the police personnel, mobilized around 2,600 officers at around 3 p.m. and this despite them not being informed in advance. It was all last-minute preparations that the organizers announced. And what's even more shocking is the fact that RCB and the organizers' DNA vanished from the scene when the chaos ensued. And their private security guards had no clue what to do. They were all clueless at the KSCA gates. They could not manage the crowd. The KSCA is also held responsible because the KSCA didn't inform about any passes that was to be procured by the fans. There were only social media posts put out by RCB saying, you're all invited for the victory celebrations. There was no mention about emergency plans. There was no mention about the passes till about 3:14 p.m. that afternoon. And by then, lakhs of people had already gathered outside the KSCA, the Karnataka State Cricket Association, whose directors also shunned the blame, and they evaded our cameras and our mics when we asked them direct questions. Right now, KSCA, RCB, DNA, the organizers have all been exposed in this particular status report. These are the violations and lapses, and the police response. There was no permit granted by the police due to lack of data. The police didn't have the estimates about the crowd turnout, and despite that, bandobast was arranged preactively. The police made arrangements to the extent of calling in 2,548 personnel across major sectors, and this was the last-minute preparations that the police were informed about. 14 KSRP platoons, 2 ambulances, and for 1 fire tender was deployed. All of this was made by the police. None of the SOS emergency arrangements were made by either RCB or the DNA. Moving on, viewers, Gundaism is back on the streets of Maharashtra. A video sparked protests in Mumbai's Vikhroli area after a Marwadi shopkeeper allegedly made an objectionable comment about Marathi people on social media. The MNS department head, Vishwajit Dholam, led a protest, physically assaulting the shopkeeper and forcing him to walk barefoot. This despite Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis saying that nobody should take law into their own hands. The MNS has gone against the state government's order, the chief minister's order. They have taken law into their own hands. They have assaulted the shopkeeper, and they've also forced him to walk barefoot. And the incident escalated into a major confrontation with the MNS workers taking out a procession against the shopkeeper. A police complaint has also been filed regarding the altercation. We have Satya Prakash joining us live. Satya Prakash, Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, had clearly said and also warned against those taking law into their own hands, but MNS workers have gone rogue once again. They've targeted a shopkeeper, they've taken law into their own hands, they've assaulted him, and look at that, they've paraded him on barefoot. Tell us more, Satya Prakash.
दीपक जी, देखिए जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी बनाम मराठी का मुद्दा है, जिस तरह से मन से कार्यकर्ता लगातार कहीं कहीं हिंदी भाषी लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में घटना हुई थी, उसको लेकर जो ये मारवाड़ी दुकानदार जो विक्रोली में रहता है, दुकानदार ने सिर्फ सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट किया था कि मारवाड़ी लोगों ने अपना दिखा दिया। कहीं कहीं जो बातें कहा था कि जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में प्रोटेस्ट हुआ था और जिस तरह से मारवाड़ी लोग इकट्ठा हुए थे, उसी को लेकर उसने सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट किया था, जिसके बाद मन से कार्यकर्ताओं ने सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट देखा। इसके बाद मन से कार्यकर्ता पहुँचे और इस जो विक्रोली का जो मारवाड़ी दुकानदार उसको बाहर निकाला, दुकान से कान पकड़वाया और मारा। इसके बाद जो सड़क है, सड़क पर घुमाया। तो कहीं कि जिस तरह से साफ तौर से गुंडागिरी दिख रही है कि जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मुद्दे को लेकर, हिंदी मराठी मुद्दे को लेकर मन से कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंदी भाषी लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं। मन से के लोगों का कहना है कि कहीं कहीं मराठी का अपमान किया था, इसीलिए इसको सबक सिखाया। मन से स्टाइल में मन से कार्यकर्ता एक ही लाइन रहता है कि अगर कोई भी मराठी भाषा का अपमान करेगा तो मन से स्टाइल। तो ये मन से की स्टाइल है। कहीं कहीं मुंबई पुलिस का कहना है कि इस मामले को लेकर मामला दर्ज कर लिया है और जल्द ही कार्रवाई किया जाएगा। जी,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सत्य प्रकाश जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Well, these are the pictures of how MNS workers assaulted the Marwadi shopkeeper over an alleged objectionable post put out by him. They, in fact, the verbal altercation was also seen turning violent. Moving on to more breaking news coming in. A CCTV footage shows a 10-year-old girl being kidnapped and raped, allegedly raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. The girl was returning from her school at 4 p.m. when the incident happened. The police have now registered a case and the search for the man, the accused, is currently underway. And what's even more shocking is that this girl was abducted in broad daylight. An 8-year-old, a minor girl, was raped and is now admitted in Stanley Hospital for treatment. This is that video captured on CCTV. There you can see how a man is seen following an 8-year-old, and as soon as he approaches the minor, he kidnaps her, he takes her away, and then according to the details that have emerged, the minor was allegedly raped and she is now hospitalized.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Railway police remove opposition party workers from the railway tracks in Puri as they protest against the state government over the death of a student of Fakir Mohan College by self-immolation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you. Together we can.
You see, protesters have been removed from the railway tracks by the police as they staged the protest. Meanwhile, heavy rains triggered waterlogging in parts of Kerala, and Kutiyadi was the worst hit following heavy rainfall. NDRF and SDRF teams have been deployed for rescue and relief operations. Sandalwood actor Rania Rao sentenced to jail in the Sandalwood gold smuggling case. Rania Rao and 2 other accused have been barred from seeking bail in the case. She was arrested in March early this year. After Airlines Pilot Association, now the Federation of Indian Pilots have expressed concern regarding the preliminary findings and public discourse surrounding the tragic crash of Air India flight AI-171 in Ahmedabad. It expresses dissatisfaction with the exclusion of pilot representatives from the probe team. Moving on to more breaking news, the Enforcement Directorate has carried out raids across 14 locations in 2 states, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. And these searches are linked to the conversion rackets. The Enforcement Directorate in Uttar Pradesh raided Balrampur. The agency has raided at least 14 locations, including premises that are linked to Changur Baba. Raids are being conducted in Maharashtra as well, and it began at the crack of dawn at around 5 a.m. this morning and are still underway across several districts, including Balrampur. And the focus and the Enforcement Directorate's lens is on Hawala transactions, how money exchanged hands through illegal means, and also conversion rackets spanning different states. Now, what we understand is that Changur Baba led a major conversion nexus in Balrampur. In Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur, and hundreds of victims were converted to Islam by promising jobs and also financial benefits. And the most shocking aspect of this conversion nexus was the fact that Changur Baba used women to lure men, honey trapped them, filed false rape cases against them with the help of the state machinery. Remember, yesterday we told you about those government officials who were also involved, including Tehsildars and also the ADM. All of them are now on the radar of the probe agency. And today, early morning, Enforcement Directorate raided 14 different locations across 2 states. 12 locations were raided in Maharashtra and 2 locations were raided in Uttar Pradesh. In total, 14 locations were raided across districts, including Balrampur. And the probe into the conversion racket, the conversion nexus and syndicate operated by Changur Baba intensifies, and more arrests are expected in the coming days. What's to be noted here is that Changur Baba's operations were funded by foreign sources, and the funds entered via Hawala networks. Moving on, viewers, the annual Amarnath Yatra was suspended today from both the Pahalgam as well as the Baltal base camps following continued rainfall. Here's the latest on the resumption of the Yatra and what the situation is like on ground zero.
With the chants of Bam Bam Bhole, the pilgrims of Baba Barfani are all set to pay pilgrimage at the holy cave. But due to landslides and the heavy rains that have taken place, the Yatra has not left from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. And outside the Bhagwati Nagar base camp, you will see that the pilgrims of Baba Barfani, they have thronged in large numbers to pay obeisance. Aapka naam? हरिओम। कहाँ से आए?
सर मैं राजस्थान से हूँ।
आज बाबा बर्फानी के दर्शनों के लिए यात्रा नहीं गई, उत्साह में कोई कमी?
उत्साह सर भरपूर भरा हुआ है सर, और हम यही चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से यात्रा चालू हो, और हम यहाँ इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं, आज होल्ड करेंगे और जल्दी से जल्दी यात्रा चालू हो ताकि यात्री परेशान ना हो।
जल्द से जल्द यात्रा चालू हो। आप बताइए उत्साह कैसा है?
उत्साह भरपूर है सर, भरपूर है। बस बाबा बर्फानी जी के दर्शन का इंतजार है कि कब जल्दी से जल्दी।
कहाँ से आए?
ये बागेश्वर MP से।
लगातार जो है लोगों से बात करते हैं। आपका नाम?
प्रकाश कुमार के।
चाची क्या उत्साह कैसा है, क्योंकि आज यात्रा जा नहीं पाई?
कल बोल रहे हैं जाने के लिए, कल देखिए उम्मीद लगा के रखा हूँ।
कल की उम्मीद है, आप क्या कह रहे हैं?
कोई बात नहीं, हमें प्रशासन की मदद करनी चाहिए।
अभी कोई दुख तो नहीं है कि आज जा नहीं पाए?
कोई दुख नहीं है,
कल आएंगे।
कल यात्रा शुरू हो जाएगी 2 बजे से।
कल शुरू हो जाएगी 2 बजे से। They are what they are saying, and now the large number of pilgrims that have come here, they are here at the Bhagwati Nagar base camp with the chants of Baba Bhole. The adequate security arrangements have also been put in place. Reason being the security concerns that always lies there. The Jammu and Kashmir police along with the security wing and also the third eye, the CRPF deployment, everything has been done to ensure that this pilgrimage is smooth, though the yatra could not leave from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu today, but they are hopeful that it will be leaving tomorrow, and there is not even an iota of the morale down for the pilgrims as they hope to see Baba Barfani tomorrow in Kashmir. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Public Media Network.
We are shifting our focus to Udaipur Files, the movie that narrates the shocking and the brutal attack and killing of Kanhaiya Lal, a tailor, has run into a legal storm. The Delhi High Court's directive has pushed the matter into a high-stakes committee review, while the Supreme Court has chosen to wait. Sources say all arguments have now been heard and that a decision could be just days away.
The legal storm over Udaipur Files continues to brew. The Central Government Committee reviewing the certification of the film Udaipur Files has completed hearing arguments from all stakeholders. Sources confirm that both the petitioners and the respondents have now placed their submissions on record.
We explained our side to the revisional committee. We hold a valid CBFC certificate. The Honorable Delhi High Court, as we made an argument in the Supreme Court as well, we were being led by Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, senior advocate, as it was told to the Honorable Supreme Court that there is no comment, no adverse finding as far as the merit of the case is concerned qua the CBFC certificate as to how the movie's certificate is in violation or in contravention of any of the provisions of the Cinematograph Act.
As directed by the Delhi High Court, the committee must now issue its findings within 7 days. Unless further submissions are requested, the next move will depend on the panel's final order.
देखिए, फिल्म कब तक रिलीज हो सकती है इस पर कोर्ट का कोई भी इंडिकेशन नहीं है। कोर्ट ने यही कहा कि जो हाई कोर्ट में जो इस केस में रिस्पोंडेंट हैं और उस हाई कोर्ट में जो पिटिशनर्स गए थे, मिस्टर अरशद मदनी और जावेद जो इसमें को अक्यूज्ड हैं, उनको हाई कोर्ट ने एक प्रिविलेज दिया था कि स्क्रीनिंग इसकी नहीं होगी, स्टे हो जाएगा और आप सेक्शन 6A सेंसरशिप एक्ट में जो प्रोविज़न है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को अपील करने का, अगर आपको कोई शिकायत है आप उसमें जाइए। तो वो गए, उन्होंने उस डायरेक्शन को फुलफिल किया और आज 2:30 बजे जो एक कमेटी का गठन हुआ था इस मूवी को एक बार देख के तय करने के लिए कि ये ठीक है या इसमें और कट्स होने चाहिए, उसकी व्यूइंग, उसकी मीटिंग आज 2:30 बजे है।
The producer's legal team maintains that the film deserves a fair review, arguing that all procedures were followed during the certification.
क्योंकि ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट एक अपना डायरेक्शन दे चुका है और उस केस में जो पिटिशनर्स थे उस डायरेक्शन को एग्जिट फुलफिल कर चुके हैं और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने इसकी एक कमेटी गठित कर दी है, इस स्टेज पे ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट इस मैटर को पेंडिंग रखेगा और इस पर कोई भी अपनी तरफ से फ़िलहाल इंटरफेरेंस नहीं करेगा। गौरव भाटिया जी ने टेक्निकल ग्राउंड्स पे आर्ग्यू किया जब कपिल सिब्बल साहब बोले कि ये बहुत ही हेटफुल फिल्म है और सभी कम्युनिटी, पूरी कम्युनिटी को विलिफाई करती है, उनको अपराधी दिखाती है।
The petitioners, on the other hand, have argued that the movie's content, including the trailer, could inflame communal tensions and potentially disrupt judicial proceedings in the Kanhaiya murder trial. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has deferred its hearing on the plea, seeking the block on the film's release, stating that it will wait for the committee's findings before intervening. The producer of the film has shown optimism. Listen in to what he had to say.
तो अंडर सेक्रेटरी सर हैं वो और बाकी जो कमेटी है वो मूवी के बारे में मीटिंग बुलाई है। हम भी उसमें आए हैं एज ए प्रोड्यूसर, डायरेक्टर सर आए हैं और उधर से भी लोग आए हैं। देखो क्या सुनवाई होती है, इसी के लिए हम शास्त्री भवन आए हैं। माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में तो सोमवार की डेट लगी है, उसमें जो भी कुछ कहना होगा वकील ही कहेंगे। देखिए मूवी चूँकि CBFC ने पास की है, वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की कमेटी है, तो मुझे लगता है जो भी होगा फेवर में ही होगा कन्हैयालाल जी के परिवार की।
With arguments now closed and the verdict expected within days, all eyes are on the committee's final call. Will the movie see the light of the day or face further legal hurdles?
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the Western media report published. And this report targets pilots for the Ahmedabad plane crash. Along with this, Nitish Kumar has announced free electricity for people of Bihar ahead of the assembly polls, and this freebie will be in effect from August. Stay tuned for more.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Donald Trump has defended his statement giving a 50-day ultimatum to Russia to end the war with Ukraine. Trump had earlier warned Russia of 100% tariffs if a deal wasn't struck with Ukraine.
And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means.
Russia did not take to Trump's warning kindly. Kremlin has called Trump's statement quite serious and that Putin will respond to it only if necessary.
Заявления президента США весьма серьезные. Что-то в них адресовано лично президенту Путину. Нам, безусловно, нужно время для анализа сказанного в Вашингтоне. И если и когда президент Путин посчитает необходимым, он это обязательно прокомментирует.
Nevertheless, Donald Trump has defended his statement and also revealed if he plans to send long-range weapons to Ukraine.
You've given Russia 50 days. What happens now? Do you talk to Vladimir Putin?
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad.
Well, what happens? Should Zelensky get more aggressive?
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Donald Trump has defended his statement giving a 50-day ultimatum to Russia to end the war with Ukraine. Trump had earlier warned Russia of 100% tariffs if a deal wasn't struck with Ukraine.
And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means.
Russia did not take to Trump's warning kindly. Kremlin has called Trump's statement quite serious, and that Putin will respond to it only if necessary.
Заявления президента США весьма серьезные. Что-то в них адресовано лично президенту Путину. Нам, безусловно, нужно время для анализа сказанного в Вашингтоне. И если
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to be a part of a nation-first movement. Republic's Nationalist Collective is hosting a dynamic conclave on July 19th, and we are inviting passionate nationalists like you to join the conversation. Meet Arnab Goswami and engage with like-minded individuals who believe in putting nation first. Don't miss this opportunity to be a part of a day-long discussion on shaping the future of this great nation. Secure your spot now and be a part of the movement that matters. Write to us at nationalistcollective@republicworld.com to reserve your seat. Report published in Wall Street Journal targets pilots for Ahmedabad air crash. Karnataka government blames RCB for Bengaluru stampede. Ten-year-old girl kidnapped and allegedly raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. Nitish Kumar announces free electricity for Bihar consumers ahead of assembly polls. And hooliganism is back on the streets of Mumbai. M&S cadres beat up Marwari shopkeeper for allegedly making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. All right, let's start with some breaking news coming in. After CDS Anil Chauhan's strong call for indigenous weapons, Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit has now underlined how drones have changed the nature of warfare since Operation Sindoor. He has gone on to say that India must reduce dependence on imported drone components and urge the defense ecosystem, including scientific bodies, the academia and industry, to contribute more actively to indigenous capability. Emphasizing collaboration, he also said that innovation must be a constant and must demand aggregation between civil and military agencies, which is key to strengthening India's defense backbone. That is the big statement that we're tracking from the Air Marshal. And this comes just a day after it was CDS Anil Chauhan who backed in a big pitch for Atmanirbhar Bharat, how he has essentially brought about and laid bare the benefits of indigenous weapons. Let's listen in to that statement by the Air Marshal.
It has been live for very long. This drone thing, it has been live for very long time, but after this Op Sindoor's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into these aspects. The strategic significance of UAVs and along with it the counter UAVs has suddenly become known to each and every child in India. Add to this is the usage of these technologies in Middle East, Ukraine, Russia. But when it happened very close to us, that is how it has gathered this. And today a lot of good suggestions have come. We have to really improve. In my opinion, this UAVs, drones, and you can call it by any other name, loitering munition, that is the attritable version, and that is the one which is to be treated as maybe ammunition. It has been added a new dimension in warfare, or domain in warfare. So this unmanned is a new domain. All of us are trying to understand it and trying to do our best to achieve superiority in this domain also. What we have been seeing in last a few years of drone usage, and that a lot of components were coming from outside. So military and civil authorities have to give their requirement. Industry has to do innovation and innovation and innovation, and certainly your pain points which have been brought out, please submit and we'll see what best we can do.
All right, well, that was a statement from Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit. But meanwhile, let's also listen in to that very, very important statement by Chief of Defence Staff Anil Chauhan that he gave yesterday, wherein he said that Operation Sindoor has precisely shown why indigenously developed unmanned aerial systems and CUAS built for our terrain and our needs are extremely crucial.
The need of the hour is to develop capabilities to harness this lower airspace gainfully through utilization of force multipliers like US systems, and at the same time dissuade the adversary from doing so by developing a robust counter US systems. During Operation Sindoor on 10th of May, Pakistan had used unarmed drones and loiter ammunitions. None of them actually could inflict any damage to Indian military or civilian infrastructure. Most of them were utilized through a combination of kinetic and non-kinetic means, and some of them in fact could be recovered in almost intact conditions. We need to focus on combat in future in this particular lower airspace. The ability to use LEO satellites for control of USS, enhance communication and navigation services, and increase the range and functionality of drones manifold. Conventional drones that work on principles of line of sight data link are limited in range and capabilities. Counter US operations are extremely complicated. Detecting, identifying, tracking and neutralizing drones involves creation of a counter US grid that must be capable of integrating and networking multiple technologies such as radars, sensors, jammers, as well as directed energy weapons. The effectiveness of this architecture will hinge upon seamless coordination and integration across air defense networks, civil aviation, regulators and local command and control structures to avoid gaps, fratricide and operational blind spots.
All right, that was the statement from Chief of Defence Staff, who has underscored the extreme importance of indigenous weapons in today's warfare. In fact, the one statement that has absolutely made the headlines, viewers, is that today's wars cannot be won with yesterday's weapons. And this he said in connection to how India has given a very harsh response to terror state Pakistan in Operation Sindoor using our own indigenous weapons. And he went on to also highlight how it is important for India to not only produce and manufacture indigenous weapons, but also use them in military warfare, in using them to achieve the targets that it sets while fighting for our sovereignty, while fighting at our borders. And let's just go back and see what Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit had to say today, because he has essentially added on to what the CDS was trying to say as far as the indigenization of the Indian weapon system is concerned. Take a listen into that bite.
This drone thing, it has been live for a very long time, but after this Op Sindoor's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into this aspects. The strategic significance of UAVs and along with it the counter UAVs has suddenly become known to each and every child in India. Add to this is the usage of these technologies in Middle East, Ukraine, Russia. But when it happened very close to us, that is how it has gathered this. And today a lot of good suggestions have come. We have to really improve. In my opinion, this UAVs, drones, and you can call it by any other name, loitering munition, that is the attritable version, and that is the one which is to be treated as maybe ammunition. It has added a new dimension in warfare, or domain in warfare. So this unmanned is a new domain. All of us are trying to understand it and trying to do our best to achieve superiority in this domain also. What we have been seeing in last few years of drone usage, and that a lot of components were coming from outside. So military and civil authorities have to give their requirement. Industry has to do innovation and innovation and innovation, and certainly your pain points which have been brought out, please submit and we'll see what best we can do.
All right, let's go across to Major Samar Paltur. He joins me on the phone line this morning. Sir, very good morning to you. How do you view this statement by the Air Marshal, and especially at a time when India has redefined how it chooses to act on the status quo with Pakistan, and after the massive success of Operation Sindoor?
You see, as far as technology is concerned, it's mainly software which is the criticality. And as far as software programming and language is concerned and AI is concerned, the Indians are one of the most leading professionals in this field, be it the American Silicon Valley, or be it Bangalore, or be it any other place in Canada or Europe. You will definitely see a mark of Indian origin employees doing fairly well. And now that we know that we have this very rich human resource, so it is time for us to tap this resource and invest all our efforts, energy and fund, including R&D, into AI and the creation of drones. And this is only going to be done once you have a very strong foundation of a software and a software language which is encrypted, which is secure, safe, and which is actually being provided a bandwidth, a satellite bandwidth by the Indian government, so that, we can work hand in glove. In fact, Op Sindoor was one of the first operations ever in the history of Indian Army where veterans who are working in the defense tech sector were actively involved in the operations for launching of drones and acquiring targets. So you see, the whole paradigm shift is taking place. Everything is having a more modernized, the upgraded approach. It is having a more preemptive approach rather than anything to be on the defensive. And priority definitely Make in India. Why? To secure the secrecy and, the innovation and idea aspect of these drones, which are not available anywhere in the world. The world is witness to it in Op Sindoor regarding the accuracy and the acquisition of targets was so accurate that barely any Pakistani civilian was killed. It was only military targets which were targeted. So you can imagine the dependability and the reliability of these drones and their accuracy and their range. And there is a lot of research going on right now in terms of the fuel cell technology. We want to get away from the battery-operated drones. We want to use different type of fuel systems, different type of propellants, and different type of rocket technology which is going to be used. And there are going to be different type of engines, right from supersonic, hypersonic, and they are going to be direct energy weapon systems, right from laser to plasma, which are already being manufactured and are in use through DRDO. So there is a very big domain. Yes, the need of the hour is secrecy, which is being maintained.
Yes.
And we are working towards the best of our ability to provide the forces the best we can.
Yep. All right, Major Samar Paltur, thank you so much for your perspective on the matter. Let's quickly move on to more breaking news coming in, and this one is from Maharashtra, where hooliganism is now back on the streets of the state. Now, a video has sparked protests in Mumbai's Vikhroli area after a Marwadi shopkeeper allegedly made objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. MNS department head Vishwajit Dolam led the protest, physically assaulting the shopkeeper and forcing him to walk barefoot. The incident has escalated into a confrontation, with MNS officials taking out a procession against the shopkeeper. Now, we are also learning that a police complaint has been filed regarding the altercation. The visuals are on your screen, viewers. You can see that MNS workers over there harassing the shopkeeper. And why? Because he put up a social media post allegedly against the Marathi language. And this altercation that you see on your screens is just the latest in a series of incidents that we have seen over the last few weeks, wherein MNS workers have been on a rampage. They've led protests, they've assaulted the common man, they've assaulted anybody who has a different opinion on the language row, on the prevailing much raging debate of the language issue. And the latest victim of the MNS assault and confrontation is this shopkeeper from Vikhroli, who after he allegedly posted a WhatsApp status insulting the Marathi speaking people, was confronted by a local MNS Neta and his workers, and he was assaulted. And we're also learning that this MNS Neta in fact led a protest against the shopkeeper, essentially harassing him. You can see them on your screens. The shopkeeper
चल बोल बोला क्या नहीं तू काय बोलला पहिला काय मी बोलतो थांब सर्वांना जय महाराष्ट्र. हा एक मारवाडी आहे, इकडे हे दुकान आहे याचं. लक्षात आलं काय? त्यांनी स्टेटस टाकला होता की मराठी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये राहू. याचं काय करायचं आम्ही इथे सांग, इथे बोल, इथे बोल. कान पकडायचं, सांगायचं. चुकी झाली आहे, ती करणार कधीच करणार नाही असं काय. आणि तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना जाहीर सांगतो इकडे सगळ्या लोकांना की अशी जी लोक आहेत ना, घ्यायचं बंद करा. लोक इकडे येऊन कामवत आहेत, इथे बाहेरच्या देशातून बाहेरच्या जिल्ह्यातून येऊन इकडे कमवतात, महाराष्ट्रामध्ये कमवतात आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये सांगतात काय तर मराठी
All right, let's move on to more breaking news coming in. There's massive action by the Enforcement Directorate in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. The agency has launched raids at least 14 locations, including the premises linked to Changur Baba. Now, raids began at the crack of dawn and are still underway across several districts, including Balrampur. So we see that there's hard ED action against Changur Baba and his aides. And we're also coming to know that a team of UP ATS, and we're also learning that a team of the Uttar Pradesh ATS is currently conducting raids in Pune and Nagpur as well. And the specific focus of the central agency is on an individual called Eidul Islam, who we are learning is an aide of the fraud self-styled godman who has been named as the prime accused in a 100 crore conversion racket in Uttar Pradesh. And this man, viewers, Eidul Islam, we are learning, he calls himself the National General Secretary of the Bharat Pratikart Seva Sangh. And he often uses pictures of big political personalities in the banner and posters of his organization. And now we are learning that raids are underway, and Changur Baba is now facing the heat of the ED. All right, let's go across to our colleagues who join me live from the ground. We have Raghavendra joining me live from Balrampur and Satya Prakash live from Mumbai. Satya Prakash, I'd first like to come to you. Raids are underway at several locations across Mumbai. What is it that the ED is really looking at as far as this nexus of Changur Baba is concerned?
देखिए 5 घंटे से ज़्यादा बीत चुके हैं। छंगूर बाबा के जो करीबी है शहजाद के घर पर ईडी ने रेड किया। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि इसी बिल्डिंग के 20वें फ्लोर पर जो शहजाद उसका घर है, माहिम इलाके में भी इस जो शहजाद है उसका घर है, वहाँ पर भी ईडी ने रेड किया है। सुबह 5 बजे ईडी की टीम पहुंची और ईडी की टीम ने दोनों घरों पर छापेमारी किया है और लगातार जो शहजाद है उससे पूछताछ किया जा रहा है। ये तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं इसी बिल्डिंग के 20वें फ्लोर पर शहजाद का घर है और शहजाद से लगातार ईडी की टीम लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है। माहिम वाला जो घर है वहाँ पर भी ईडी की टीम है और वहाँ पर भी ईडी की टीम सर्च कर रही है। मुंबई ही नहीं, पुणे, नागपुर के अलावा कई जगह पे महाराष्ट्र में ईडी ने रेड किया है और जहाँ जहाँ जानकारी मिल रही है, जहाँ लिंक मिल रहा है वहाँ पे ईडी ने रेड किया। फिलहाल जो जांच पे पता चल पाया है कि जो अभी तक जो 2 करोड़ का मामला है कि 2 करोड़ जो रुपए का जो ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है कहाँ से आया है और कहाँ खर्च किया गया है, इन सारी चीज़ों को लेकर तफ्तीश कर रही है ईडी की टीम। सामने देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से मुंबई पुलिस की टीम है और यहाँ पे कोई गड़बड़ी ना हो सुरक्षा को लेकर, इसको देखते हुए यहाँ पे मुंबई पुलिस की टीम सुबह से पहुंची हुई है और अंदर जो है ईडी की टीम मौजूद है। लगातार शहजाद से पूछताछ किया जा रहा है। जो 2 करोड़ रुपया आया है नवीन के बैंक अकाउंट से, जो ट्रांजेक्शन हुआ है कहाँ से आया, सारी चीज़ें जानकारी ले रही है और कहाँ खर्च हुआ है। 2 करोड़ से ज़्यादा साथ साथ जो अलग अलग लोगों से मुलाकात हुई है और जो ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है बैंक खातों का उसको भी देख रही है। फिलहाल पूरे महाराष्ट्र में अलग अलग जगहों पर ईडी ने रेड किया है। पुणे, नागपुर और मुंबई में ईडी के रेड चालू है। जी
राइट। Satyaprakash, stay on with me. Let's quickly go across to Raghavendra, who joins me live from Balrampur. Raghavendra, we are also learning that these foreign accounts that this fraud godman was running is also under the ED scanner. They are trying to find a linkage to the channel of funds that were coming into his account. Tell us the latest that you have picked up on that, because we are talking about crores of rupees over here that he was using to run this conversion racket.
बिल्कुल, देखिए 100 करोड़ से लेकर 500 करोड़ के बीच में पूरा हवाला रैकेट छांगुर का जो अवैध साम्राज्य था, इसकी जांच हो रही है। कल अभी जेल में फिर से गया है, एटीएस की रिमांड पूरी हुई, ईडी अब इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो गई है। ईडी ने आज सुबह 5 बजे 14 ठिकानों पर देश के कई हिस्सों में छापेमारी की। उसमें से एक उतरौला बलरामपुर, यानी बलरामपुर जहां पर छांगुर का अवैध साम्राज्य है, जहां पर छांगुर की मार्केट है, जहां पर छांगुर का आलीशान महल है, घर है, वहां पर ईडी की लगातार छापेमारी चल रही है। सुबह 5 बजे लेके 11 बज चुके हैं, यानी कि 6 घंटे से लगातार छापेमारी चल रही है। क्या कुछ मिला है ईडी, इसका खुलासा बाद में करेगी, लेकिन यह कार्रवाई जो हो रही है छापेमारी, यह बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट इसमें जो लग गया है वो कहीं न कहीं जो मनी ट्रेल का पूरा मामला है, जो हवाला का मामला है, जो अवैध पैसा कहाँ आया, कहाँ गया, धर्मांतरण में यूज हुआ या प्रॉपर्टी में हुआ या लैंड जिहाद में हुआ, यह पैसा कहाँ खर्च हुआ, इन पैसों की जांच हो रही है। नवीन के अकाउंट्स के क्या मामला है, नीतू के अकाउंट्स का क्या मामला है, या उससे जुड़े हुए लोगों का क्या इसमें पूरा भूमिका है, इन सब की जांच ईडी अब कर रही है। इसी कड़ी में आज 14 जगहों पर छापेमारी चल रही है। उतरौला में कई ठिकाने हैं जिसको रिपब्लिक भारत ने ग्राउंड जीरो पर एक्सपोज किया था, दिखाया था कि किस तरह से आलीशान बुटीक सेंटर है छांगुर का, और उसके साथ ही एक आसिपिया मॉल है, वहां पर भी किस तरह से ताला बंद है, बिजली का वहां पर एक नोटिस छपका है बिजली विभाग का बिल लेने को लेकर के। ऐसे में जो छांगुर का साम्राज्य था, जहां बुलडोजर चला है, वहां पर भी एक टीम पहुंची है। तो उतरौला में ही कई स्थानों पे अलग अलग छापेमारी चल रही है। तो ये ईडी ने पहले तो ईडी ने हफ्ते भर डॉक्यूमेंट्स इकट्ठा किए, अकाउंट्स को खंगाला, सारी बातों को जब पुख्ता कर लिया, तब उसने 14 टीमें बनाई और 14 टीमें बना के रात में मूवमेंट किया और सुबह 5 बजे से 14 अलग अलग स्थानों पर ईडी ने रेड मारी है। यह बहुत बड़ी कार्रवाई है। देखिए कब तक ये रेड चलती है और आपको जो भी अपडेट होगा ग्राउंड जीरो से मैं आपको दिखाने का पूरा प्रयास करूंगा।
जी, all right, thank you Satyaprakash and Raghavendra for giving us those updates as we track the story very closely, viewers. And now let's move on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Andhra Pradesh, where YS Jagan Mohan Reddy has now expressed support for Hindi as a national language, following similar comments by TDP General Secretary Nara Lokesh. And Reddy's stance comes amid ongoing debates about the language row and cultural identity in the state. In fact, just to give you more context about what he has said, he has gone on to say that one's mother tongue should be treated as language one, and one can always learn Hindi as the second language, and there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, he has also gone on to say that for Jagan himself, Hindi was his first language and his second language was Telugu. So a very important statement that is coming in from the former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Jagan Mohan Reddy, amid the raging language debate across the country. And of course, this comes as similar statements have been made by Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan just a few days ago. Let's go across to my colleague Aneri, who joins me live from Hyderabad. Aneri, at a time when there's a raging debate across the country, and we've time and again maintained that India is a diverse country, there should not be any divide over language. Is this being seen as a welcome statement from the former Chief Minister?
Well, what we see is that earlier it was Pawan Kalyan, then Chandrababu Naidu, and also Nara Lokesh has batted for Hindi as the national language. And now we see that the former Chief Minister and YSRCP Chief Jagan Mohan Reddy has also now come in force for the Hindi language, where he says that yes, one should definitely learn Hindi language, but then if we talk about the students, then they should also know the global language, that is English, for the students to pursue. But yes, he also said that he also had learnt Hindi when he was in his schooling, and so Jagan Mohan Reddy also batting for the Hindi language. But amid the language row which we have been seeing all across the country, now Andhra Pradesh says it comes in favor of Hindi language, and earlier it was Chandrababu Naidu who had also batted for Hindi. Nara Lokesh was also seen saying that yes, Hindi is a national language, and also now we see Jagan Mohan Reddy batting for Hindi amid the ongoing language roar which we have been seeing, that how states like Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra have been talking about their mother tongue, Tamil or Maharashtra, but when we talk about Hindi language roar, we have been Andhra Pradesh coming in favor of Hindi language.
Yes. All right, Aneri, thank you for giving us those inputs on the former Chief Minister's statement. In fact, we have that full comment that he made in public domain yesterday. Let's quickly listen in to Jagan Reddy's take.
The change what should be brought about is not Hindi. Hindi can also be a language, what can be learned. But the medium of education should be English. See, this is the biggest change that should be brought about throughout the country. If this country were to move forward and leap forward. See, today English is the global language. Anybody, until and unless these government schools change, and until and unless the poor studying in these government schools learn to speak fluent English, they can never be competitive. So the medium of language should be English. Yes, once the medium is established as English, you can have language 1, language 2, language 3, depending on the choice of the children, whatsoever they want to learn, as long as the mother tongue in those particular states being compulsory subject as a language. That is language 1. Maybe a language 2, if there is an option, one can always pick Hindi. There's nothing wrong in it. In fact,
all right, let's slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the details of a report that has been published in Wall Street Journal targeting the deceased pilots for the Ahmedabad plane crash. And also, the Karnataka government has now gone to blame the RCB for the Bengaluru stampede. We're tracking that story and a lot more for you very closely. Do stay with us.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा और जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Donald Trump has defended his statement giving a 50-day ultimatum to Russia to end the war with Ukraine. Trump had earlier warned Russia of 100% tariffs if a deal wasn't struck with Ukraine.
And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means.
Russia did not take to Trump's warning kindly. Kremlin has called Trump's statement quite serious and that Putin will respond to it only if necessary.
Заявления президента США весьма серьезные. Что-то в них адресовано лично президенту Путину. Нам, безусловно, нужно время для анализа сказанного в Вашингтоне. И если и когда президент Путин посчитает необходимым, он это обязательно прокомментирует.
Nevertheless, Donald Trump has defended his statement and also revealed if he plans to send long-range weapons to Ukraine.
You've given Russia 50 days. What happens now? Do you talk to Vladimir Putin?
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad.
Well, what happens
Should Zelensky get more aggressive?
Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Should Zelensky target Moscow? Should Zelensky target Moscow, sir? Should Zelensky target Moscow or deeper into Russia?
No, he shouldn't target Moscow.
Is that why you gave him more weapons, though?
Long range missiles to Ukraine as well, and that you have to about 50 days.
No, we're not looking to do that.
Mr. President,
why are you giving Mr. Putin 50 additional days to prosecute his war?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at 12 noon today. After CDS Anil Chauhan, it is Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit who has backed the indigenous weapons. Report published in the Wall Street Journal targets pilots for Ahmedabad plane crash. Karnataka government blames RCB for the Bengaluru stampede. Amid language row, Andhra Pradesh, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy expresses support for Hindi as a national language. 10-year-old girl kidnapped and allegedly raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. Hooliganism is back on streets of Mumbai. Eminence Karas beat up a Marwadi shopkeeper for allegedly making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. And we start this edition with some breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the Bangladesh, the violence that's taken place in Bangladesh. At least 4 people were killed and dozens were injured in a day-long running battle between law enforcers and Awami League followers in Bangladesh's Gopalganj. Tensions were already high in Gopalganj, the home district of the ousted leader Sheikh Hasina, over the National Citizen Party's scheduled rally at Pora Park in the town. So, there is violence. However, we do not have any details on what triggered the violence, and the situation continues to remain tense. 4 people have been killed. More than 5 have already been injured. These are the visuals of how law enforcers and the Awami League clashed yesterday when the NCP's rally was being taken out. And remember, this has happened at the area where Sheikh Hasina was ousted. This is her turf. It was a day-long running battle between the law enforcers and the Awami League followers in Bangladesh's Gopalganj. Tensions were already high, and this is the home district of the ousted leader Sheikh Hasina. So this news has now made international headlines, with 4 people being already killed in the violent clashes that took place. This was the NCP rally. At least 4 people were killed and dozens were injured in the violent clashes that broke out between the law enforcement personnel and Awami League supporters in Gopalganj. And this happened on Wednesday. The violence broke out in the wake of a pre-scheduled NCP rally at Pora Park in Gopalganj town, which was opposed by the AL supporters despite a recent government ban on all political activities of the Awami League. According to reports, hundreds of AL activists blocked the Gopalganj Tehrat road in Ulpur area on Wednesday by felling trees. Protesters also said to fire a government vehicle and vandalize another before storming the NCP rally venue. We learned that the clashes intensified after NCP leaders left the rally and were reportedly attacked by AL supporters near that area. At least 4 people, remember, have already been killed and several others have sustained injuries as confrontations spread across parts of the district. In response, the government has imposed a curfew starting from 8 p.m. that was yesterday to 6 p.m. today. And this is to bring the situation under control. Authorities also postponed the ongoing HSC and other exams in Gopalganj with notices that have been issued by respective education boards around 10:30 p.m. Alauddin Mohammed, Joint Member and Secretary of the NCP, is joining us live from Dhaka. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic. Alauddin, my first question to you: what triggered the violence and how the situation is on ground right now?
Thank you very much for having me here. Mainly, we are having this long march towards the whole country from July 1. And this is our 34th district. We were going to Gopalganj yesterday as a regular schedule to have our meet our leaders there and meet the people who took part in this uprising. So we had one program there. There was one we already omitted the long march in the road, but we just having a program on the stage. But before joining the program, so they have vandalized the stage and they have thrown some cocktails there. So by this time, the law enforcing agencies assured us that the situation is under control and you can have your program and leave it by 30 minutes. So we have joined there and then we had this program very peacefully, and there was no triggering speech in the program also. So after finishing the program, we found that we are encircled by some people there, and then the law enforcing agencies were not able to help us. And then anyway, we could not make out that how to go out of that area. And by the time, as we took shelter in nearby the police commissioner's the office, and then we waited for the situations be under control, because we have gone from another district and our team is already out of Dhaka and out of their home for last 15 days. So we did not have any preparation to fight anyone, and we did not have any intention also. So it was unexpected, and the worst thing is that the law and order situation is not under control by this interim government, and we actually criticize, and actually we also urge the government to bring the situation not only in Gopalganj but also the whole country under control, so that the upcoming election and the peaceful transition to democracy take place properly. So that's what we experienced in Gopalganj, and yesterday, so after a brief 3 to 4 hours, the army have gone to rescue us,
sir.
and then they have taken us to nearby divisional city of Khulna, and we stayed there. And now we are going to Faridpur, another district adjacent to Gopalganj, to have our long march. Our supporters and our activists are waiting there, and we are having our program regularly. And we will continue this long march until the 64 districts will be reached, and we will cover the whole country.
Right, Alauddin, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. NCP, they're saying that they will continue their march despite the violence that broke out. Moving on to some other stories that we are tracking. This one from the state of Karnataka. The Karnataka government's report to the High Court on Bengaluru stampede squarely blamed the organizers. Now, DNA and RCB for multiple lapses. The report says that no proper police permission was sought for the June 3rd parade. Still, the RCB went ahead, even posting a public invite on social media. Over 3 lakh people turned up, leading to massive crowding and chaos. A last-minute announcement about the entry passes caused panic mismanagement at the gates by RCB. DNA and KSCA triggered a stampede, injuring 7 policemen. Despite denial of permission, police allowed a scaled-down event to avoid unrest. A magisterial probe, FIRs, police action and compensation for victims have followed. That is the statement that the Karnataka government report has to give. They have completely shunned the blame, put it on RCB, saying that it was due to the lapses and the violations of the RCB that stampede took place. The last-minute hustle, the 11th hour permission taking is what led to the stampede. The exclusive report on Republic, that Republic Kannada has got the stampede status report, where it said that there was no mention of crowd size and that there were 11th hour permissions that were taken. Abhishek is joining us live from Bengaluru on that. Abhishek, the question here now arises is, if the government report blames the RCB, why is it that they had to suspend their top cops earlier? And how is it that the state government is not at all responsible for what's happening in their state, and that the organizers and the event organizers are responsible for what happened on June 3rd?
Yeah, well, it is actual answer that the government should actually answer the people of Karnataka and also the High Court. That the department of the police department, 3 senior officials from the police department were suspended and sacked from their duties, mentioning it was due to their negligence that these 11 innocent people had to die. On the contrary note, the government has submitted a report to the Karnataka State High Court saying that the entire blame which has to be shifted is RCB, the DNA and the Karnataka State Cricket Association, because the report clearly mentions that the RCB and the DNA and KSCA hadn't sought prior permission from the Karnataka State Police and the government to conduct the celebratory event or the victory march in and around Bengaluru. On 331 pages of the RCB, the DNA and the Karnataka State Cricket Association, wherein the government of Karnataka has clearly made sure that it is out of the loop, and it has been shown that it is also equally responsible for these 11 deaths. So the Karnataka government, the Home Minister, the Chief Minister and the Deputy CM will have to answer on what basis was this inquiry conducted and on what basis was this report submitted to the High Court. And also, this might be the reason as to why the Karnataka government didn't want the report to be held out in public. It didn't want to be disclosed in public because there might be a question which the government will have to answer to the public of Karnataka. So we will have to see the response of Karnataka state government with respect to why it has hidden some of the facts which is related to the Karnataka state government and also the Karnataka state police.
Absolutely. Abhishek, thank you very much for getting us those details. Remains to be seen on if the RCB responds to that allegation of the government that they have posted in their status report. It's time for us to move on to some other news, and this is about the war of words that has erupted between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Kiran Rijiju has launched a sharp attack on Rahul Gandhi, accusing him of speaking the language of Pakistan over his criticism of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's foreign policy. The BJP says that Rahul's comments underline India's globally, it undermines India, and while the Congress defends them as legitimate political dissent. Watch this report.
A major political flashpoint erupts yet again, this time over foreign policy. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has accused Congress leader Rahul Gandhi of echoing Pakistan's narrative while criticizing Prime Minister Modi's global diplomacy. Rijiju claims that Rahul's recent remarks not only target the government but also question India's international standing. He says such criticism, especially on foreign soil, helps India's adversaries and mirrors Pakistan's tone.
विदेश पॉलिसी को लेकर के आप प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं, देश को एकजुट होने का जगह में आप देश के प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ बोलते हैं, इससे देश का क्या फ़ायदा हो गया? अपोजिशन का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि देश को गाली देना है, अपोजिशन का भी रोल होता है देश के लिए अच्छा काम करने का, सरकार को साथ दे। घर का अंदर में जो भी झगड़ा होना है पार्लियामेंट में बहस होगा, लेकिन जब विदेश नीति का बात होता है तो फिर हम दो मत नहीं होना चाहिए। हमने कभी भी जब कांग्रेस सरकार में थे विदेश नीति को लेकर के हम अलग से प्रधानमंत्री का हमला नहीं करते थे, इंटरनली जो बात होते थे घर में बात करते हैं। इसलिए ये जिस तरीके से राहुल गांधी विदेश नीति पर पाकिस्तान के भाषा बोल बोल करके गुमराह करने का कोशिश करता है, ये देश को नुकसान होता है। हम तो उनको यही सुझाव देंगे कि आप लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, तालमेल में काम करें, लेकिन देश विरोधी बात बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए।
Congress meanwhile has hit back hard. The party says questioning foreign policy failures is not anti-national but a democratic right. The political crossfire continues, but what remains paramount is India's global image and national interest. As leaders voice their views, the responsibility to uphold the dignity of the nation both at home and abroad remains above all.
Moving forward to some other breaking news that's coming in, a cockpit recording of dialogue between two pilots of Air India flight that crashed last month indicates that captain cut the flow of the fuel to plane's engine is what the Wall Street Journal has reported on Wednesday. The newspaper cited that people familiar with United States officials' early assessment of evidence uncovered in the investigation into June 12 crash in Ahmedabad, India that killed 260 people. Western media, they're completely going out, prejudicing against Indian pilots and blaming the Indian pilots for the crash that happened. On that note, I am also being joined by Captain Kabir Malik. He is an aviation expert, also is an expert on flight safety and airline operations. He was a charter airline captain with over 18 plus years of flying experience. Captain Kabir Malik, thank you very much for speaking to Republic, sir. The Western media is prejudicing against Indian pilots. They say that it was the pilot's fault because of which AI-171 had crashed. And you have been a former pilot as well, charter airline captain for over 18 years of flying experience. What do you have to say on the Western media's speculation that is ongoing about the crash that happened in Ahmedabad?
See, the Western media is completely saving the Boeing company because if somebody is just alleged to our pilot, I will not accept it, and completely, strongly condemn this statement of Western media and rest of other, whatever the experts are outside of India, people, they are just talking against our pilot community. It is not completely right, and whatever in my opinion, I said it in many interviews also, that it is this fault is with the machinery only, and if they were talking on the preliminary report, on the first preliminary report, that the pilot was asking to the co-pilot that you cut off the switch. He said that I did not. That meant he was making he was made the confirmation from the co-pilot that how it did happen. That's why he asked it. If we will go on that preliminary report completely that and we allegate to our pilot and we'll just conclude on this, this is not fair, absolutely.
Absolutely. Captain Kabir, do you also feel that the government of India should take this up, keeping in mind how the Western media has been targeting our pilots?
Definitely, our foreign ministry have to interfere in this, and they have to be issued a notice or something, combined press conference or some dialogue delivery have to be delayed through our foreign ministry towards of this Western media. They will not spoil our captain image or the aviation industry of India. It is a big question of our nation. If somebody is raising the some allegations on us, definitely we have to be we will not be accepted, and this foreign ministry and the aviation ministry have to be make a combined press conference, and they have to be intimate or issued a notice against this Western media.
Right, Captain Kabir, thank you very much. Appreciate your views and you joining us here on the broadcast. It's time for us to move on to some other breaking news that's coming in. Moga in Punjab, a car rammed into his own brother. Due to property dispute, the younger brother tried to kill the elder brother's family by running car over them. Extremely dramatic visuals that has been captured on camera. The CCTV shows how a car rams into their own family members, and this over a land dispute. Property dispute in a village took dangerous turn when the younger brother Dilbagh Singh tried to kill his elder brother Balwinder Singh, his wife and daughter, by running car over them. This entire incident has now been captured in the CCTV cameras installed at the spot. According to the information, we learned that Surjit Singh, a resident of the village, was there with 3 sons who lived separately. Now, Surjit Singh lived with his youngest son Dilbagh Singh along with his wife. About a month ago, due to property dispute, Dilbagh Singh threw his parents Surjit Singh out of the house. After this, the main accused started living with his wife and elder son Balwinder Singh, due to which there were certain property disputes that had erupted, after which the younger son of the family decided to ram the car into the elder son of the family. It shows how a car rams into 3 people, completely pinning them to the wall. 1 person also comes under the wheels of the car. Lalit, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast on that as we stay with the videos. Lalit, extremely shocking incident that has come on camera. Very dramatic visuals. What do we know about the incident that has happened? Has the police taken cognizance of the same?
Very dramatic, and the visuals which have come into light, the visuals are said to be of 14th July, when the younger brother Dilbagh Singh tried to run his elder brother Balwinder Singh over a property dispute. So in this CCTV footage, it has been clearly seen how a speeding car rammed the elder brother Balwinder, his wife and daughter. They were seriously injured, and after that they were being shifted into a private hospital where their condition is said to be stable. But police have already registered a case on the complaint of Balwinder Singh, the elder brother who has been injured, and Surjit Singh, the father of Dilbagh and Balwinder. It has been said that around a month before, Surjit Singh and his wife used to live with his younger son Dilbagh Singh, and they had a property dispute. After that, the younger brother throwed his parents out of the house, and they started living with his elder son Balwinder Singh. So these are the dramatic visuals which can be seen on the screen, in which it has been captured on the CCTV footage how the younger brother over the property dispute has tried to ram the elder brother. Back to the studio.
Right, Lalit, thank you very much for getting us those details. Moving on to some other stories that we are tracking. Big crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate in the Changur Baba conversion case. Now, raids are being carried out at 14 locations span India, including 2 properties in Mumbai that has been linked to Shahzad Sheikh, who is a very close aide of Changur Baba. A suspicious ₹2 crore transaction has triggered this major operation. Now, the aide of Changur Baba is being questioned as the probe into illegal funds and conversions deepens.
In a major crackdown on suspected illegal religious conversions, the Enforcement Directorate launched coordinated raids early Thursday morning across 14 locations, 12 in Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur and 2 in Mumbai. The operation is part of an ongoing probe into the Changur Baba religious conversion case. ED officials began searches at 5 a.m. today, targeting individuals linked to the questionable financial dealings possibly tied to the alleged conversion racket. In Mumbai, the focus is on Shehzad Sheikh. The raids are underway at 2 of his properties, one in Bandra and another in Rizvi Heights in Mumbai. Sheikh is currently being interrogated at his Bandra residence. Officials are investigating a suspicious ₹2 crore transfer from the account of accused Naveen to Sheikh's account, a transaction believed to be routed through Hawala channels to finance unlawful conversions.
And moving on to some stories that have made international headlines. Israel carried out a series of powerful strikes on the Syrian capital, Damascus, escalating a campaign that it says is in support of an Arab minority group involved in deadly clashes with Syrian government forces. At least 3 people were killed and nearly 34 others were injured in the attack. Before we get to the reactions of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, let's first look at the exact moment when there were missiles that were launched in Syria that had hit the military headquarters.
مهاجمة قوات
بله هیویدار دمات باش به از یک سردی من آبد متا ميار تعال هون ميار خليك على الارض خليك على الارض ميار خليك على الارض ميار بله هیوی
אחיי אזרחי ישראל הדרוזים, המצב בסווידה, המצב בדרום מערב סוריה הוא חמור מאוד. צה"ל פועל, חיל האוויר פועל, כוחות אחרים פועלים. אנחנו פועלים כדי להציל את אחינו הדרוזים וכדי לחסל את כנופיות המשטר. ועכשיו יש לי בקשה אחת מכם. אתם אזרחי ישראל, אל תעברו את הגבול. אתם מסכנים את חייכם, אתם יכולים להירצח, אתם יכולים להיחטף, ואתם פוגעים במאמצים של צה"ל. ולכן אני מבקש מכם, חזרו לבתיכם, תנו לצה"ל לפעול.
The Secretary General unequivocally condemns all violence against civilians, including reports of arbitrarily killings and acts that fan the flames of sectarian tensions and robs the people of Syria of their opportunity for peace and for reconciliation after 14 years. The Secretary General further condemns Israel's escalatory airstrikes on Suwaida, Dara, and in the center of the Syrian capital, Damascus, as well as reports of Israeli Defense Forces' redeployment of forces in the Golan. He calls for an immediate cessation of all violations of Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity and for respect of the 1974 Disengagement of Forces Agreement.
Time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break are the details of what the Wall Street Journal has reported targeting Indian pilots regarding the Ahmedabad crash. Also coming up after the break are the details of how the Karnataka government has completely pushed the blame on RCB for the stampede that took place on June 3rd.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Donald Trump has defended his statement giving a 50-day ultimatum to Russia to end the war with Ukraine. Trump had earlier warned Russia of 100% tariffs if a deal wasn't struck with Ukraine.
And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Indian hypersonic.
Drone thing, it has been live for a very long time, but after this Op Sindhur's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into this aspects.
After Chief of Defence Staff Anil Chauhan, Chief of Integrated Defence Staff Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit backs indigenous weapons. Report published in the Wall Street Journal targets pilots for Ahmedabad plane crash yet again. Karnataka government blames RCB for the Bangalore stampede. Amid language row, Andhra Pradesh's former Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has expressed support for Hindi as a national language. 10-year-old girl kidnapped and allegedly raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district.
बोला क्या नहीं काय बोलला पहिला काय मी बोलतो थांब बोल
Hooliganism is back on the streets of Mumbai. MNS cadres beat up a Marwadi shopkeeper for allegedly making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12:30 p.m. this Thursday afternoon. Our top story continues to remain the state of lawlessness in Bihar. Now, in a shocking incident at Paras Hospital in Patna, a deadly firing erupted involving infamous criminal Chandan Mishra from Buxar. Currently on parole for medical treatment, Mishra sustained multiple gunshot wounds and is fighting for his life. Meanwhile, police officials, including IG Jitendra Rana, have confirmed that the attack appears to be the work of a rival gang. Authorities have launched a full-scale investigation, probing not only the attack but also potential involvement of on-duty hospital security staff in this case of shooting. This is one of the most recent cases now of firing, murder and robbery incidences which have erupted in back-to-back sequence in the last few days in a complete state of lawlessness. Let's listen into what the administration had to say about this recent incident of firing at now a hospital in Patna.
देखिए, ये निश्चित रूप से एक अपराधी, बड़ा दुर्दांत अपराधी था और गैंग वॉर इनके बीच में आपस में किस कारण से गैंग वॉर हुआ है, क्या इनके गैंग से कोई मामले रहे हैं, जो अपराधी हैं उनको जो है चिन्हित किया जा रहा है। बक्सर जिला के साथ में हम लोग संपर्क में हैं, वहाँ से किस प्रकार से कौन अपराधी हैं, क्या कौन लोग रहे हैं, निश्चित रूप से जो इसको यहाँ पे अस्पताल प्रबंधन की तरफ से जो भी व्यक्ति अंदर में जाते हैं सबकी फ्रिस्किंग करी जाती है। तो इसमें इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता कि कोई यहाँ का सुरक्षा कर्मी की मिलीभगत हो सकती है। तो जो सुरक्षा कर्मी इस समय यहाँ पर ड्यूटी पे थे तो उनकी भी हम लोग पूछताछ करेंगे और पता लगाएंगे कि किस प्रकार से जो अपराधी अंदर में जाते हैं।
पटना के पारस हॉस्पिटल में आज एक गैंग वॉर में एक दुर्दांत अपराधी चंदन मिश्रा, जो कि पेरोल पर बेउर जेल से बाहर निकला हुआ था और इसका इलाज चल रहा था, यहाँ पर अपराधियों के एक गिरोह ने गोली मार दी और उसकी मौत हो गई। चश्मदीद बता रहे हैं कि 4 अपराधी थे हथियारबंद, जो पारस हॉस्पिटल के इस गेट से घुसे अंदर और अभी जो है यहाँ पर गेट पर किसी को घुसने नहीं दिया जा रहा है अंदर। और 209 नंबर कमरे में उसका इलाज चल रहा था चंदन मिश्रा का। चंदन मिश्रा जो कि 2 दर्जन से ऊपर आपराधिक मामले, जिसमें हत्या के संगीन अपराध भी थे, उस पे मामला दर्ज था। बेउर जेल से निकला था पेरोल पर इलाज के लिए। 14 साल से लगभग इलाज बेउर जेल में बंद था और विभिन्न जेलों में भी बंद रहा है और उसको मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। अब ये हथियारबंद अपराधी कौन थे, किस गैंग के थे, अदावत थी उनकी, जिसके चलते चंदन मिश्रा को मौत के घाट उतारा गया। चश्मदीद बता रहे हैं कि 4 अपराधी हथियार लहराते हुए बाहर निकले। पहले चश्मदीद को यह लगा कि ये कहीं हॉस्पिटल के सुरक्षा के जिम्मेवार लोग तो नहीं हैं, लेकिन करीब 7:30 बजे जब हथियार लहराते हुए लोगों को देखा और बाद में पता चला किसी को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया, तब पता चला कि ये अपराधी थे। ये भले ही गैंगवार हो, लेकिन कोई भी अपराधी हॉस्पिटल में कैसे हथियार लहराते हुए घुस सकता है और हॉस्पिटल में ये गोलीबारी की घटना को अंजाम दिया जा सकता है। और यहाँ पर व्यस्तम सड़क है, ये पटना का प्रतिष्ठित अस्पताल है और इस हॉस्पिटल में भी जब जो मरीज हैं वो सेफ नहीं रहेंगे तो पटना पुलिस पर सवाल उठना लाजमी है, बिहार पुलिस पर सवाल उठना लाजमी है और शासन व्यवस्था पर भी सवाल उठना लाजमी है। क्या सरकार का इकबाल बच गया है?
Well, that's the report coming in from Patna. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, high tensions are also gripping Pekan in Assam's Golpura district after a violent crash broke out during an anti-encroachment operation. A group of evicted illegal settlers reportedly attacked the police personnel and administrative vehicles on Saturday, pelting stones and targeting bulldozers involved in the drive. Now, the situation has escalated further today when the police tried to access the evicted village again and were met with renewed aggression. In response, police were forced to open fire to control the mob. One encroacher has died reportedly due to a stray bullet, while 2 others have been injured. Additional forces have now been deployed and the situation remains tense as authorities work to restore order in this part of Assam, which is the Pekan in Assam's Golpara district. High tensions now continuing, 1 dead, 2 others injured after illegal settlers there prevented authorities from entering a village. I have my colleague Anirudh joining us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Anirudh, what's the latest in terms of the tensions that have erupted in the Golpara district?
Yes, the situation remains tense in Golpara, in Paikan area, particularly where eviction was carried out last Saturday. And after the eviction also, the encroachers, the illegal settlers were adamant they were not vacating the land. They were in makeshift camps nearby the evicted area. And today when the police and the administration went to cut off the road that connects to the village from where the eviction drive was carried out. That village was supposed to be cut off with the road connectivity as it was a forest land. But when the bulldozers of the administration along with security personnel went to the spot, at that point in time, a mob of more than 100 people stormed in. They pelted stone on the police force which was accompanied accompanying the bulldozer. They also tried to damage the bulldozer. You can see in these visuals how the mob was chasing the police, and in retaliation, the police had to fire several rounds in order to disperse the mob. And it was at that point in time that three stray bullets had hit three protesters. One of them had been confirmed dead so far, and two are left injured. The situation continues to remain tense, and additional security forces have been deployed. These are people who have shifted to Gwalpara from the nearby districts of Dhubri, from Barpeta, as well as from places like South Salmana on the other side of the Brahmaputra, and they had occupied this land that actually belonged to the forest department. They have destroyed the forest cover, they have cut off the trees. There was many salt trees in this area. All those trees were cleared off and made agricultural land. They built more than 1,000 houses in this area, approximately measuring around 1,000 bighas of land. And they had been in rampant deforestation drive in this area, and the government evicted these encroachers on Saturday. They were in fact given several notice by the state government, and as per the directives issued by the High Court and the guidelines provided by the Supreme Court, the entire eviction drive was carried out on Saturday. However, the encroachers, as I have already said, encroachers were adamant they were not vacating this land. They had been reiterating that they will continue to live on this land. But the administration had repeatedly given them assurances. The government had also given them assurance that those who have land in their place of origin, that is in districts like Dhubri, Barpeta and South Salmana, from where they have shifted, they will be getting land in their respective district if they are truly landless. But these people were adamant they were not moving back to their places of origin, and the district administration had went there today to disconnect the road connectivity in the area. However, they were met with violent forces by the mob, and in retaliation again police had to fire. You can see on these visuals very clearly how people were throwing, how the mob were
Indeed, Anirudh, and these are very concerning visuals that we are also tracking here, and we'll be closely monitoring the situation as it continues to remain high in Golpara. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news updates coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, the Union Territory, where Indian Army has responded swiftly to assist Amarnath Yatris stranded due to a landslide and heavy rains. Now, amidst continuing inclement weather conditions in the higher reaches of Jammu and Kashmir, the Indian Army has once again displayed its unwavering commitment to safeguard the lives of Amarnath Yatris. On the evening of 16th of July 2025 at approximately 19:15 hours, persistent rainfall triggered a landslide at the Z mode between Rayalpatri and Bradimarg, resulting in halting of Yatra movement and stranded numbers of pilgrims in this area. Now, in immediate response, the Indian Army detachment deployed at the Bradimarg swung into action. Around 500 Yatris were stranded in the area, which were accommodated in tents and provided with tea and drinking water. Additionally, another 3,000 pilgrims were found refuge in langars located between Bradimarg and Z mode, which offered essential shelter and sustenance. Those are visuals of the rescue operations that were carried out last evening and throughout the night. I also have my colleague Gursimran joining us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Gursimran, tell us about the rescue operations presently underway, which are undertaken by the Indian Armed Forces, particularly for the Amarnath Yatris.
Yes, as part of the Operation Shiva, Indian Army is not securing the Amarnath Yatra, but is also providing every possible assistance to the pilgrims that have come to pay obeisance at the holy cave of Baba Barfani. Yesterday, we saw that how heavy rainfalls, shooting stones and landslides have created a havoc when the pilgrims were returning downwards from after paying the obeisance at holy cave. And at both the places, be it at the Virari Marg or if we speak of the Rail Patri, we saw the situation was that there were heavy landslides and mudslides that were taking place, after which Indian Army swung into the the action. At first 500 people they were provided relief by the Indian Army, then followed by 3,000 people, pilgrims, those who have gone to pay to perform the darshans at the holy cave of Baba Barfani. They were given refuge by the Indian Army. This is being done as part of the Operation Shiva that has been launched not only to secure the Amarnath Yatra but also to ensure that the pilgrims do not suffer. And yesterday the weather took completely a different turn. It was not online, or it was not predicted that things will go this worse. Yesterday we saw a lady also from Rajasthan. She lost her life to the shooting stones, but Indian Army swung into the action, braving all the odds, all the weather challenges, and they provided relief to more than 3,500 pilgrims that were there. And now as we speak, in the relief and the rescue operations, BRO along with the Indian Army, they are standing firm to help the authorities, including Jammu and Kashmir Police and the other sister agencies, so that the yatra that has been put on halt can be resumed at an earliest.
Thank you so much, Gursimran. Stay with us because more breaking news updates, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the National Investigation Agency, or the NIA, is set to produce Parvez Ahmed and Bashir Ahmed, two Lashkar terror operatives, before the NIA court in Jammu today. The duo were arrested on June 22nd and are accused of aiding the three Pakistani terrorists in the brutal Pahalgam terror attack that took place on April 22nd, which claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians. Earlier, the court had granted them 10 days of remand until July 16th as the investigation in the matter continued. And today, the NIA is all set to produce Parvez Ahmed and Bashir Ahmed, the two Lashkar terror operatives, before the NIA court in Jammu today. Gursimran continues to join us. Gursimran, what's the latest in terms of the production of Parvez Ahmed and Bashir Ahmed in the NIA court today?
See, this is the fourth time post their arrest that they will be produced at the special NIA court in Jammu. What we are getting to know that now the NIA will also be seeking an extending remand, because see, first it was for the 4 days, then 5 days, and then 10 days remand was granted to the National Investigation Agency. NIA has last time revealed to the court that there are some of the key evidences that have come into fore during investigation of the duo, because wife of one of these overground workers, those who have been arrested, Parvez and Bashir, she was also aware that the terrorists are coming. Even some of the money exchange has also taken place. That NIA said that it will be taking time because there are some forward and backward linkages that needs to be actually established. Though these two overground workers have clearly identified the three Pakistani terrorists that are behind this attack, and the photos of which were released by the multiple agencies a day after the terror attack that took place on 22nd of April and killed 26 civilians, including 25 tourists that have come to Jammu and Kashmir. Now the NIA will be once again pressing for the NIA custody of these accused so that some more details can be taken out, because what is happening is that once they are at one place they are being questioned, at second side some of the intelligence inputs are also being worked upon, and then the things are being corroborated that are giving some major breakthroughs to the agencies, but agency want to be doubly sure on multiple things, and that's why it is taking time, because it's been roughly a month that they have been arrested, but agencies want to have some more investigation so that they can get into this deep-rooted conspiracy, that how it was hashed and how Lashkar got this overground workers, what was their entire plan, whether they were planning something post that also, that Pahalgam terror attack. All is being worked upon by the National Investigating Agency, and today at the NIA court in Jammu, both these accused, Parvez and Bashir, will be produced.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for those details. And extended remand is something that the NIA will seek, ladies and gentlemen, for the two accused overground workers working in tandem with the Lashkar terrorists for the Pahalgam terror attack. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news updates coming in. The US Embassy in India now has issued a very stern warning. Visa revocations, future ineligibility looms over criminal acts in the United States. The US Embassy in India has issued a strong caution to all visa holders committing crimes such as assault, theft or burglary on US soil, which can lead to not only legal troubles but also immediate visa revocation and disqualification from future US visa issuance. In an official statement, the embassy emphasized that the United States values law and order and expects foreign visitors to comply fully with US laws. Visa screening continues and other issuance and violations can jeopardize your current visa or future travel eligibility. This advisory follows concerns about rising misconduct among some visa holders, highlighted by a recent viral incident wherein an Indian woman allegedly attempted to leave a Target store with unpaid goods worth $1,300. Now, the embassy has further added that the US visa holders are continuously being monitored for compliance, and those found in violation of the laws will face visa cancellations and possible deportation. In related measures to the enhanced visa screening, the United States government recently mandated that all applicants of FM&J non-immigrant visas must also set their social media accounts to public for vetting purposes. The travelers are urged to strictly abide by US laws to avoid jeopardizing their stay and future travel plans. Now, so the US Embassy officially coming out with an advisory urging all Indians on any visa in the United States to comply by all US laws very strictly or face deportation or visa revocation immediately. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, India's mission to help the Global South countries continues. In a strong gesture of solidarity with the Global South, India has now dispatched a consignment of 300,000 doses of measles and rubella vaccines along with essential medical supplies to support Bolivia in the fight against a growing disease concern and outbreak. The Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal has stated that India stands by its friends in the Global South, highlighting New Delhi's commitment to global health cooperation. That's the latest consignment of 300,000 vaccine doses of rubella and other critical outbreaks that have broken out in Bolivia, for which the MEA is now sending vaccines to Bolivia in its commitment shared to help the nations of the Global South. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a big crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate in the Changur Baba conversion case continues. Raids at least 14 locations, including 2 properties in Mumbai linked to Shehzad Sheikh. A suspicious 2 crore transaction has triggered this major operation. Sheikh is being questioned as the probe into the illegal funds and conversions deepen. And here's a report.
In a major crackdown on suspected illegal religious conversions, the Enforcement Directorate launched coordinated raids early Thursday morning across 14 locations, 12 in Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur and 2 in Mumbai. The operation is part of an ongoing probe into the Changur Baba religious conversion case. ED officials began searches at 5 a.m. today, targeting individuals linked to the questionable financial dealings possibly tied to the alleged conversion racket. In Mumbai, the focus is on Shehzad Sheikh. The raids are underway at 2 of his properties, one in Bandra and another in Rizvi Heights in Mumbai. Sheikh is currently being interrogated at his Bandra residence. Officials are investigating a suspicious rupees 2 crore transfer from the account of accused Naveen to Sheikh's account, a transaction believed to be routed through Hawala channels to finance unlawful conversions.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Gundaism is back on the streets of Maharashtra. A video has now sparked protests in Mumbai's Vikhroli area after a Marwadi shopkeeper allegedly made some objectionable comments about Marathi people on a social media platform. MNS department head Vishwajit Dolam led a protest and physically assaulted the shopkeeper and forced him to walk barefoot. Now, the incident has escalated into a full-blown confrontation with the MNS officials taking out a procession against the shopkeeper. A police complaint has been filed regarding the altercation. However, another very serious incident of hooliganism, vigilantism and Gundaism on the streets of Mumbai, this time in Vikhroli, has emerged with MNS workers being defiant and taking matters of law in their own hand. The visuals are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, where a shopkeeper was made and targeted specifically by MNS party workers there for allegedly posting a social media post which allegedly disrespected the Marathi sentiment. Those are visuals coming in. We cannot show you the entire visual in its entirety due to the expletives in that video, but it was a very violent altercation. The man was made to walk barefoot on the entire street. There was also allegations of physical assault by the MNS workers there. He was a Marwadi shopkeeper, and once again a very shocking incident of MNS, Gundaism and vigilantism from the streets of Vikhroli in Mumbai this time has appeared on social media platforms. This is also coming just 2 weeks after Raj Thackeray, the party chief, also said that you can go out and take matters into your own hand if the Marathi sentiment is hurt, but do not record these instances. And despite of that, you can see MNS Gundas there on the screens, the allegations being made by the shopkeepers. Just weeks ago, we saw in Meera Road, where a similar incident had happened, and now MNS party workers there in another alleged case of Gundaism. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has launched a sharp attack on Rahul Gandhi, accusing him of speaking the language of Pakistan over his criticism of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's foreign policy. The BJP says Rahul's comments undermine India's global initiatives, while Congress defends them as legitimate political dissent. Here's a detailed report of this latest bout of political war of words.
A major political flashpoint erupts yet again, this time over foreign policy. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has accused Congress leader Rahul Gandhi of echoing Pakistan's narrative while criticizing Prime Minister Modi's global diplomacy. Rijiju claims that Rahul's recent remarks not only target the government but also question India's international standing. He says such criticism, especially on foreign soil, helps India's adversaries and mirrors Pakistan's tone.
विदेश पॉलिसी को लेकर के आप प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं, देश को एकजुट होने का जगह में आप देश के प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ बोलते हैं, इससे देश का क्या फ़ायदा हो गया? अपोजिशन का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि देश को गाली देना है। अपोजिशन का भी रोल होता है देश के लिए अच्छा काम करने का, सरकार को साथ दे। घर का अंदर में जो भी झगड़ा होना है पार्लियामेंट में बहस होगा, लेकिन जब विदेश नीति का बात होता है तो फिर हम दो मत नहीं होना चाहिए। हमने कभी भी जब कांग्रेस सरकार में थे विदेश नीति को लेकर के हम अलग से प्रधानमंत्री का हमला नहीं करते थे, इंटरनली जो बात होते थे घर में बात करते हैं। इसलिए ये जिस तरीके से राहुल गांधी विदेश नीति पर पाकिस्तान के भाषा बोल बोल करके गुमराह करने का कोशिश करता है, ये देश को नुकसान होता है। हम तो उनको यही सुझाव देंगे कि आप लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, तालमेल में काम करें, लेकिन देश विरोधी बात बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए।
Congress meanwhile has hit back hard. The party says questioning foreign policy failures is not anti-national but a democratic right. The political crossfire continues, but what remains paramount is India's global image and national interest. As leaders voice their views, the responsibility to uphold the dignity of the nation both at home and abroad remains above all.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Karnataka government in High Court blames RCB for Bangalore stampede. Does the government have no accountability? More details when we come right back after this short break.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Donald Trump has defended his statement giving a 50-day ultimatum to Russia to end the war with Ukraine. Trump had earlier warned Russia of 100% tariffs if a deal wasn't struck with Ukraine.
And one of the reasons that
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, report published in Wall Street Journal targets pilots once again for the Ahmedabad plane crash. Who is making these leaks in the international media? More details when we come right back after the short break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Donald Trump has defended his statement giving a 50-day ultimatum to Russia to end the war with Ukraine. Trump had earlier warned Russia of 100% tariffs if a deal wasn't struck with Ukraine.
And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means.
Russia did not take to Trump's warning kindly. Kremlin has called Trump's statement quite serious and that Putin will respond to it only if necessary.
заявления президента США весьма серьезные. Что-то в них адресовано лично президенту Путину. Нам, безусловно, нужно время для анализа сказанного в Вашингтоне. И если и когда президент Путин посчитает необходимым, он это обязательно прокомментирует.
Nevertheless, Donald Trump has defended his statement and also revealed if he plans to send long-range weapons to Ukraine.
You've given Russia 50 days. What happens now? Do you talk to Vladimir Putin? Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Well, what happens? Should Zelensky get more aggressive? Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on. Should Zelensky target Moscow? Should Zelensky target Moscow, sir? Should Zelensky target Moscow or deeper into Russia? No, he shouldn't target Moscow. Is that why you gave him?
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It has been live for a very long time, but after this Operation Sindhur's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into these aspects.
After Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Integrated Defence Staff Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit backs indigenous weapons. Report published in Wall Street Journal targets pilots of Ahmedabad plane crash yet again. Amid language row, former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has expressed support for Hindi as national language. Karnataka government. Amid language row from Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has expressed support for Hindi as national language. 10-year-old girl kidnapped and allegedly raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. Hooliganism is back on the streets of Mumbai. MNS cadres beat up a Marwadi shopkeeper for allegedly making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media.
Now, viewers, we start with news coming in. A cockpit recording of dialogue between the two pilots of Air India flight that crashed last month indicated that the captain had cut the flow of the fuel to the plane's engines. The Wall Street Journal reported on Wednesday. The newspaper cited that people familiar with US officials' early assessment of evidence uncovered in the investigation into June 12 crash in Ahmedabad that killed 260 people. So viewers, this was one of the leaks that the Pilots Association was referring to. Remember, they had raised objections. There were leaks to some international outlets who were outrightly blaming the pilots, and they insinuated that this could be a cover-up for Boeing, a cover-up for the DGCA as well. Now, the Wall Street Journal report has claimed that, and remember, this is just the preliminary data. This is just preliminary report that we are talking about here. But there are international media outlets like Wall Street Journal that have jumped to the conclusion and almost insinuated that it was the fault of the pilots, the dead pilots, blaming the dead pilots. So, viewers, this is about the Air India crash probe report and the Wall Street Journal, remember, and there are others also. If you see the headlines, viewers, they have outrightly blamed the dead pilots. There is no, this conversation that has been disclosed in the report is, remember, not the complete picture. But there are outlets that are claiming that this is something that is suggesting that it was one of the pilots of the Air India 171 flight that in fact had was responsible. I have my call. We have an aviation expert, Captain C.S. Randhawa, joining us on the broadcast. Captain Randhawa, thanks so much once again for joining us on Public TV. This is one of the things that pilot associations had also pointed out, and we have the Wall Street Journal outrightly blaming the dead pilots. How do you see this?
Okay, good afternoon. Well, I'm grateful to again come on the Republic TV and give my comments. First and foremost thing, today morning we have sent a detailed letter to the Minister of Civil Aviation requesting for a reconstitution of the investigation team, in which we want the subject matter experts and Boeing 787 qualified pilots, engineers, and also air safety experts. So then only we will be able to come to some logical conclusion for this inquiry. Because at present there is no pilot on the board of this committee which is doing the investigation. The second thing is, we have explained and given our viewpoint from the Federation of Indian Pilots that what could have gone wrong, and there has been an electrical problem in the aircraft, which we have been emphasizing since last so many days on different channels. Whereas the focus is being given on the fuel control switches. So we have been contemplating that and giving our side of the theory that this is what had happened 6 years back on the Anand NH985 aircraft from Boeing 787 from Haneda and Tokyo to Osaka. So we have given a full write-up on this to the minister, and we have asked for the reconstitution of the board. Thirdly, I have given a press statement yesterday regarding misconceptions by people, and a lot of people who have been saying, especially the foreign media, they have been blaming the pilots, whereas there is no mention in the report, whether on the CVR or otherwise, that the pilots have cut off the fuel control switches. And we are condemning that report of Wall Street Journal which has come out today morning, and we are also contemplating some kind of action against the channel of maligning the character and they have attacked directly onto the pilot community. Now, I must tell you one thing. I have been with the Air Force earlier, then with Air India, and I spent a very long tenure with the DGCA. My perception, I've been a trainer since last 40 years and almost 50 years of aviation experience. Indian pilots, let me tell you one thing. I have trained pilots in Air Force and in Air India. They're one of the finest pilots in the world. You cannot expect such irresponsible actions by captains. And why would he do it just after takeoff? He would have taken and flown the aircraft himself, and if that was the case. But in this case, things happened so fast and so quick, and it is related to some electrical problem or the software glitch, which we are saying. And we are also saying that please take into consideration what the lone survivor has been saying. No one is focusing on that. He said after takeoff, he's seen flickering of the lights in the cabin. Now that means a power interruption. So that has to be corroborated along with what are the findings. And the prelim report has been silent on even the CVR recording. When is the some call out for gear? Has it come? Has it not come? What happened about the autopilot at 200 feet? Nothing is said about that. Then any warnings which come in the cockpit, they are recorded by the CVR too. Where are they? So I am not, we are not happy from the Federation of Indian Pilots and even the same comments have been given by ALPA, by Captain Stan Thomas. And we strongly object to any media, foreign media, and for that I released a press statement yesterday that people cannot be giving anti-national coverages to suit themselves like it was done by Captain Ranganathan, who maligned on the character of Captain Sumit Sabharwal, not knowing him, and he has flown ancient aircraft. He himself has had an incident on Silk Air aircraft, and he was terminated from there. So we are taking action against him too. Because if you have evidence, then we will accept it. But if you do not have the evidence, neither the report says nor the Minister of Civil Aviation has mentioned that the pilots have done that. The CVR doesn't say so. So it is inappropriate to cast aspersions and come to conclusions.
Right.
So we strongly object to it. And second, the last point is that if this is happening and the media abroad is trying to propagate this, they are creating a fear amongst the passengers around the world that the pilots are so irresponsible, they're doing such things. So I feel that the even Government of India and the other governments should discourage such statements which are detrimental to the general public.
Right, so just stay on with us. We also have Captain Sanjay Gupta, ex-Air India captain, and we'll discuss about the ALPA, of course, what the concerns that have been raised and how the international media is covering it. I also have my colleague Krutarth and Harsha joining us. Harsha, just tell us the latest, because there is massive outrage now once again over international media's coverage. In the latest, we have Wall Street Journal outrightly, without the full report still being released, blaming the dead pilot.
No, Rakshita, it is the narrative which is now being floated by the Western media, and we know who all are the stakeholders, as the experts are also stating that there has been no mentioning in the AIB report, and there has been no mentioning from the sources in the AIB as well. The final report is yet to come, but it's clear, crystal clear, that the blame is going to be put on pilot. This is what the Western media is trying to jump the gun and trying to float the narrative as far as the crash is concerned. But to tell you precisely that that is the reason why experts and the Association of Pilot pilot has been meeting the AIB, MOCA and the DGCA authorities by continuously stating that this is the time when the experts and the pilots should be included in the AIB investigation. It's very important that the investigation happens unbiased. There's a transparency in the AIB final investigation, and it will only happen when the pilots and the experts from the Association of Pilots are inducted in the investigation along with other experts. Because right now, Western media is continuously floating, not only Wall Street Journal, but if you watch the TV channels as well, one narrative is trying to being float around in the Western media that it was the pilot. They're trying to portray it in a way that it was suicide which was committed by pilot himself by switching off the fuel, by switching off the spar fuel valve, which is not exactly the reason which has been quoted or cited by the AIB till now. The investigation is underway, but we are the ones who will actually unearth that what was the investigation, what is the investigation happening right into it, because MOCA has not still stated that there was a pilot's fault. In fact, the regulatory body has yet not stated that. In fact, the AIB investigating officers, the investigation CEO or the DG never ever have stated that it was the pilot's fault. In fact, the Campbell Wilson statement which was sent out to the Air India employees clearly stated that the pilots went on for the medical test, the breath analyzer test was done, pilots were fit to fly, and everything was checked before they boarded the flight. In fact, with the DRDO experts in the investigation committee, there were the experts who also analyzed the personality of the pilots, like what was their behavior 2 to 3 days before when they took the flight, when they take off the flight. In fact, in the entire investigation, it has not come out that their personality or their behavior was different, or they were going through some stress. There was no mentioning of such thing. Pilots have been given a clean chit. Nothing regarding the pilots have been mentioned in the AIB report, and the investigation itself has stated that the final report is yet to come. We are very well aware that there was an issue with fuel switch. Now, one thing is that there was an issue with fuel switch. So, Boeing the Air India operators are much in a questionable state. Now, they are trying to put the blame and jump the gun by clearly stating that the pilots were at fault, which is not the reason here. And that is the reason now the course-mate batchmates of both the pilots, Sai Kundar and Sunil Sabharwal, are out coming open in the public by stating that this narrative is completely wrong and it should not be. Now, diseased pilots are not here to fight their own battles, so it's very easy to blame them. Back to you.
In fact, I have Kruta also joining us from the newsroom now. Kruta, just take us through quickly what Wall Street Journal has exactly quoted, and what's really the basis of what they're saying about the pilot leaving the cocktail and all that, the cockpit, and that the co-pilot was alone, so on and so forth.
It is a very interesting record that Wall Street Journal is now, again, based on sources, is reporting. But essentially, it is all boiling down to pilot error once again. And this is the exact same thing that Wall Street Journal had done in its report that came out a few hours before the official aircraft investigation report that came out. What is shocking here, Rakshita, is the manner in which the investigation of the AAIB has been conducted. Remember, this is the first time ever that an investigation of a civil aviation crash has been done by the AAIB inside India. Now, what is here interesting is that the NTSB, or the National Transport Safety Board of the United States, which is also an equivalent authority for investigation of air crashes in the US, is working along with AAIB. Why do we need to work with the NTSB or the US to begin with? Because the original equipment manufacturer, Boeing, is a US manufacturer, because of which you need something called as the golden chassis. It is a sort of a machine that is used to retrieve data from the flight data recorders, and following which the analysis can take place. So these were the reasons because of which the US agency was working in tandem with the Indian agencies. Now, it is very unclear as to where is Wall Street Journal getting these leaks from. Is it from the NTSB, the US authority, or the Indian authority? But in either case, it reflects very poorly on the integrity of this investigation, because at the moment, aspersions are being cast on the efficacy of the pilots in carrying out their duties as in charge of that aircraft without the complete picture being shown. Even the AIB report showed one paraphrased sentence of the pilot's conversation that allegedly took place. The full transcript has not been released. We don't even know what kind of timeline will it be when the actual transcript, word to word, quote to quote, who said what at what time, will be released by the AIB. Right. Until that is released, it is very presumptuous for Wall Street Journal or for any publication to pin the blame on the pilots. What's even more shocking is that the DGCA continues to remain extremely silent on these back-to-back leaks, which are throwing questions on the integrity of the report. Another interesting fact here, Rakshita, I would like to point out is that the Air India was very quick to give a clean chit to its maintenance facilities right after this report came out and said that there was no maintenance issues based on this report. This same report also says that the pilots passed all the tests, they were well rested and they were in peak condition. Not one statement from Air India defending their pilots.
Exactly, that's the point you made, Krutat, and I was going to take that to Captain Sanjay Gupta, ex-Air India captains. I mean, we understand the agony of the pilots as they are raising questions over how this hit job is being done against dead pilots. And of course, the DGCA's silence, the Air India silence also is very culpable over here, and it's also questionable, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. As my name is putting up there, my name is Sanjay Gupta. I worked 24 years with Air India and then another close to about 12 years elsewhere. So it is a clear-cut experience which everyone is aware of, that 36 years of flying experience, including the Boeing 777, which I've done close to about 6,000 hours. Various situations are coming up which is quite unnerving for pilots right now. And it is Wall Street Journal getting the information way ahead of anyone else that the pilot has made the mistake. And the information floating around in the foreign media is that both the pilots fought. Come on, let's be honest about it, that something is happening which is not correct for the aviation industry in particular. And a lot needs to be done. Why is matter getting leaked to foreign Western media before it comes out anywhere in the Indian press? There should be some press conference that should be conducted to get the passengers' confidence back into flying. It's going to be quite detrimental that a pilot is going to be like this. How is it going to work out for everyone, including the passengers? So my input to the whole situation is that it's really sad for aviation in India, and our authorities are not doing much to get the confidence back into the passengers and the pilots. I have spoken to a lot of pilots. They all are quite disturbed. Now, a disturbed pilot, when he flies, let me tell you, it's not a comfortable point for air safety. It needs to be absolutely clear as to what's happening. So someone will be blamed, a minor mistake here or there. That's why you would have heard a lot of aircrafts are getting grounded left, right, and center. No one is ready to fly even with a small snag, which is normal to be released under MEL. So it is evident that there is a serious problem which the authorities should get onto it. And I also condemn veteran pilots. There are some veteran pilots in the aviation industry in India who are coming out with this philosophy that, it's the pilot's fault. I completely condemn this. It's really sad, but it needs to be looked into, and this investigation should include investigation as far as these kind of veteran pilots are also concerned. Over to you.
Yeah, Captain Randhawa, this is something that needs to be really addressed, as you rightly pointed out about the letter that has been sent by you. And also the fact that, there needs to be questions raised on why there is complete silence from the Indian authorities here as well, sir, because this is going out of hand and this is raising many, many serious questions without even knowing. And there's no, there's no even attribution to the official sources that has been done over here.
See, the way the functioning of in our country of the ministry, the AIB and the DGCA. Now, DGCA has no say in this matter. Presumably because the investigations are being carried out by the AIB, which is under the Ministry of Civil Aviation. So the DGCA cannot comment, and being another body, a government body,
All right, we seem to have lost that connection. Okay, sir. Captain Randhawa, can you hear us? Can you hear? All right. We will continue to keep a close eye on the latest updates as far as this story is concerned. Republic TV continues to bring all the voices that matter. Thanks so much, Captain Randhawa and Captain Gupta, for joining us on Republic TV with your thoughts on this. All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now. It's in a shocking incident at Paras Hospital in Patna. A deadly firing erupted involving an infamous criminal, Chandan Mishra from Buxar, currently on parole for medical treatment. Now, Mishra sustained multiple gunshot wounds and is fighting for his life. Police officials, including IG Jitendra Rana, confirmed that the attack appears to be the work of a rival gang. And authorities have launched a full-scale investigation probing not only the attack but also potential involvement of on-duty hospital security staff. Breaking news coming in right now. Firing reported from a Patna hospital and suspected to be a rivalry between two gangs. A gang leader has been injured and is fighting for his life right now. What we understand, this is a gang. This is an infamous criminal called Chandan Mishra. He's from Buxar and he's on parole for medical treatment, and he has now sustained multiple gunshot wounds and is right now in the hospital. Police say that have confirmed that attack appears to be the work of a rival gang. So this is coming in, viewers. In fact, just a few days back, we had a businessman, Gopal Khemka, who was shot dead in Patna, and now we have this criminal on parole who has been shot inside a hospital. Role of on-duty security staff is under scanner as well. The investigation underway. CCTV, that is the CCTV footage from inside the hospital, viewers. You can see these gun wielding. You can see this man, this individual is entering the hospital with a gun. He enters that room and starts firing. There you have, at least 3 men have entered. This is the CCTV footage that has been accessed on Republic TV, exclusive footage coming in. This is the firing that happened in the hospital. If we have an audio, this is the exclusive footage. And you can see that after committing the crime, after the firing, they ran away. They run away, closing that door. 3 men, you can see, these are 3 men, the 3 assailants. Oh, okay, there are four of them, and they all had guns. At least 2 of them I can see with guns, and they carried out this firing at the hospital. And there are 5 gunmen, I'm told, in total. So 5 gunmen had entered this ward, and they shot a gangster, Chandan Mishra. He is right now critical. He's said to be critical right now. Investigation launched, full-scale investigation has been launched, probing not just the attack but also potential involvement of on-duty hospital security staff. Because how could someone enter with, and not just one person, 5 assailants, and they have arms, they have revolvers, they have pistols, and they enter very comfortably the hospital, and henceforth the security. It's a very one of the well-known chain of hospital, that is the Paras Hospital, and these men enter very comfortably. Prakash joins us live on the broadcast. Prakash, tell us more updates about the situation right now, and what is the update that you're picking up?
Well, as we can see in the visuals of CCTV, that 4 miscreants enter into the Paras Hospital, and this is the corridor of the Paras Hospital in which they enter very carefree, and apparently it's a gang war, as a result of which this murder has taken place. Chandan Mishra was apparently a history seeker, involved in more than 2 dozens of murders and criminal activities, was lodged in various other jails, including the Patna Central Beur jail. He was out on parole, and these 4 criminals with revolvers, pistols in their hands, entering into the corridors of the Paras Hospital, and then they gradually enter into the room in which he was admitted, Chandan Mishra. It means that they had done a recce of which room they were staying in. 4 of them with pistols out, as we can see in the CCTV visuals, shoot him inside the room, because there are no CCTV footage of inside the room, and then they run away. And surprisingly, as a matter of fact, that how did these 4 criminals enter into the Paras hospital corridor? It means there was no frisking done. Any normal person, any common man living in that hospital or getting treated in that hospital can also face security threat. That is the question. One, the hospital administration is responsible for this. Second, the Patna police is also responsible for the lackluster policing as to how the criminals are scot-free with pistols in their hand entering into the Paras hospital. Meanwhile, the police is trying to identify the veracity of the criminals involved, and thereafter, the police will try to nab the culprits. The nab the culprits. A special team has been conducted to nab the culprits. Raids are being conducted at various hideouts of certain criminals, and also likewise, last time in Ashok Khemka's case, Gopal Khemka's case, the Beur Central Jail inmates should also be interrogated and investigated upon.
Right. Thank you so much, Prakash, for joining us with the details, viewers. So there you have, that footage that we have accessed and more details coming in. Chandan Mishra is, in fact, the gangster has been riddled with 12 bullets. He's critical right now. And, of course, the state of law and order is once again under scanner in Bihar. We'll be right back with more.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Drone thing, it has been live for a very long time, but after this Op Sindhur's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into this aspects.
All right, breaking news now coming in, where we have received fresh visuals of the firing that took place in Patna Hospital. On your camera are the accused who were responsible for firing inside the Patna Hospital. These are the fresh visuals. Armed men with a gun in their hands seen walking inside the hospital corridor, and this happened in Patna. Firing took place. One person we know has been injured in the incident. The opposition is now raising concerns on the law and order situation in Patna, where there are armed men who are wielding weapons openly inside a hospital in Patna. There you see visuals on your screen show how 5 men armed with
weapons armed with guns enter a room inside the hospital, and the probe is underway to determine what the intention was. But this is a serious collapse of law and order that has come to light from Patna. 5 men armed with guns entering inside a hospital in Patna and firing inside the hospital premises. The firing happened at the Patna hospital as the rival gang targeted murder accused during treatment. The unidentified miscreants opened fire at a hospital in Bihar's Patna, and this happened today morning. One person identified as Chandan was out on parole, was injured in the incident, which happened at the Paras HMRI hospital in Patna. Now, according to the details, the attackers were identified as those working as builders associated with real estate in the area. It was also known that the attackers had been involved in crime-related activities earlier. There were no reports of any injuries to other people at the hospital. However, the police was called as the investigations processed. They identified the injured person as Chandan Mishra, a resident of Buxar district. Prakash, my colleague, is joining live on the broadcast on that story. Prakash, what are the details as far as these miscreants are concerned? Going out openly inside the hospital corridor, getting inside a room in the hospital, they have gun in their hands, serious collapse of law and order.
Well, it's a serious question pertaining to the law and order because as to how these 4 miscreants, armed men, entered into the premises of the Paras HMRI hospital. It's in the visuals we see are in the corridors of the Paras hospital, inside the Paras hospital, where there are rooms located, and in the room number 209, Chandan Mishra was admitted for treatment. He was out on parole. And he was serving a jail sentence for the last 14 years on charges of various criminal activities. He's been involved in more than 24 of criminal activities, including murder and other atrocities. So it seems like it's a gang war, and 4 armed miscreants with openly brandishing a pistol in their hand enter into the room, and this goes to show that there was no security at the gate of the hospital, no frisking done at early in the morning at around 7 to 7:30. They go scot-free inside, and one can imagine what would happen to the common man who's being treated in the hospital, and anyone can enter or barge into the hospital and treat anyone and run away. So this is the case exactly what has happened. As a matter of fact, it's a case of a gang war between 2 gangs, and the police is examining the entire incident. Raids are being conducted at various hideouts. Now the CCTV footage is out, and the photographs of the criminals are very clear. The police would try to nab the criminals or raid at various locations based on the CCTV footage and the pictures which are clear. And soon the police would be able to nab the culprits based on the CCTV footage.
Absolutely, Prakash. One last question before I let you go. How far has the investigation reached in the case? Like you were saying, is this a case of rivalry between 2 groups?
He is just assessing the CCTV footage, and thereafter raids will be conducted, and based on the pictures of the shooters, police would be trying to nab the culprits as soon as possible.
Right, Prakash. Thank you very much for sharing those details. The opposition is up in arms against the Nitish government for the complete collapse of law and order that has taken place inside a hospital in Patna. And it's not just about being in the hospital, but these are 5 miscreants that you see without fear of law and order, entering inside the hospital, walking in and walking out fearlessly inside a hospital, moving into a room, opening fire on certain individuals, and all of this after a gang war. The police is now probing the CCTV footage and will be taking the investigation further. Moving on to some other stories that we are tracking, a CCTV footage shows a 10-year-old girl kidnapped and raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. The girl was returning from her school at 4 p.m. when the incident happened. The police have now registered a case and the search for the man is underway. The minor was raped and is now admitted in Stanley Hospital for treatment. A very shocking incident there indeed that has come to light from the state of Tamil Nadu, where a 10-year-old girl can be seen on your screens. She's walking on a deserted road. Following her is a man. The girl is nearly 10 years old. She's walking on a deserted stretch. That's exactly the man who had been following her for kilometers, walks near her, kidnaps her, and then allegedly rapes her. She was gagged, she was dragged, and then she was raped into the bushes. In fact, a huge political storm has also broken out over, again, a complete collapse of law and order in another state, this time from Tamil Nadu. Annamalai has spoken on it. Let's listen in.
Every day, Tamil Nadu police government is a new record. Record for more shameful episodes. Record for more shameful molestation. Even a 10-year-old girl walking in the road, somebody comes, kidnaps and molests her. That is the state of law and order here. In what thing we claim we are number one state in the country? When a common woman, when our mothers, when our sisters, a common person is not able to have a basic sense of security in the field, what loud noise can we make saying that Tamil Nadu is a developed state, we are number 2 industrial state, GDP wise we are number 3. People will laugh at us. So let us all throw the tall claims away, sit down and focus on basic human dignity, for which the current government has utterly failed. Press is also rightfully questioning the law and order state, and people are angry. Same police in different governments have done well, same police in DMK government is doing very bad. That is also for the police department to introspect. As top leaders in the police department to introspect, are they allowing too much political pressure to paralyze the functioning of the police department? That is for the top people to introspect and talk.
Sharda from Chennai is joining us live on the broadcast. Sharda, where is the girl at this point in time, and how far has the probe reached as far as getting the accused behind bars is concerned?
Well, the police is still investigating this particular case because the CCTV footage does not give them the details of who the particular accused and the culprit is. They're also looking into other footages of from where the girl started from school and walking to her way home, and exactly the road that she was abducted had a CCTV. However, they're not able to nab the culprit yet. The investigation is underway. The police has launched a probe in the entire Tiruvallur district and are trying to find a man that is aged between 20 to 25 years. That's all the information that they have gathered from the CCTV. The girl is now admitted in the Chennai government hospital, the Stanley Hospital here, and is under treatment. The police is also waiting for a detailed report from the hospital to make sure whether the medical checkups is done, and if what are the other details that they can gather is all they are waiting for right now. It's expected that the police will soon act on this particular case after the police and the medical officers together come up with a plan based on the charge sheet and the medical files that they would be receiving.
Right, Sharda, thank you very much for getting us those details. Very shocking case that has come to light from Tamil Nadu. This one from the Tiruvallur district. A girl, 10-year-old minor, was gagged, dragged and raped into the bushes. The investigation in the case is still underway to nab the accused. Moving on to some other stories that we are tracking, there is massive action by the Enforcement Directorate in the Uttar Pradesh in Maharashtra. This after the agency raided 14 locations, including premises linked to Changur Baba. Raids began at the crack of dawn and are still underway across several districts, including Balrampur. We learned that in the latest, there were raids that were carried out in Pune and Mumbai as well, and these are on the aids of Changur Baba. Different places, 14 locations, we understand, is where the raids are being carried out in Uttar Pradesh, in Maharashtra. And when we talk about Maharashtra, Mumbai, Pune and Nagpur are the three places where the raids are being taken out, and this is an action that has been initiated by the Enforcement Directorate. The illegal conversion racket that busted last week has now snowballed into a massive controversy after links of foreign funding came to light as far as Changur Baba is concerned. His links with the higher authorities, the top cops, is also under scrutiny. Raghavendra is joining me live from Balrampur on that note. Raghavendra, बताइए हमें कहाँ तक प्रोब की कहाँ तक जांच हो पाई है, अभी तक क्या पता चला है चंगुर बाबा के फॉरेन फंड्स के बारे में?
बिल्कुल, देखिए लगातार आज ईडी की 14 टीमें देश के अलग हिस्सों में हवाला रैकेट में पूरा यानी जहां ठाकुर का पूरा साम्राज्य है, वहां पर भी इस समय सर्च ऑपरेशन ईडी का
All right, Raghavendra, I believe we have lost that connection with you, but we'll try getting back Raghavendra, who is in Balrampur, where the raids are currently underway. But for now, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha, in his unsparing message, vowed justice for the Pahalgam victims. He further added that the killers were living on borrowed time and that justice will be served.
भारत के लिए अपने सम्मान की रक्षा के लिए शस्त्र उठा लेना मैं ज़्यादा अच्छा समझूंगा। बापू के सपनों के अनुरूप आज वही पराक्रमी भारत अपने पुरुषार्थ से नित्य नई उपलब्धियां हासिल कर रहा है। बात मैं पहलगांव से ही शुरू करता हूं। 26 नागरिकों की बर्बर हत्या निर्दोष बेकसूर लोगों की 22 अप्रैल को हुई। आप भी जानते हैं, देश और दुनिया भी जानती है कि ये नृशंस हत्या पाकिस्तान और उसके आतंकवादियों ने की। कई सवाल विजय जी ने उसके संदर्भ में पूछा है। जिन्होंने हत्या को अंजाम दिया उनकी पहचान स्पष्ट रूप से हो चुकी है, एनआईए जांच कर रही है। उनकी तस्वीरें, उनके नाम ये पब्लिक डोमेन में मीडिया के माध्यम से आ चुके हैं। ये मैं कह सकता हूं कि इनकी जिंदगी बहुत लंबी नहीं होती है।
Moving on, after CDS General Anil Chauhan's strong call for indigenous weapons, it is Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit who has underlined how drones have changed the nature of warfare since Operation Sindoor. He said that India must reduce dependence on imported drone components and urged the defense ecosystem, including scientific bodies, academia and industry, to contribute more actively to indigenous capability, emphasizing collaboration. The Air Marshal also said that innovation must be constant and demand aggregation between civil and military agencies is the key to strengthening India's defense backbone. Listen in.
This drone thing, it has been live for a very long time. But after this Op Sindhur's success, suddenly it has caught attention and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into these aspects. The strategic significance of UAVs and along with it the counter UAVs has suddenly become known to each and every child in India. Add to this is the usage of these technologies in Middle East, Ukraine, Russia. But when it happened very close to us, that is how it has gathered this. And today a lot of good suggestions have come. We have to really improve. In my opinion, this UAVs, drones and you can call it by any other name, loitering munition, that is the attritable version, and that is the one which is to be treated as maybe ammunition. It has been added a new dimension in warfare or domain in warfare. So this unmanned is a new domain. All of us are trying to understand it and trying to do our best to achieve superiority in this domain also. What we have been seeing in last few years of drone usage and that a lot of components were coming from outside. So military and civil authorities have to give their requirement. Industry has to do innovation and innovation and innovation, and certainly your pain points which have been brought out, please submit and we'll see what best we can do.
Retired Major General Shashi Asthana is joining us on the phone line. Major General, we know that it is high time after Operation Sindhu that India should be having its own indigenous weapons. The same has been said by the CDS as well. It has been reiterated by the Air Marshal as well. What do you think on it?
Certainly, we need to have our indigenous equipment for the simple reason because firstly, during critical hours and critical battles, there is a need to hike up the production, and therefore we need to have surge capability. And you can have only surge capability when you have the indigenous production. Because what happens is that if we do not have indigenous production and we are depending on the supply line of somebody else, and during the critical period, depending upon the geopolitical situation, the other supplier may not play up to our requirement or increase the requirement during the period of the battle. So that is one requirement, that is as far as the surge capacity is concerned. Secondly is the question of foreign exchange. Third is the question of the transfer of technology as well as application of the technology to develop the future models. And we know that in the warfare, the requirements keep changing, and therefore the technology also keeps changing. And therefore, if you have the basic technology with you and the basic equipment with you, then you can modify to change the future requirements as well. So from all angles, there is a crying need for us to have the indigenous capability for production of these drones, as well as all the modern assets, as well as a couple of the legal, shall I say, legacy assets also. Op Sindoor has highlighted that our own innovations fared much better because other issue is that the technology which is globally known, there is a counter of those technology also known to the adversary. But if you have your own technology, then adversary doesn't know as to how you are using it.
Right, sir. Sir, I completely agree with you. It's high time that India should be making its own indigenous weapons. The need for it has come out after Operation Sindoor as well, the massive success of Operation Sindoor. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic. We move quickly across to some other breaking news that's coming in, and this is about how an Indigo flight Delhi to Imphal has made a turnaround and has returned back to Delhi because of a technical snag. The flight took off this morning for Imphal and returned few minutes after and takeoff. Now, Indigo has issued a statement where their spokesperson has said, and I quote, "A minor technical snag was detected soon after takeoff on flight 6E5118 operating from Delhi to Imphal. As a precautionary step, the pilots decided to turn back and landed safely at the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi. Aligned with the mandatory procedures, the aircraft underwent necessary checks and resumed their journey shortly thereafter. Inconvenience that has been caused to the customers is regretted. As always, safety and security of the customers, crew and aircraft is of utmost importance," is what Team Indigo has to say. Again, a templated response by Indigo, no clarity on why the flight had returned. Harsha is joining us live from the national capital on that note. Harsha, what were the major reasons because of which the flight had to take a turnaround and move back to Delhi?
So, Tanisha, it was a technical snag. The technical snag, Indigo spokesperson has not yet clarified that what was the technical snag. But our sources tell us that there was a technical snag in the cockpit of the aircraft. That is the reason why pilot immediately told the ATC about it. And just few minutes after the takeoff, the flight already took off and it was mid-air. Just 10 minutes after the takeoff, the pilot immediately made a turn around and did the emergency landing back at the Delhi airport. It's very important to know that this is the third turnaround and the emergency landing of Indigo aircraft since yesterday. Yesterday, it was 2 Indigo aircraft which had made the turnaround and landed. Did the emergency landing. And today morning, this is a Delhi-Imphal flight. Today morning, it was supposed to fly for Imphal. The flight took off as well. And after 10 minutes after taking off, immediately, pilot informed the ATC the entire information. And the technical snag report has been sent out to DGCA, regulatory body, by Indigo. And right now, the aircraft is AOG, which is aircraft on ground. It will go for the maintenance check, and thereafter, another flight for Delhi to Imphal will take the passengers to the destined location. But till now, we don't know that how much time the technical snag will take to be fixed, and therefore, all the passengers are right now waiting at the airport only. They don't know when the substitute flight will be arranged. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thank you very much for getting us those details. It's time for us to now slip into a short break on that note. But we're keeping a very close track on the aviation issues that are surfacing back to back. But coming up after the break are also the details on how Jagan Mohan Reddy has backed Hindi language.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे, हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा। अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो। वो क्या होता है? फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमैटिक विथड्रॉल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा। म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Railway police remove opposition party workers from the railway tracks in Puri as they protest against the state government over the death of student of Fakir Mohan College by self-immolation. Heavy rains lashed parts of Kerala, waterlogging in several parts of Kudidati. Following heavy rainfall in the region, NDRF and SDRF teams have been deployed for the rescue and relief operations. Actor Rania Rao sentenced to jail in the Sandalwood gold smuggling case. Rao and two other accused have been barred from seeking bail in the case. She was arrested in the March last year. The Federation of Indian Pilots expressed concern regarding the preliminary findings and public disclosure surrounding the tragic crash of Air India flight AI-171 in Ahmedabad. Expresses dissatisfaction with the exclusion of pilot representatives from the report. Hooliganism is back on streets of Mumbai. M&S cadres beat up Marwadi shopkeeper for allegedly making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. Details coming up after the break.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad. Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions go on.
Donald Trump has defended his statement giving a 50-day ultimatum to Russia to end the war with Ukraine. Trump had earlier warned Russia of 100% tariffs if a deal wasn't struck with Ukraine.
And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia.
Thank you for staying with Republic. The annual Amarnath Yatra was suspended today from both the Pahalgam and Baltal base camps following continued rainfall. Here's the latest on the resumption of the Yatra and what the situation is like on ground.
With the chants of Bam Bam Bhole, the pilgrims of Baba Barfani are all set to pay pilgrimage at the holy cave. But due to landslides and the heavy rains that have taken place, the Yatra has not left from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. And outside the Bhagwati Nagar base camp, you will see that the pilgrims of Baba Barfani, they have thronged in large numbers to pay obeisance. आपका नाम?
हरिओम।
कहाँ से आए?
सर मैं राजस्थान से हूँ।
आज बाबा बर्फानी के दर्शनों के लिए यात्रा नहीं गई, उत्साह में कोई कमी?
उत्साह सर भरपूर भरा हुआ है सर, और हम यही चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से यात्रा चालू हो और हम यहाँ इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं। आज होल्ड करेंगे और जल्दी से जल्दी यात्रा चालू हो ताकि यात्री परेशान ना हो।
जल्द से जल्द यात्रा चालू हो। आप बताइए उत्साह कैसा है?
उत्साह भरपूर है सर, भरपूर है। बस बाबा बर्फानी जी के दर्शन का इंतजार है कि कब जल्दी से जल्दी।
कहाँ से आए?
ये बागेश्वर MP से।
लगातार जो है लोगों से बात करते हैं। आपका नाम?
प्रकाश कुमार के।
चाची, क्या उत्साह कैसा है, क्योंकि आज यात्रा जा नहीं पाई?
कल बोल रहे हैं जाने के लिए, कल उम्मीद लगा के रखा हूँ।
कल की उम्मीद है, आप क्या कह रहे हैं?
कोई बात नहीं, हमें प्रशासन की मदद करनी चाहिए।
अभी कोई दुख तो नहीं है कि आज जा नहीं पाए?
कोई दुख नहीं है।
कल
यात्रा शुरू हो जाएगी 2 बजे से।
कल शुरू हो जाएगी 2 बजे से। They are what they are saying, and now the large number of pilgrims that have come here, they are here at the Bhagwati Nagar base camp with the chants of Baba Bhole. The adequate security arrangements have also been put in place. Reason being the security concerns that always lies there. The Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the security wing and also the third eye, the CRPF deployment, everything has been done to ensure that this pilgrimage is smooth. Though the yatra could not leave from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu today, but they are hopeful that it will be leaving tomorrow, and there is not even an iota of the morale down for the pilgrims as they hope to see Baba Barfani tomorrow in Kashmir. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break is coming up, super exclusive digital news break on the WSJ report that has targeted the Indian pilots.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Over the next half an hour, we'll tell you a lot of stories from Air India crash probe details to the Gundaism in Maharashtra. But first, as always, the headlines. Report published in Wall Street Journal targets pilot for the Ahmedabad plane crash.
Drone thing, it has been live for a very long time, but after this Ops Sindoor's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into these aspects. the strategic significance of UAVs and along with it the counter UAVs has suddenly become known to each and every child in India. Add to this is the usage of these technologies in Middle East, Ukraine, Russia. But when it happened very close to us, that is how it has gathered this. And today a lot of good suggestions have come. We have to really improve. In my opinion, this UAVs, drones and
After CDS, General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Integrated Defence Staff, Air Marshal Ashutosh District has backed the indigenous weapons. In a case of gang war, a prisoner out on parole was shot dead inside a private hospital in Patna in Bihar early morning when 4 unidentified persons opened indiscriminate firing. Hooliganism is back on the streets of Mumbai. M&S cadres beat up a Marwadi shopkeepers for allegedly making objectionable comments about the Marathi people on social media. Karnataka government blames RCB for the Bangalore stampede. New details are out. A 10-year-old girl kidnapped and raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. And top of the hour, let's get you details from Mumbai. Hooliganism is back on the streets of Maharashtra. Video sparked protests in Mumbai's Virkoli area after a Marwari shopkeeper made objectionable comments against the Marathi people on the social media. Now, M&S department head Vishwajit Dolam led a protest, physically assaulting the shopkeeper and forcing him to walk barefoot. The incident escalated into a confrontation with the M&S officials taking out the procession against the shopkeeper. A police complaint, we are learning, has been filed against, in fact, as far as this altercation is concerned. The visuals of those altercation are there on your screen. In fact, there on the screen, you can see a Rajasthani shopkeeper who was assaulted by M&S workers after he posted a WhatsApp status wherein the M&S workers are saying that he insulted the Marathi-speaking people. And this incident took place outside his shop where the M&S members confronted him, physically assaulted him and forced him to issue a public apology to the entire Marathi community. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who's been tracking this story very closely. Satya Prakash, हमें पता चल रहा है कि पुलिस कंप्लेंट इसमें फाइल हुई है, किसके खिलाफ हुई है, पुलिस का इस पे क्या कहना है?
देखिए, ये कंप्लेंट जो फाइल हुआ है मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं के खिलाफ कंप्लेंट फाइल हुआ है और जिस तरह से मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो मारवाड़ी दुकानदार है उसको किस तरह से मारा है, पहले मारा है, इसके बाद सड़क पे उनको घुमाया है। जो मामला ये था कि जो मीरा रोड में जिस तरह से मारवाड़ी व्यापारी दुकानदार को उस समय मारा गया था और मारवाड़ी जो समाज के लोग इकट्ठा हुए थे और प्रोटेस्ट किए थे, वही स्टेटस इसने सोशल मीडिया पर लगाया था और लिखा था कि हमने दिखा दिया अगर हमारे ऊपर कोई अटैक करता है। इसके बाद कहीं मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने ये सोशल मीडिया पर जो पोस्ट था वो देखा और इसके बाद दुकान पे पहुंचे और इस दुकानदार जो राजस्थानी मारवाड़ी दुकानदार उसको बाहर बुलाया और उसको कान पकड़ के उठक बैठक कराए। इसके बाद उसकी पिटाई किया और इसके बाद सड़क पर घुमाया। तो इन सारे मामलों को लेकर कहीं
In fact, Satyaprakash, stay on with us. I'm joined by Shaina NC of Shiv Sena Shinde faction. Thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV. This is not the first time that M&S workers have thrashed a worker there. Now, this is a Marathi shopkeeper who was recently thrashed, and he's part of the community which is very common in the state of Maharashtra. How do you see this, the recent attack?
Firstly, let me please say, for those hooligans who take law into their hands, this is nothing but political opportunism. Please look at the timing and the motive. You talk about Marathi pride, and then you go around beating people rather than influencing them to speak in Marathi. You have the Ubata Sena that has lost its ideology. You have the MNS that is struggling for many years to stay relevant in state politics, and then this sudden aggressiveness and this push for Marathi identity is only to regain political ground. I only want to say that if you stand for the people, the sons of the soil, Marathi as a language, do what our party, Eknath Shinde and the Shiv Sena have done, which is whether it is a GR which has been reversed, and you have the Narendra Jadhav committee, which is looking at all avenues and taking all stakeholders into consideration. That should be a positive approach for a Marathi-centric agenda, not to take two goons who beat you up and make you walk barefoot. So please understand this is nothing but theatrics, and we are going to make sure that the official statement from the Chief Minister and our Deputy Chief Minister on this issue are in the public domain. People are way too intelligent, and they will vote accordingly so that they do not get caught into this trap of so-called questionable Marathi heritage.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Shaina NC, for speaking to Republic TV. But this is not the first time that such an incident has happened in the state of Maharashtra. In the last 1 month, in fact, several such cases have come to the fore where shopkeepers, the businessmen, they have been thrashed in Mumbai as well. In fact, I'm also joined by Anish Gawande, NCP Sharad Pawar faction. How do you look at this recent, in fact, the attack that has been made on the Marathi shopkeeper there in Mumbai? Your first reaction to that?
You know, to be very honest, I think any act of vandalism or hooliganism that uses violence to protect the Marathi language is an act that we condemn unequivocally and completely as the NCP-SP. Protecting Marathi does not require us to beat anyone else up. It does not require us to denigrate any other languages. But, you know, I just heard someone else on your show right now talking about the law and order situation, and it confuses me. Because the BJP and its alliance partners are pretending like they're in the opposition in Maharashtra. State government is under them, central government is under them, and yet they seem to be able to take no action against those violating law and order. Just yesterday, Praveen Gaikwad, who's the head of the Sambhaji Brigade of Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj, who this government claims to defend so vociferously, was attacked and almost killed in Akkalkot. No action has been taken against Deepak Kate, who's a BJP minister, who was accused of this attack. So the reality is that law and order has collapsed in Maharashtra. But the responsibility for maintaining law and order is with the same government that is busy issuing press conferences and doing phonos with TV channels, then ensuring that actual action is taken against those responsible for these acts.
Absolutely. But in the last 1 month, we have seen several cases coming to the fore. Complaints are filed. People are booked in such cases, but no action is taken against them. There have been no arrests so far in any of the cases. What are your demands as far as the action is concerned?
You know, our demands have been consistent and clear. The unfortunate reality is that the Home Minister of Maharashtra, who is also the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis ji, has been a complete and utter failure, unfortunately. You know, Vaishnavi Hagavane dowry case, Pune Posh case, which you saw updates on just recently. Even now, the attacks on people who don't speak Marathi, the attacks on Praveen Gaikwad ji, what do they point to? The Badlapur incident, where children were sexually assaulted, but the BJP trustees of the school have still not been punished. All of this signals a complete failure of law and order in Maharashtra. In fact, the central government should take notice, Prime Minister Modi should take notice and ask questions of chief ministers, including BJP chief ministers, who are failing to uphold law and order in their own states.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now we're shifting our focus. Dog bite cases are spiraling out of control from the gated society to the streets of the people are not safe, and no one seems to be safe anymore. In Greater Noida, let us tell you a case. A 37-year-old man fell from a first-floor walkway after a dog lunged at him. The pet owner, 53-year-old woman, has now been arrested. In another heart-wrenching case, a young kabaddi player died of rabies. A child was also recently attacked despite claims that local authorities are feeding the strays to keep them calm. Now, these aren't the isolated cases. These are the patterns that have come to the fore in the last few days. The Supreme Court has advised feed stray dogs, yes, but at home and not in the public spaces. Now, it's time to ask, how do we balance the compassion with safety? And we bring you voices from the ground, the residents, the victims' families and the eyewitnesses, all raising one plea: act now before it is too late.
Dog attacks have become a very big problem in societies in entire nation, and we are currently reporting from one of the societies in Greater Noida. And as you can see, these guards, they are having these sticks in their hands, and what we understand that they have been given clear indication to curtail the dog menace. How? By having these sticks and making these dogs that have come into the entire society go away. As you can see on the camera, we are showing you how at this point in time these guards are constantly moving forward and they are keeping a strict vigil on these dogs that are in huge numbers present in several societies, so that there can be safety to the people who live here. यहाँ पे जो protections के लिए लिया गया है, जैसे security guard को डंडा दिया गया है डॉग्स को भगाने के लिए, ये एफर्ट्स आप लोगों ने लिए हैं या ये हायर अथॉरिटी से आए?
नहीं, ये सब लोगों ने मिलके जो है किया है, क्योंकि कुत्तों का अभी तो एक ही कुत्ता अभी दिखाई दे रहा है। यहाँ पे पूरे झुंड के साथ कुत्ते आते हैं, 4, 6, 10 कुत्ते भी आते हैं। ये लोग दिन में अपना भगाते रहते हैं। ये सबने मिलके जो है ये इनको वो किया है कि भाई जो भी कुत्ते आते हैं उनको भगाओ, क्योंकि यहाँ पे इंसिडेंट भी होते हैं। बच्चे घूमते हैं, अब बच्चों की आदत होती है, वो भागते हैं। जब भागते हैं तो वो बच्चे को काट लेते हैं कुत्ते।
In fact, this is the dog menace that has gone out of control all across the countries, what we can see. And these are the voices that we are getting for you from the ground, the victims, the eyewitnesses who cannot even go for a walk early morning. There's a fear of dogs. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Tamil Nadu, there's an outrage over the rape of a 10-year-old girl. BJP has slammed DMK government over this. Arnab has said that DMK has failed in maintaining the law and order situation in the state. A CCTV footage has showed that a 10-year-old girl kidnapped and raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. The girl was returning from her school at 4 o'clock in the evening when this incident happened. The police has now registered a case and the search for this man is underway. The minor girl was raped and is now admitted in one of the hospitals for treatment.
Every day, Tamil Nadu police government is a new record. Record for more shameful episodes. Record for more shameful molestation. Even a 10-year-old girl walking in the road, somebody comes, kidnaps and molests her. That is the state of law and order here. In what thing we claim we are number one state in the country? When a common woman, when our mothers, when our sisters, a common person is not able to have a basic sense of security in the field, what loud noise can we make saying that Tamil Nadu is a developed state, we are number 2 industrial state, GDP wise we are number 3. People will laugh at us. So let us all throw the tall claims away, sit down and focus on basic human dignity, for which the current government has utterly failed. Press is also rightfully questioning the law and order state, and people are angry. Same police in different governments have done well, same police in DMK government is doing very bad. That is also for the police department to introspect. As top leaders in the police department to introspect, are they allowing too much political pressure to paralyze the functioning of the police department? That is for the top people to introspect and talk.
And now let's have a look at the top national stories in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Railway police removes opposition party workers from the railway tracks in Puri in Odisha as they protest against the state government over the death of a student in the college by self-immolation. Heavy rains lashed parts of Kerala. Waterlogging in several parts of Kerala seen following heavy rainfall in the region. NDRF and SDRF teams have been deployed for rescue and relief operation. Actor Rania Rao has been sentenced to jail in the Sandalwood gold smuggling case. Rao and two other accused have been barred from seeking bail in the case, and she was arrested, remember, in March earlier this year. The Federation of Indian Pilots expresses concerns regarding the initial findings in public discourse surrounding the tragic crash of Air India flight AI-171 in Ahmedabad, expressing dissatisfaction with the exclusion of the pilot representatives from this particular report. Now, moving on, at least 4 people were killed and dozens injured in a day-long running battles between the law enforcers and Awami League followers in Bangladesh's Gopalganj. Now, tensions were already high in this area, the home district of the ousted leader Sheikh Hasina, over the National Citizen Party's pre-scheduled rally at the Pora Park in the town. And now what we are witnessing is that the curfew has been imposed in Bangladesh after the violence in which 4 people have lost their life and several people have received injuries. And these are the visuals coming in from Gopalganj in Bangladesh, where there was in fact an altercation, a violence that ensued between the law enforcers and the Awami League followers. And this is the area in Gopalganj that is the home district of the ousted leader Sheikh Hasina, and this happened over the National Citizen Party's pre-scheduled rally at the Pora Park in town.
Yes, you're quite right that the situation in Bangladesh has only deteriorated ever since August last year. And they called it actually a spontaneous students' uprising and so on. It was nothing of the kind. It was a very deliberately planned regime change operation. But it has had no success. Muhammad Yunus is not in control. It is the Jamaat-e-Islami that is in control. And Jamaat-e-Islami is trying to establish themselves by suppressing the Awami League, suppressing the BNP and all other parties. And this newly created party that you spoke about, the NCP, they too think they will get popularity, but it is clear that they are not popular. So now we've seen that the efforts of this interim regime, as it's called, it's not a legal government, it's not a constitutional government, but the efforts of the interim regime to wipe out the memory of Awami League, of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, of Sheikh Hasina, these have not succeeded. Yesterday in Gopalganj, this is exactly what they were doing. They were going to the memorial of Sheikh Mujib and trying to burn it. Now, they had already arrested all the Awami Leaguers in the area. So they thought that they would have the full run of the mill. But the popular people, the will of the people, the women, the children, they came out and they prevented them from destroying those destructions. But it's sad, exactly what you've said, that the army seems to be acting against the Awami League, and the army seems to be now in collusion with the interim regime, which is very worrisome, because the only outcome possible in Bangladesh is to have free, fair and inclusive elections. You've got to allow all the political parties to participate, but the Jamaat-e-Islami and the NCP, they're trying to maneuver the situation so that they will be the only ones who will benefit from the vote bank. So they've tried to suppress the Awami League, they've put them behind bars, they've killed them. A large number of Awami League people have been killed, which is absolutely tragic. But still, the popular vote seems to be with the Awami League, because even when the party members are taken away, then the popular will comes out. The Jamaat-e-Islami even trying to suppress the BNP and telling them that, we will not let you participate in the elections and so on. So it is a very dangerous situation, a volatile situation, and more the people are getting polarized now. Earlier what the effort was that, after Sheikh Hasina goes, everybody will come up, because they think that she was a fascist dictator, whatever names they call her. But that has not happened. The people are now saying, age bhalo chilo. They were saying it's better earlier, So they are absolutely unhappy with what is going on. But the control of the Jamaat-e-Islami, their Chhatra Shibir, they kill people, they maim people. It is a horrible situation, very worrisome.
Now shifting our focus, an Indian woman visiting the United States has been detained for trying to steal merchandise from a Target stores in United States. The police body cam video of the incident, which shows a Target employee accusing the woman of spending several hours in the store and trying to flee with some items, has surfaced online and is going viral on social media. Have a look.
Please don't do this.
Don't lose it. It's not going to go well for you.
Stop. Why?
An Indian woman who visited the United States is facing investigation for allegedly shoplifting at a store. Authorities claim she is suspected of stealing merchandise valued at approximately $1,300 from the retail chain. The woman offered to pay for their items and tried to resolve the matter with the police.
I'm not taking anything. I'm ready to even pay for it.
In the viral video, the staffer said the woman roaming around the store for the last 7 hours. She was picking up items, checking her phone, moving between aisles, and eventually tried to walk out the west gate without paying. After reviewing the bill, the police handcuffed her and took her to the police station for the paperwork. According to the video, she's facing felony charges, and although she hasn't been arrested yet, charges are anticipated.
Now let's have a look at the top national stories in under 5 minutes. Himachal Pradesh has been battered by a relentless monsoon since June 20th, leading to losses. 108 lives have been lost till now. Widespread infra collapses. An estimated of 800 crore hit as of July 15th, according to the state emergency officials. Mandi, Kangra, Kullu, Chamb are the worst affected districts. Rescue teams from the NDRF and SDRF and Home Guards are on the ground. Relief camps are active and efforts are underway to restore the damaged roads, water schemes and power lines. Indore has been crowned India's cleanest city for the eighth year. In fact, according to the Swachh Suraksha 2025 ranking, the prestigious title was conferred by President Draupadi Murmu during a ceremony held at the Vigyan Bhavan in the national capital. Surat stand second and Navi Mumbai at the third position. Varanasi and several districts in Uttar Pradesh are on high alert as continuous heavy rainfall has caused the Ganga river's water levels to surge significantly. Authorities have issued a flood warning, closely monitoring the situation to ensure timely evacuation and disaster management as well. The rising waters have raised concern over the potential flooding in low-lying areas, prompting preparedness measures across the region. Mangaluru and surrounding areas in coastal Karnataka are grappling with severe disruption due to unprecedented rainfall. The city has recorded 43% more rainfall than usual this season, and this deluge has led to widespread infra damage, including the collapse of a compound wall near the APMC yard that crushed several vehicles. Local authorities have now issued a red alert, deployed the National Disaster Response Force teams as well. The ED has raided 14 locations in Mumbai and UP in connection with the Changur Baba religious conversion case. The raids were conducted at 12 premises in Balrampur district in Uttar Pradesh and 2 in Mumbai as well. The probe involves over 100 crore in suspected foreign funding routed through multiple bank accounts. Authorities are also probing Benami, land deals and the links between Changur Baba and the government officials. In Patna this morning, a convicted criminal on parole, Chandan Mishra, was shot dead by unknown assailants inside Paras Hospital, where he was undergoing treatment. The Patna police has launched a full-scale probe into this. CCTV and forensic evidence are being examined, with the police assisting to identify who the gunmen were. The Amarnath Yatra has been suspended for the day from both Pahalgam and Baltal base camps due to continuous rainfall in the area. Authorities have halted movement towards the holy cave, though pilgrims at Panchtarini are being safely guided back to Baltal with BRO and mountain rescue teams deployed. The Yatra is expected to resume tomorrow, weather permitting. So far, over 2.47 lakh pilgrims have visited the shrine this year. Actor Rania Rao has been sentenced to 1 year in jail in connection with a gold smuggling case, and this follows an order passed by the Conservation of Foreign Exchange and Prevention Smuggling Activities Advisory Board. The board's decision also applies to 2 other accused in the case, and according to the directive, all the 3 have been denied the right to apply for the bail during the 1-year duration of their imprisonment. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you what the Pilot Association here in India are saying as per the latest report of WSJ is concerned. And in Karnataka, the government has blamed RCB for the stampede which took place last month. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Report published in Wall Street Journal targets pilot for Ahmedabad plane crash.
Drone thing, it has been live for a very long time, but after this Ops Sindhur's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into these aspects.
After CDS, Anil Chauhan, Chief of Integrated Defence Staff, Air Marshal Ashutosh Dixit backs the indigenous weapons. In a case of gang war, a prisoner out on parole was shot dead inside a private hospital in Patna early morning, where two unidentified persons opened indiscriminate firing. Hooliganism is back on the streets of Mumbai. M&S cadres beat up a Marwari shopkeeper for making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. Karnataka government blames RCB for the Bangalore stampede that took place last month. 10-year-old girl kidnapped and raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. The probe is on. We have a breaking news coming in. First on Republic TV, we have accessed the charge sheet that has been filed against Robert Vadra, in fact, husband of Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and this is in fact the first charge sheet that has been filed against Vadra in the Shukopur land scam, and this is the charge sheet. The details will be showing to you as far as this case is concerned. Remember, just a few days back, he was summoned by the ED in this case. He was questioned by the ED, and not the first time that he was questioned as far as this scam is concerned. We'll try and bring in our reporter for more on this as to what has been mentioned by the ED in this charge sheet that has been filed in the court. All right, let me go across to Shravan, who has more details about the charge sheet that has been filed against businessman Robert Vadra. Shravan, tell us, what does it mention?
Well, in fact, Akanksha, we can now confirm, first on Republic, that Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet against Robert Vadra. Of the multiple cases where Robert Vadra has been named and has been called in for questioning, we are given to understand that in the Shikopur land scam is where Robert Vadra has now been named as an accused. In fact, we can confirm that he is accused number one in the Shikopur land scam, which has been probed by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, what's the role of Robert Vadra that was being probed by the Enforcement Directorate? It is to do with a company that was being run in the name of Robert Vadra, which had allegedly received land from another company at a throwaway price. This land was thereafter given to DLF, is what we are given to understand. And thereafter, remember, the proceeds of crime that was basically diverted to multiple other companies. In fact, the land value was also bumped up after it was given away from the company that was being controlled by Robert Vadra to DLF itself. Remember that very land parcel, the land rate was at a much lower rate, and the fact that this was thereafter given to DLF at a much higher price. In fact, it turns out that the then Haryana government had also changed certain notifications, making it far more easier for the company to actually take full control of this land parcel. And more importantly, it turns out that certain notifications were changed within a short span of time, enabling the company that was controlling, that was being controlled by Robert Vadra, to hand over this land parcel to another third company.
Absolutely, ED heat on Robert Vadra. In fact, every time he's summoned, Shravan, and reporters ask him about the case, his involvement, always his reply is that this is a political vendetta. But now that he's been named as accused number one in the charge sheet, this is a big trouble for him.
Well, in fact, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that since this is the first charge sheet that has been filed against Robert Vadra, it does mean more legal trouble. Having said that, it is also important for the Enforcement Directorate to be able to pull this entire investigation through when it comes for hearing in the court. Certainly at this point in time, one cannot basically hold Robert Vadra guilty given the fact that the trial hasn't even begun. But having said that, prima facie, if you really look at the evidence that has been gathered by the Enforcement Directorate, they are heavily relying upon certain email exchanges that have essentially taken place between him and a few of his associates. More importantly, they've also been able to scan through the land deeds, which is also another indication of how there was a change made in the land deed itself, and more importantly how this was all being done at a breakneck speed without even following certain procedures. And that is the reason why, remember, multiple times Robert Vadra has been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. It turns out that when the Enforcement Directorate was actually questioning Robert Vadra, they were basically looking at, one, whether at all there was a direct link or not. Number two, whether at all the company that was basically floated, was it directly floated by Robert Vadra, and whether at all there were other people who was running this entire company. And finally, of course, the transfer of the ownership of the land from the company that was being controlled by Robert Vadra to a third company. All of which has now been examined by the Enforcement Directorate, and they believe that the case in hand that they have is watertight, and perhaps when it comes up for hearing in the trial court, this would perhaps mean more trouble for Robert Vadra.
Absolutely, and Robert Vadra was also questioned by ED just a few days back, and not the first time that he was in fact questioned this year in 2025. Do we know about what the line of questioning was in the last few days?
Well, Akanksha, if you can just hold on to some of the news that are coming in. I'm just getting at more information right now because there are about 3 cases in which Robert Vadra has now been examined. But as far as this case is concerned, this is in the Shikhupur land scam case where he has now been charge sheeted, not the other cases. In fact, previously when he was called in for questioning, that was not linked to this particular case where the charge sheet has actually been filed.
All right. Thank you so much for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. So ED heat is mounting on Robert Vadra as far as this case is concerned. He's been made accused number 1 in this case. All right, shifting our focus, Western media is back to peddling false narrative, and in its controversial report, Wall Street Journal has claimed that the cockpit recording of the dialogue between the 2 pilots of the Air India flight that crashed last month indicates that the captain cut the flow of the fuel to the plane's engine. The Western media outlet also cited people familiar with the US officials' early assessment of the evidence uncovered in the investigation into the June 12th crash in Ahmedabad in India that killed 241 people. So this is as far as the new report by the Western media is concerned. They are back to peddling the false narrative, something that has irked the Pilot Association here in the country as well. They have called all of these suggestions completely misleading, and they have rejected the link that WSJ has drawn, saying that they should not be jumping to the conclusion. And this is what the Civil Aviation Minister had also said after the initial report had come out, that one should not, in fact, jump to the conclusion. I'm joined by Group Captain GP Bajpai, who's been a retired Indian Air Force officer, former flight safety consultant with Air India as well. Thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV, sir. You've been a former flight safety consultant, so you know about the stuff, the initial assessment that has come out. But now there's a report by a Western media outlet that says that it was one of the pilots on that in fact, Air India flight that was responsible for this unfortunate event that took place. Your first reaction to that? You have, could you please unmute yourself, sir?
Ma'am, good afternoon to you and to your million of your viewers. First of all, like any Indian, I also seriously object how come these informations are reaching to the Western media before it is coming in actual detail to our own country. Now, point number 2, whatever argument I am going to give it is based on the prelim report given by investigation committee. So there are two options with us: either totally reject this report or observe what they are trying to say. So if I restrict myself within the domain of this prelim report, the three things are very clear to me in person. With highest regards to pilot community, I myself have got a lot of regard for them. Their job is very dignified job, very stressful job, very professional job, and without casting any aspiration to anyone. But as per the details available in this prelim report, first point on page number 1, while preparation of this report, they have taken experienced pilots, engineers, aviation medicine specialists, and aviation psychologists on board while deliberation, while investigation, while making the diligence for this report. Second point, they have mentioned on page number 14 that one pilot has told to another pilot, "Why did you cut off?" Though in the reply, second pilot says, "I did not." So that is the second hint. And third hint is on last but 2 lines, wherein this report says that they are not at this moment giving no recommendation actions to Boeing or GE engine operator. So these three things give me very clear input, as if there was a human element input for movement of switches. To further elaborate, I will tell this switch was in serviceable condition because it was operated successfully 3 times. On ill-fated flight, before engines were started, switch actioned beautifully. After that, in air, knowingly or unknowingly, with a human intervention, when switch was moved from run to cut-off position, it moved. Third time, when the pilots made a relight effort, it was successful. One engine was almost relighted and second engine was in the process. Means the switches have moved the way they were, switch behaved the way it was supposed to behave. And then when the debris were found, the switch position was found in the run condition. Now, one more important point, I presume and assume the CVR full transcript and DFDR data must be in the full knowledge and full awareness of the investigating committee. So once they have made such remarks in this prelim report, they are accountable, they are responsible, and tomorrow their main report or final report, whenever it comes after a year or after 2 years, this has to sync with this prelim report. So in case if somebody has any doubt, they are ready to go on any forum and represent their viewpoint on this report or subsequent report. So at this moment, as I had told 4 days back in your very channel on last Saturday, I gave this breaking news. Based on this prelim report, I am getting an indication that these fuel switches had been moved manually inside the cockpit immediately after taking off, after 3 seconds, and after that the second switch after 1 second.
Absolutely, but one should not jump to the conclusion, sir, before the final report is out. This was just the initial report, and this is what the pilot associations are also saying, that one should not jump to the conclusion as far as pinning the blame on the pilots is concerned. Stay on with us. I'm joined by Harsha, my colleague, who has been tracking the story very closely. Harsha, there's a angle that there's a selective leakage of the report, because all of these things have not come to the fore as far as the initial report is concerned. What is DGCA? What is the Indian authorities saying on this?
So, Akanksha, the Indian authorities, DGCA and Mocha are completely silent. They're tight-lipped on this because, yes, we know that this investigation is still underway. The final report is yet to come. And the entire investigation is happening so discreetly that Wall Street Journal putting out the entire blame on pilot by stating that it was the pilot's fault, and by giving the suggestions, putting out the details by stating that it was the pilot, the co-pilot was there, the main pilot left the cockpit. We very well know that the CVR has only through the CVR data, the only 2 lines have been out, but we yet don't know that who said what, co-pilot said what, and the senior pilot said what. That's still not clear. The conversation is only clear. Now, we here know that there's a larger force behind, and Western media is following that larger force by continuously stating that this was a pilot's fault. The narrative is trying to be peddled here so that the entire blame is put on the pilot, and therefore there's a humongous anger. And not only public outrage, but the outrage amongst the entire pilot association, who are continuously stating that in the investigation, the stakeholders should be ex-pilots. The stakeholders should be experts from the pilot association, so that the report is not biased. There's a completely transparency and honesty in the report. And one bigger question here, Akanksha, lies when the investigation is still underway. Only the initial prelim report is out. The final report will still take more than 6 months to come out. How this discrete information is going out, and whether this information is true or not, only the narrative is being trying to be sold, so that the larger section of the people believe that it was a pilot. And the jumping the guns right now, before even the final report comes out. The bigger question is, a narrative is trying to be peddled here, and that is the reason why there's a humongous anger and public outrage amongst the pilot association. Now, my sources within the DGCA and my sources within AIB are clearly stating that investigation is still underway, and the pilots went through medical tests, pilots went through breath analyzer test. In fact, the experts from DRDO also checked the medical records of both the pilot, and they were completely, absolutely fine. There was no problem with the behavior of the pilot. There was no medical condition with the pilot which would have led this error. And there was no fault with the pilot. This is what my sources in AIB have been telling continuously. So we should wait for the final report instead of Western media jumping the gun, because the narrative is being tried to be floated in our country as well. And we very well know that the bigger force is involved, and Western media is following that. And that is the reason the anger is continuously mounting, and the pilots are coming out openly in public. The batchmates, the coursemates of both Clive Kunder and the deceased pilot Sunni Sabarwal, their coursemate, batchmates are coming out. They're clearly again and again stating that was not pilot's fault. It is very easy to blame the deceased, who are not anymore to fight the battle for themselves.
Absolutely. So the probe is underway, and it would be not correct to jump the gun at this point. Thanks so much, Harsha, for all the details, and thank you to GP Bajpai as well for speaking to Public TV. Now, shifting our focus to Karnataka, the Karnataka government report to the High Court on Bangalore Stampede squarely blames the organizer, DNA and RCB, for multiple lapses that led to the stampede that took place last month. The report says that no proper police permission was sought for June 3rd parade, and still RCB went ahead, even posting a public invite on social media. Over 3 lakh people turned up, leading to a massive overcrowding and chaos in that area. A last-minute announcement about entry passes caused panic, mismanagement at the gates of by the RCB, DNA and KSCA, that is the Cricket Association, triggered a stampede, injuring 7 policemen. And despite denial of the permission, police allowed a scaled-down event to avoid the unrest. Now, probe has been ordered, FIR has been registered, police action is underway, and compensation for the victims have followed. But this is what the Karnataka government has said. They have given themselves a green chit, and they have clean chit, and they have blamed RCB also for this victory parade. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who's been tracking this story very closely since the last 1 month. Abhishek, clearly, Karnataka government has given a clean chit to themselves in the High Court. This is a reply that they have submitted. Earlier, this was to be in a sealed envelope, but now it is all out and open. But they have said that RCB, DNA and the Cricket Association are to be blamed. Give us information about what has been mentioned in this report that's been submitted to the High Court.
Well, Akanksha, 331-page report has been submitted by the Karnataka state government to the Karnataka High Court, which is available in the public podium as of now, which clearly mentions that the sole reasons and the sole people who are responsible for the deaths of 11 cricket fans are RCB, DNA and the KSCA is what the report claims as of now. If the government didn't want to blame itself because of the negligence what it previously had showcased, why did the government sack 3 senior police officials is the point
Apologies
of question.
for interjecting. Abhishek, let me go across to former Police Commissioner Bhaskar Rao. Thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV. Sir, Karnataka government has pinned the blame squarely on RCB, DNA. They have been named in the FIR as well. But the question now arises, then why was that IPS officer sacked by the Karnataka government if RCB and DNA were to be blamed for this entire chaos that happened in Karnataka that day? Why was then the police officer sacked?
The suspension of the police officers was a grossly wrong step to protect some persons of influence who had monetary benefits as well as business benefits with the government. The Honorable Court's findings have clearly proved that the police officers are not at fault. Karnataka Police is a professional organization that has handled a lot of complicated crowd management issues. So now it clearly vindicates, and that is what I had also been maintaining right from the beginning, that police officers cannot be blamed for the fault of the government, which wanted to conduct program at 2 different places, one near Vidhan Saudha and other near KSCA. And RCB had no business to invite people to the stadium when there was no space, nor had it taken the permission of the police. And the police had clearly mentioned that they need a little more time to muster up resources. So I'm very happy and show full confidence in the wisdom of the courts for having made an in-depth study. And at least now the government should reinstate these officers who have had long service without any blemish. And now people's confidence in the police will get restored. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, sir. One more question before I let you go. Remember how the police said that they want to submit this report in a sealed envelope, but the court had said that there was no legal basis for that. Now they've pinned the blame on RCB, on DNA, on the Cricket Association. They had earlier sacked the police officer as well. Do you think there is a bid by the Karnataka government to hide the facts as far as the Stampede case is concerned?
See, the court in its wisdom has taken a decision after examining all the facts also. Even if the police want to submit any affidavit, etc., it's up to the wisdom of the court to accept it or not. But what is unfortunate is that when Vikas approached the Central Administrative Tribunal, the Central Administrative Tribunal in its wisdom also took the same decision and reinstated Vikas. The government, in order to protect its honor or so-called pride and showing extreme arrogance, appealed against the CAT's decision in the High Court. Was very wrong, but now things stand very clear that police cannot be blamed.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV on this Stampede case. Now, Karnataka BJP secretary has also hit out at the Congress party over the status report that has now come to the fore, and BJP secretary has blamed the Karnataka government for the Stampede tragedy, further accusing the chief minister and the deputy chief minister of forcing this celebration without having any proper planning. Listen in.
What the stampede happened in Bengaluru, it's a very bad thing which has not supposed to be happened. It happened only because of the negligence of the state government. Though the chief minister and the deputy chief minister himself, they invited the whole Karnataka people to participate without making any prior preparation. So Michael Kunnar report has been submitted. So in the sealed cover, whatever the report has given, court has observed that why it has to be kept confidential. It's supposed to be open for the people. People supposed to know what happened, what the negligence occurred by the government. This observation made by Honorable High Court. So I urge the Karnataka government has to take the cognizance, and Karnataka government has to take the responsibility of the whole thing, whatever happened in the stampede.
All right, with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, in a case of gang war, a prisoner out on parole was shot dead inside a private hospital in Patna when 4 unidentified persons that you can see on the screen opened firing. And we'll also tell you about how the hooliganism is back on the streets of Mumbai. MNS cadres beat up a shopkeeper. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
First charge sheet filed against Robert Vadra in the Shikopur land scam. Report published in Wall Street Journal targets a pilot for Ahmedabad plane crash.
drone thing, it has been live for a very long time, but after this Ops Sindhur's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into these aspects.
After Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, it's the Chief of Integrated Defence Staff Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit backing indigenous weapons. He calls for indigenous drones for them to be used and produced. In a case of gang war from Bihar, a prisoner out on parole, criminal out on parole, was shot dead inside a private hospital in Patna early morning as 5 unidentified people opened fire. Hooliganism is back on the streets of Mumbai. While it continues, MNS cadres beat up a Marwari shopkeeper for allegedly making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. Karnataka government blames RCB for the Bengaluru stampede. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. There's no end to MNS's hooliganism in Maharashtra. It's once again being witnessed in the state, on the streets. Now a video sparked protests in Mumbai's Vikhroli after a Marwari shopkeeper allegedly made objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. MNS department head Vishwajit Dholam led a protest, physically assaulting the shopkeeper and forcing him to walk barefoot. This incident has escalated into a confrontation. And it saw the MNS officials taking out a procession against the shopkeeper. And a police complaint has been filed regarding this altercation. So you can see how the shopkeeper is so helpless, and these goons, Raj Thakre's goons, are on the prowl. We see them doing this time and again, day in and day out. Such visuals are surfacing from the state of Maharashtra. There is no end. And there's no end to this gundaism on the streets of Maharashtra. There's a free run to give in to the Maharashtra Navnirmar Sena's goons. You can see the shopkeeper forced to apologize, hold his ears, and he's being recorded. He's being recorded. This is the level of harassment, the assault that is going on, all on camera, perpetually. There's an intention behind these videos when they record that, when we talk about those goons. And this started from, you can see this video, assaulted for not speaking in Marathi. And what followed were incessant attacks. This is the latest one. MNS leader assaulting the shopkeeper in Mumbai. He's reportedly not from Maharashtra. And now he is being forced to apologize and also forced to walk barefoot. All right, we shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking for you viewers. Indian pilot body is set to drag the Wall Street Journal to court. Federation of Indian Pilots will be sending a notice to Wall Street Journal over blaming Indian pilots in Air India 171 crash. The Federation of Indian Pilots has blamed the Wall Street Journal for defaming Indian pilots. The case will be filed in Indian courts, and the body seeks a legal way of course, sue a Wall Street Journal, saying that consultation with legal advisors is underway. So viewers, what is happening is that foreign media is doing a hit job on the dead pilots, the latest being Wall Street Journal. Without attributing to any official sources, it is talking about the investigation, which is just in the preliminary stage. And it writes about how the pilot, that one of the pilot, the senior pilot, photograph of him on your screens, is being blamed by the Wall Street Journal, as if the Wall Street Journal has conducted an independent investigation into the matter. WSJ says that it was the senior pilot who in fact had cut off the fuel supply, and he also left the cockpit. This smear campaign continues, and the pilot body has raised this hit job by these foreign media outlets. Take a listen in to the reactions, viewers, that have come in on this. In fact, we have a special report filed by our team on this. Listen in.
So we continue to condemn the Wall Street Journal report, and we are contemplating an action against them. We see Boeing directly has not done anything. Now we are contemplating the action against Wall Street Journal. They are targeting Indian pilots. Where is the evidence? If they have the evidence, yes, we will agree to that. But where is the evidence? There is no evidence. So why are they maligning and with malified intentions against the pilots? And on the contrary, what harm they are doing? The passengers will get a fear of flying. So which is very, very detrimental to aviation. We will be sending a legal notice to the Wall Street Journal that your comments are based on what evidence? What is the evidence? They have no evidence. They are basing their presumptions. And they should not be, and this is being constantly done by the Western media. We will bring him to the Indian courts. Because we are proud Indians, and we strongly believe India is a big nation to reckon with. We're becoming a big economy. We cannot be treated like this. And no one can cast aspersions without any evidence and malign the pilots community. Yes, I'm already approached my lawyer from FIP, and they're working on it, that how they have to deal with this article which has come out with the Wall Street Journal.
My colleague Pranav joins us live on the broadcast from the Digital News Store. Pranav, just take us through what exactly Wall Street Journal has insinuated in its latest report. And one thing that we need to highlight is that India should not stay silent on this, and the fact that pilot's body is also mulling legal action. That is very, very important right now.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. In fact, the Wall Street Journal report has cited that, it has pointed towards a likely pilot error in the fuel switch. The report mentions that one of the pilots said that, why was the switch switched off? Why was the fuel switch pulled, while the other one says remains silent. So it is necessarily pointing towards a pilot error and indirectly ruling out the errors that could have happened probably from the OEMs or the airline or others. So the Indian pilot's body has now questioned and sought evidence as to what is the basis of these allegations that the report has made. So that's the first point. The second point he's mentioning is that the Indian this report, or conveniently blaming the pilot, so to say, threatens the Indian aviation ecosystem, because that raises a doubt on the credibility of Indian pilots. So that's the other concern that the pilot body has. And looking at the Indian aviation sector, which is supposed to be touching about 44 billion by 2033, the pilot's body's concern is that it poses larger risks to the aviation sector at large by the Western media.
Right. Thanks so much for joining us there, Pranav, with those details coming in, viewers. So this is even before, viewers, the report was broken on Indian news channels. We've seen that the foreign media began its so-called leaks, which the pilot body has taken cognizance of and raised objections. And this is the latest now, talking about the Wall Street Journal. Now we shift our focus to the other stories. This is, of course, Republic TV closely tracking the dog bite menace. Cases are on the rise. They're spiraling out of control. From gated societies to city streets, no one seems to be safe anymore. In Greater Noida West, a 37-year-old man fell from a first-floor walkway after a dog lunged at him. The pet owner, a 53-year-old woman, has now been arrested. In another heart-wrenching case, this happened a few days back, a young kabaddi player died of rabies. Of course, he skipped the rabies injection. That, of course, is also a case in point. The awareness about rabies is important. A child recently attacked, despite claims that local authorities are feeding the strays, feeding strays to keep them calm. These aren't isolated cases. There's a pattern to this. The Supreme Court has advised, feed strays, yes, but at home, not in public spaces. It's time to ask, how do we balance compassion with safety, viewers? We bring you voices from the ground, residents, victims' families, eyewitnesses, all raising one plea: act now before it's too late. And who takes the action? Who takes what measures? Who's taking those measures and who's not? That is, of course, the pertinent question. Here's a report.
Dog attacks have become a very big problem in societies in entire nation, and we are currently reporting from one of the societies in Greater Noida. And as you can see, these guards, they are having these sticks in their hands, and what we understand that they have been given clear indication to curtail the dog menace. How? By having these sticks and making these dogs that have come into the entire society go away. As you can see on the camera, we are showing you how at this point in time these guards are constantly moving forward, and they are keeping a strict vigil on these dogs that are in huge numbers present in several societies, so that there can be safety to the people who live here.
All right, viewers. So there you have. These are the various measures that have been said to be taken up. The strategy to curb the menace. Kerala government has enforced euthanasia under PCA rules. That, of course, is always debatable. There are many other measures that have been taken up for the dog menace. Killing the dogs is something that is also debatable. Controlling the population is one of the measures that should be taken. The government is launching mobile animal birth control units henceforth. That, of course, another important measure taken. We'll keep a close eye, but we have some more news now. Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, in his unsparing message, vowed justice for Pahalgam victims. He said that the killers are living on borrowed time and that justice will be served.
भारत के लिए अपने सम्मान की रक्षा के लिए शस्त्र उठा लेना मैं ज़्यादा अच्छा समझूंगा। बापू के सपनों के अनुरूप आज वही पराक्रमी भारत अपने पुरुषार्थ से नित्य नई उपलब्धियां हासिल कर रहा है। बात मैं पहलगांव से ही शुरू करता हूं। 26 नागरिकों की बर्बर हत्या निर्दोष बेकसूर लोगों की 22 अप्रैल को हुई। आप भी जानते हैं, देश और दुनिया भी जानती है कि ये नृशंस हत्या पाकिस्तान और उसके आतंकवादियों ने की। कई सवाल विजय जी ने उसके संदर्भ में पूछा है। जिन्होंने हत्या को अंजाम दिया उनकी पहचान स्पष्ट रूप से हो चुकी है। एनआईए जांच कर रही है। उनकी तस्वीरें, उनके नाम ये पब्लिक डोमेन में मीडिया के माध्यम से आ चुके हैं। ये मैं कह सकता हूं कि इनकी ज़िंदगी बहुत लंबी नहीं होती है।
All right, viewers. Now, after the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan's strong call for indigenous weapons, it's now Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit who has underlined how drones have changed the nature of modern warfare since Operation Sindoor. He said that India must reduce the dependence on imported drone components and urged the defence ecosystem, including scientific bodies, academia and industry, to contribute more actively to indigenous capability. Emphasizing collaboration, Dikshit said innovation must be constant and demand aggregation between civil and military agencies, which is key to strengthening India's defence backbone.
This drone thing, it has been live for a very long time, but after this Ops Sindhur's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into these aspects. The strategic significance of UAVs and along with it the counter UAVs has suddenly become known to each and every child in India. Add to this is the usage of these technologies in Middle East, Ukraine, Russia. But when it happened very close to us, that is how it has gathered this. And today a lot of good suggestions have come. We have to really improve. In my opinion, this UAVs, drones, and you can call it by any other name, loitering munition, that is the attributable version, and that is the one which is to be treated as maybe ammunition. It has been added a new dimension in warfare or domain in warfare. So this unmanned is a new domain. All of us are trying to understand it and trying to do our best to achieve superiority in this domain also. What we have been seeing in last a few years of drone usage and that a lot of components were coming from outside. So military and civil authorities have to give their requirement. Industry has to do innovation and innovation and innovation, and certainly your pain points which have been brought out, please submit and we'll see what best we can do.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Several police personnel have been attacked by the miscreants in Golpara's Baikan area in Assam. Attack happened during a routine patrolling by the joint team of police and the forest department. As per the reports, several police personnel injured, including 2 seriously injured. Indore has been crowned India's cleanest city for the 8th consecutive year, according to the Swachh Sarvekshan 2025 rankings. Gujarat Minister Rishikesh Patel received the award on behalf of the government. Assam Assembly Deputy Speaker Numal Momin accused Rahul Gandhi for the attack on police after Assam's Golpara eviction drive. Congress leaders' recent statement on promising land and home to the landless after gaining power in the region. Now, viewers, the BJP has slammed DMK government over the alleged rape of a 10-year-old girl. Annamalai has said that the DMK has failed in maintaining the law and order in the state. CCTV footage shows 10-year-old girl being kidnapped and she was raped in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. The girl was returning from her school at 4 p.m. when the incident happened. Police have now registered a case and the research for the man is underway. The minor was raped and is now admitted to Stanley Hospital for treatment.
Every day, Tamil Nadu police government is a new record. Record for more shameful episodes, record for more shameful molestation. Even a 10-year-old girl walking in the road, somebody comes, kidnaps and molests her. That is the state of law and order here. In what thing we claim we are number one state in the country? When a common woman, when our mothers, when our sisters, a common person is not able to have a basic sense of security in the field, what loud noise can we make saying that Tamil Nadu is a developed state, we are number 2 industrial state, GDP wise we are number 3, people will laugh at us. So let us all throw the tall claims away, sit down and focus on basic human dignity, for which the current government has utterly failed. Press is also rightfully questioning the law and order state, and people are angry. Same police in different governments have done well, same police in DMK government is doing very bad. That is also for the police department to introspect, as top leaders in the police department to introspect. Are they allowing too much political pressure to paralyze the functioning of the police department? That is for the top people to introspect and talk.
Now, a tragedy unfolded in Gopalganj of Bangladesh. 4 people have died, several others injured after violence broke out at an election rally by a youth-led National Citizen Party. Security has been tightened as the region remains on high alert. Here's the full report.
Violence erupted at a rally of Bangladesh's youth-led National Citizen Party in the southern town of Gopalganj. 4 people were killed and many others sustained injuries. Eyewitnesses stated that a group of individuals armed with sticks and clubs surrounded and assaulted NCP members. Sound systems were destroyed, chairs were smashed, multiple cocktail bombs exploded. As violence intensified, police and Bangladesh Army fired sound grenades and blank rounds to disperse the crowd. The NCP delegation fled the area under military protection. A district-wide curfew was later imposed. The interim government called the attack heinous and blamed Awami League units for the bloodshed. The political blame game is spiraling, with 2026 elections now in sharp focus. The NCP emerged in 2024 after mass student protests forced Sheikh Hasina to resign. An interim government led by Muhammad Yunus then assumed charge, vowing democratic reforms. With Hasina's Awami League still strong in pockets like Gopalganj, tensions remain high. As the 2026 elections near, Bangladesh's political divide is only growing deeper.
Madhya Pradesh has been battered by relentless monsoon since 20th of June, leading to devastating losses. 108 lives have been lost, widespread infrastructure collapse, and an estimated 818 crore rupee hit as of 15th of July. According to state emergency officials, Mandi, Kangra, Kulu, Chamb are the worst affected districts. Rescue teams from the NDRF, SDRF, Home Guards on the ground, relief camps, active efforts underway to restore damaged roads, water schemes and power lines. Indore has been crowned India's cleanest city for the 8th consecutive year. According to the Swachh Sarvekshan 2025 rankings, the prestigious title was conferred by President Murmu during a ceremony held at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi. Surat stood second and Navi Mumbai third in the central government's annual cleanliness survey. The survey assessed over 4,500 urban local bodies and was guided by the theme Reduce, Reuse and Recycle. Varanasi and several districts in Uttar Pradesh are on high alert as continuous heavy rainfall has caused the Ganga river's water levels to surge significantly. Authorities have issued flood warnings, closely monitoring the situation to ensure timely evacuation and disaster management. The rising waters have raised concerns over potential flooding in low-lying areas, prompting preparedness measures across the region. Mangaluru and surrounding areas in coastal Karnataka are grappling with severe disruptions due to unprecedented rainfall. The city has recorded 43% of more rainfall than usual this season. This deluge has led to widespread infrastructure damage, including the collapse of a compound wall near the APMC yard that crushed several vehicles. Local authorities have issued red alerts. The Enforcement Directorate has raided 14 locations in Mumbai and Uttar Pradesh in connection with Changur Baba religious conversion case. The raids were conducted at 12 premises in Utrola, in Balrampur district of Uttar Pradesh and 2 in Mumbai. The probe involves over 100 crore rupees in suspected foreign funding routed through multiple bank accounts. Authorities are also investigating Benami land deals and alleged links between Changur Baba and government officials accused of facilitating the illegal conversions. In Patna this morning, a convicted criminal on parole, Chandan Mishra, was shot by unknown assailants inside Paras Hospital, where he was undergoing treatment. The Patna police has launched a full-scale investigation. CCTV and forensic evidence is being examined. Buxar police assisting to identify the gunman. And this, of course, coming in amid a spate of high-profile shootings in Bihar ahead of the polls. Amarnath Yatra has been suspended for the day from both Pahalgam and Baltal base camps due to the continuous rainfall in the area. Authorities have halted movement towards the holy cave, though pilgrims at Panchtarni are being safely guided back to Baltal with BRO and mountain rescue teams being deployed. The Yatra is expected to resume tomorrow, weather permitting. So far, over 2.47 lakh pilgrims have visited the shrine this year. Kannada actor Rania Rao has been sentenced to 1 year in jail in connection with gold smuggling case. This following an order passed by Conservation of Foreign Exchange and Prevention of Smuggling Activities Advisory Board. Board's decision also applies to 2 other accused in the case. According to the directive, all 3 have been denied the right to apply for bail during the 1-year duration of imprisonment. Rania Rao was caught at Bengaluru's Kempegowda International Airport in March with 14.2 kilograms of concealed gold worth 12.56 crore rupees. All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking. After the short break, we will get you more news and updates. Report published in Wall Street Journal targets pilots for Ahmedabad plane crash. Pilots Association, Pilot Body, Federation of Indian Pilots mulling legal action against Wall Street Journal. And Karnataka government blames RCB for the Bengaluru killer stampede. We'll be right back with details of that.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Over the next half an hour, I'll get you details on the Air India plane crash and how there's a Western media report now that pins the blame on the pilots, something that the Pilot Association here in the country has objected to. This and much more, the headlines first. First charge sheet filed against Robert Vadra in the Shikopur land scam case. Report published in Wall Street Journal targets pilot for Ahmedabad plane crash.
Drone thing, it has been live for a very long time, but after this Ops Sindhur's success, suddenly it has caught attention, and a large number of debates are happening, and we are going deeper and deeper into this aspects.
After CDS, Anil Chauhan, Chief of Integrated Defence Staff, Air Marshal Ashutosh has bagged indigenous weapons. In a case of gang war, a prisoner out on parole was shot dead inside a private hospital in Patna in Bihar early morning today when 4 unidentified persons opened fire.
बोला क्या नहीं था काय बोलला पहिला काय मी बोलतो थांब बोल
Hooliganism is back on the streets of Mumbai in Maharashtra. MNS cadres beat up a Marwadi shopkeepers for making objectionable comments about Marathi people on social media. And Karnataka government blames RCB for the Bangalore stampede that took place last month. We have breaking news coming in after massive uproar over the demolition of filmmaker Satyajit Ray's ancestral home in Bangladesh. The US government has officially clarified that a house in that area recently reported by some media as the ancestral home of the legendary filmmaker Satyajit Ray has no connection to his family whatsoever. In fact, the records and the local testimonies confirm that the property was originally built by Zamindar Shashikant Acharya Chaudhary and later became the government-owned property, is what the US government has said, that this the property that you can see on the screen does not belong to Satyajit Ray. Remember, there was demolition at this very location yesterday, and the Bangladesh government has said that they will be making a semi-concrete structure on this very location. From West Bengal Chief Minister to the central government MEA, there were apprehension about the demolition of this. In fact, Ministry of External Affairs had issued a statement regarding the demolition as well, that they will be speaking to the Bangladesh government regarding this. But now the Bangladesh government says that this is in fact not the ancestral house. And there's been a tragedy in Gopalganj in Bangladesh. 4 people have lost their lives. Several others are injured after violence broke out at an election rally which was led by National Citizen Party, NCP. And security has been heightened as the region remains on the high alert. Here's a full report.
Violence erupted at a rally of Bangladesh's youth-led National Citizen Party in the southern town of Gopalganj. 4 people were killed and many others sustained injuries. Eyewitnesses stated that a group of individuals armed with sticks and clubs surrounded and assaulted NCP members. Sound systems were destroyed, chairs were smashed, multiple cocktail bombs exploded. As violence intensified, police and Bangladesh Army fired sound grenades and blank rounds to disperse the crowd. The NCP delegation fled the area under military protection. A district-wide curfew was later imposed. The interim government called the attack heinous and blamed Awami League units for the bloodshed. The political blame game is spiraling, with 2026 elections now in sharp focus. The NCP emerged in 2024 after mass student protests forced Sheikh Hasina to resign. An interim government led by Mohammad Yunus then assumed charge, vowing democratic reforms. With Hasina's Awami League still strong in pockets like Gopalganj, tensions remain high. As the 2026 elections near, Bangladesh's political divide is only growing deeper.
Uttar Pradesh in the case of 100 crore conversion racket in UP. The victims of self-styled fraud godman Shangur Baba has spoken on the brutality meted out to them. The victims claim to have received threats from Saudi Arabia as well, and they have also said that the Shangur Baba network is not only limited to India but over the Middle East in Saudi Arabia as well. In fact, this is the claim that is coming from the victims. Listen into what they said.
2019 में मेरी छांगुर पीर बाबा से चांद औलिया दरगाह उतरौला में मेरी वहाँ मुलाकात हुई थी। वहाँ मुलाकात मेरी जो अबू आमिर की बहन है उम्मे रकीबा, जो नीतू नसरीन जो भी गिरफ़्तार हो चुकी है, ये उसकी दोस्त है। उम्मे रकीबा के द्वारा मेरी मुलाकात, और अबू आमिर का जो भाई है डॉक्टर अबू सईद अंसारी, ये लोग मुझे वहाँ लेकर गए थे, तीनों लोग। वहाँ मेरी मुलाकात नीतू से कराई। जब मैंने नीतू को देखा तो नीतू का पूरा नाम तो मैं नीतू थी और उसका पूरा हिजाबी लुक था, मुस्लिम लुक था, तो मैं शॉक्ड थी उस चीज़ को लेके। तो मैंने पूछा भी, मैंने कहा ये कैसे? तो कहा कि नहीं, पहले मैं नीतू थी, अब नसरीन बन गई हूँ, अब मैं बहुत खुशहाल ज़िंदगी जी रही हूँ, और तुम भी धर्म परिवर्तन कर लो तो खुशहाल ज़िंदगी रहेगी। तो मैंने इस पर थोड़ा सा मुझे अनकंफर्टेबल लगा, तो मैंने इस पर कहा कि नहीं ऐसा कैसे, और अपने धर्म को छोड़ के कैसे इस तरह से कोई आ सकता है। तो उसने कहा कि नहीं, बाबा ने हमारी बहुत मदद करी है, बाबा का डायरेक्ट कनेक्शन अल्लाह से है, रूहानी ताकतें हैं उनके पास, और मेरी बच्ची बीमार हो गई थी, उसको बाबा ने ही ठीक किया है। तो इस तरह से मुझे नीतू से मेरी मुलाकात हुई। नीतू वहाँ पे जहाँ पे मेरी मुलाकात हुई थी, कम से कम छोटा सा कमरा था, 25-30 महिलाएं, लड़कियाँ यही थी, और सिर्फ बाबा बैठे हुए थे।
Now let me go across to my colleague Raghvendra, who joins us on the broadcast with more details. Raghvendra, so इस चीज से पता चलता है, इस टेस्टिमनी से पता चलता है कि जो नेटवर्क है वो यूपी तक सीमित नहीं है, देश तक भी सीमित नहीं है, सऊदी अरेबिया तक पूरे लिंक्स जाते हैं। पुलिस का इस पे क्या कहना है?
बिल्कुल आप ठीक कर रही हैं कि जिस तरह से पूरा यह निकल कर आया है धर्मांतरण का खेल, इसमें सिर्फ धर्मांतरण की बात नहीं है, इसमें जमीनों का भी खेल हो रहा था, इसमें प्रॉपर्टी का भी खेल हो रहा था, इसमें हवाला का खेल हो रहा था, और अकाउंट्स में तमाम 40 अकाउंट्स में पैसे आ रहे थे। नवीन के अकाउंट्स में बहुत सारे पैसे आए हैं, विदेशों से आए हैं, जैसा कि अरब कंट्री से, नेपाल के रास्ते से, और यहाँ तक कि सूचना यह भी है कि कनाडा और पाकिस्तान में भी बाबा का आना जाना था या उसका वहां पर जान पहचान था। इस तरह की चीजें निकल कर आ रही। तो ईडी 14 टीमें बनाकर आज सुबह 5 बजे से ही तमाम ठिकानों पर, यानी कि देश के कई हिस्सों में ये रेड डाली जा रही है। सर्च ऑपरेशन ईडी का जारी है। चूंकि एटीएस की रिमांड समाप्त हो गई है, एटीएस ने 7 दिन लगातार पूछताछ की है दोनों से, नीतू और छांगुर से, और उसके बाद अब ईडी इन सभी चीजों पर, यानी कि उतरौला की अगर हम बात करें तो उतरौला में जो आलिशान बुटीक सेंटर है, जो उसका मिनी कॉम्प्लेक्स है, जो उसका आलिशान घर है, जो तोड़ दिया गया है, लेकिन एक हिस्सा घर का भी 3 महले का जो घर है वह बचा हुआ है। तो उन सब जगहों पर ईडी की टीम पहुंची हुई है। सुबह से ही छापेमारी जारी है। बहुत कुछ यहाँ पर निकल करके आ सकता है कि आखिर ये जो 100 करोड़ से लेके 500 करोड़ के बीच में जो हवाला का पैसा है, उस पैसे का यहाँ पर किस चीज़ में उपयोग हुआ है, क्या धर्मांतरण में हुआ है, लैंड जिहाद में हुआ है, प्रॉपर्टी में हुई है, या किन चीज़ों में हुई है। और यह लोग, एक चीज़ और है, ये लोग जब रिटर्न वगैरह भरते थे तो सब में ITR इनका 0 होता था, यानी कि इतना पैसा आने के बाद भी अपने आप के लोग 0 ही दिखाते थे। तो जो सारा खेल है, जो काला खेल है, वो कहीं न कहीं एजेंसियों के सामने आएगा। और जब इसमें आने वाले समय में NIA जब इन्वॉल्व होगी, जो ये देश विरोधी चीज़ें यहाँ पर हो रही हैं, आखिर क्या मंसूबा था, 10-15 साल आगे क्या होने वाला था, ये सब सारी चीजें निकल कर आएंगी। जी
Absolutely. So ED heat is also mounting on Changur Baba there. There have been raids at as many as 14 locations today. Thanks so much, Raghvendra, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now from Uttar Pradesh, let's shift our focus to Bihar. In a shocking incident at the Paras Hospital in Patna, deadly firing erupted involving infamous criminal Chandan Mishra from Buxar. Currently on parole for medical treatment, Mishra sustained multiple gunshot wounds and is fighting for his life in the hospital. Police officials, including the IG of that area, has confirmed that attack appears to be that of the work of a rival gang, and now authorities have launched a full-scale investigation probing not only the attack but also the potential involvement of on-duty hospital security staff as well. So there in the visuals you can see that these are the 4 miscreants who entered the Paras Hospital in Patna, and they fired the shots at another gangster who was in fact out on parole and admitted in the hospital. Let me go across to my colleague Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Tell us about this case, because we are learning that as far as this gangster is concerned who was out on parole, he's still fighting for his life in the hospital. What is the police saying on this entire matter?
Well, as far as this gangster is concerned, he is still struggling for life, and as a matter of fact, 5 miscreants, as we can see in the CCTV footage.
मुझे लगता है कि AIB का ये प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है, मैंने पहले भी कहा है।
All right, so there on the visual, you can see on the screen, these are the miscreants who had entered the hospital. And now the lens is also on the hospital security staff as to how these miscreants were allowed to enter with the guns in their hand. You can see one of them has tucked the gun inside his pants as well, and he brings it out and they enter this room number 209 in the hospital, a very prominent hospital in Patna in Bihar, where this incident has taken place. Let me once again bring in my colleague. As I was asking you, what is police saying as far as this entire case is concerned? Who are these 4 miscreants that we can see on the screen?
Meanwhile, the manhunt is on to nab the culprit. Raids are being conducted, and as we can see the visuals, the pictures of all the 5 criminals, so it will be easier to identify them through various sources, be it in jail, because these kind of cases are generally orchestrated and masterminded from the jail itself, because Chandan Mishra, a noted gangster with around 2 dozen criminal cases of murder and loot, was out on parole in the hospital. He was being treated, and he was killed in a gang war with the...
यहाँ पर सब पुलिस शासन है, पुलिस परिवार को सुरक्षा चाहिए, सबके जान को खतरा है। जब इतना सुधरेती ने घुस के मार सकता है 5 लोग, और मुझ पूरा देखिए देख रहे हैं CCTV फुटेज में, कैसे जिगर से इतना गाड़ी खत्म हो गया क्रिमिनलों का, गाड़ धांस के पास 2 दिन पहुंचे। अभी पुलिस
All right, so as you saw on the screen, there are protests outside the hospital where this incident has taken place. In fact, we're learning that Bihar DGP has also visited the spot, and he said that they're looking into the case and investigating the security of the hospital as well. The accused have multiple cases against them, and he even had lifer issued against him, which was later revoked after the appeal. So this is in fact the statement that is coming from the police. Listen into what he said.
पारस जो एक काफ़ी प्रसिद्ध अस्पताल है पटना का, उसके एकदम हॉस्पिटल के अंदर हुआ है। पारस की अपनी भी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है। इस संबंध में हम लोग पारस की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था का भी जायज़ा लेंगे कि क्यों ऐसा हुआ, कौन लोग ड्यूटी पर थे, और पारस जो प्रबंधन है उसका ध्यान आकृष्ट करेंगे। जो मृतक हैं वो पूर्व में काफ़ी दुर्दांत अपराधकर्मी रहे हैं और इनका बक्सर में आतंक था। इनके विरुद्ध दर्जनों हत्या के कांड हैं। हत्या के कांड में ये सजा याफ्ता भी हैं। फांसी की सज़ा इनको हुई थी जो बाद में अपील में वो आजीवन कारावास में कन्वर्ट हो गई थी। उसके अलावे भी इन पर कम से कम 3 दर्जन कांड अभी भी ट्रायल में है। तो ये खुद भी एक सातिर अपराधकर्मी रहे हैं, बक्सर के आतंक रहे हैं। अभी ये पेरोल पे इलाज कराने के नाम पर ये आए थे। इसकी भी जांच की जाएगी कि वास्तव में इलाज इनका कुछ होना था या इलाज का बहाना बना करके अपने किसी गतिविधि को अंजाम देने के लिए आए थे।
Now shifting our focus to Mumbai, hooliganism is back on the streets of Maharashtra. Video sparked protests in Mumbai's Virkholi area after a Marwari shopkeeper made objectionable comments about the Marathi people in Mumbai on the social media. MNS department head Vishwajit Dolam led a protest, physically assaulting the shopkeeper and forcing him to walk barefoot, as you can see on the screen as well. And the incident escalated into confrontation with the MNS officials taking out a procession against the shopkeeper. A police complaint has been filed against the men that you can see on the screen regarding the altercation. There on the screen, you can see that this is the incident that has taken place in Mumbai. In fact, another incident that has taken in the last few days, in which you can see that the man in white is the Marwari shopkeeper who had put an objectionable social media post, and MNS workers had arrived at the shops and he was beaten up by them. In fact, he was asked to be paraded on the streets barefoot as well. And this is not the first time that such an incident has taken place. Remember, in the last few weeks, similar incidents have taken place. Businessmen, shopkeepers and several other citizens living in Mumbai have also been thrashed by the MNS worker. No action has been taken against any of them till now. But there you can see on June 29th this year, how these MNS workers are thrashing, slapping the shopkeeper, one of the businessmen there in Mumbai, and another incident that has come to the fore today. And this is also from Mumbai, where one person, a Marwari shopkeeper, was assaulted for his social media posts against the Marathi people. And let's now have a look at the top national stories in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Several police personnel have been attacked by the miscreants in Golpara area. The attack happened during a routine patrolling by the joint team of Police and Forest Department. And as per the reports, several police personnel injured, including 2 seriously injured. Indore has been crowned as India's cleanest city for the 8th consecutive year, according to one of the rankings that has come to the fore today. Gujarat Minister has received the award on the basis of the government. Assam Assembly Deputy Speaker has accused Rahul Gandhi for the attack on police after Assam's Golpara eviction drive. Congress leader's recent statement on promising land and home to the landless after gaining power in the region.